fights. It's jaw dropping to me when somebody's never seen Tyson go, look at this guy beating the shit out of him. In a way that humanity has never even seen before. Now, he's also had this transition into becoming this extremely thoughtful, like I would consider him philosophical. Like, he reflects anything he thinks, and he's just sincere and authentic at all times. And I think that comes out to right in every sense. He's ready to do it. He gets inside. He hates, because also remember when he was doing the show, Mike Tyson used to do this show in Vegas, like a one-man show. It was crazy comedy. Like, that's what Brendan should have done. I was always like, why don't you talk about the UFC? He was like, no, I don't want to, like, interested. Why talk about it? I get it, It's like, people do this thing where, like, oh, I don't want to talk about the office. I'm like, that is actually your best bet. You at least make one special where you involve it. But, Mike Tyson's show was funny as well. Oh, did you go to it? Or I saw clips of it. I was like, oh, it's good. For a it's like a presentation, but was very successful. Great entertainer. That's hilarious. I think part of Brendan's resentment is that, and the fact that he's like, at all times, for better and for worse, he's authentic. We've got some worse, it's something silly. It's like, he's just authentic. And just, he doesn't get fun. Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's very fun to watch. What I used to do with my buddies is, like, we'd be hungover in college and we'd watch Tyson highlights of him just destroying somebody in 30 seconds. Oh, same with Fedor. We did the same. Oh, yeah. And I recently got, like, it's when somebody told me, what's your favorite, like, when I got into fighting, and I kind of only Conor McGregor got me back into fighting in 2015 watching commercials. And I asked somebody who's your favorite fighter. I could do like Fedor. I'm like, who's that? Because he wasn't in the UFC. They started watching his fight, so like, holy shit, this guy's great. Yeah, he was. Somebody sent me a clip of Fedor interviewing Luke Thomas. Have you ever seen that? It's hilarious because it's like, Luke's like, what's your favorite book? And Fedor says something in Russian, and his translator's like, he only reads Russian. What's your favorite movie? Like, he only reads Russian movies, you wouldn't get it. And it's like, well, you would not know that. That's funny. First, Sean Tyson. Yeah, reading first. I think Tyson's really open-minded. I don't think Tyson hates anybody. Yeah. It's sort of because, like, that's part of his journey. Like, you can just tell he's. I don't think he holds animosity towards anyone. I think he's completely evolved as a human being. I think the favorite fighter is because he's like, fuck you, Mark. He had a great comment. He said, yeah, he thought he's fucking Mike Tyson. I think Mike Tyson today could knock out the chop easily. Without question. Mark sounded like he's having a stroke. Yeah, so do I am, bitch. So the fuck, like you had a stroke before. guy said that he has a small fridge, and it is small. So we're trying to deal with his anger. Here's the thing, Mark. He came to do one thing and one thing only, okay? See that botched paint job in the corner up there? Yeah, I see it, dude. You had to go paint that up there, right? And then I'm like digging to clear it. So like I'm over here, I'm like digging to clear anything out, and I turn to him and he's staring at my fridge and he goes, with the those little got accents and shit. He's like, oh, you got the small fridge, you got a small fridge. This is Toronto's deodorant. Too small for you guys. So what are you supposed to put this? I got small fridge. Eat Rothschild'S fridge, yes, I read. Don't touch the fridge. What a fucking idiot. Mark, we got the bag of gelatos fridge that you can't drink away. I don't need one right now, but we also have Diet Cokes, and if you do want food, also at any time. Diet Coke's going to be nuts. I won't drink a Diet Coke. The only thing I'm not just from the thermometers, I don't know. Is this your coffee drink? I wanted to know, because I got you an Americano. That's what we drink. But do you drink Americano? Yeah. I don't mean like literally, but is that what you drink? Oh, Mexicano. I love them, dude. I share that with the imagine being like, I'm a white guy, but I'm just gonna make a special about how Mexican people suck. It's a crazy movie. It's like, I just think that they're very fucking.
Yo, what up? The great Matt. How are you, big dog? What's good up? What's up, dog?
Not much. I just wanted to check in and see how you're doing.
Kicking ass, taking names, baby. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son?
My neck of the woods are going all right.
Excellent.
We're
2 weeks.
We're experiencing a little bit of a schnook.
What's a schnook?
It is when the winter time gets really, really warm, so we're up to about 45 degrees. So.
All right. You've got 2 weeks till your funds are released, right?
Yep.
Excellent.
Getting there.
Excellent. How many social media accounts? How many social media accounts have you made thus far?
I made about 10.
That's
I'm not gonna lie.
That's phenomenal, dude. Excellent. That's really good.
Yeah.
Good job, man.
Yeah, keeping up with others is quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, and the key is that you have all the notifications sent to your email, so you don't have to be checking 30 different social media platforms at once. If that makes sense. Well, excellent. You are well on your way.
But I got a little bit of time here, and I figured I'd just check in, see how you're doing, and see if you're doing all right.
Absolutely. I did just my computer, and then I've got to make my bed, and then I'm going to have my coffee and start my bed, because I slept all after the day.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. So what happens is, like, these guys are in, like, Nigeria, when they're having a lot of these spaces, and I'll be up all night, and then into the early morning, and then there's sometimes a lull. And if there's a lull, I'm like, oh, I'll just rest my eyes, and then I awaken. It's like the late evening, and I'm like, oh boy, I did it again. But that's okay. That's okay. Um, like spaces go on 24/7. So, pardon me.
What's your app on Twitch?
I don't even fucking know. One moment. Actually, I should be able to find it. So I have a big one. I have a big one, which is at Rabbi, or at Viral Rabbi, which is there's like 50,000 people on it. But since I don't want to get banned, I don't stream that one. Let me find it.
Gotcha.
Rabbi Rothschild 007.
Rabbi Rothschild 007.
We're done. And if you're like, that one's really hard to see, Autumn, I know it's my worst camera, but I don't. I've been doing Twitch for like 4 years. Like basically no one talks to me in it, so I don't really bother with it too much.
Gotcha. But alrighty. Yeah, I figured I'd check in with you, see how you're doing, and make sure you're still above ground. That's always a good thing. Every day above it is always a good day.
100%. Excellent. Well, I appreciate it. We'll do a countdown. Check in with me every day till you launch your coin. Keep me updated, okay? Or not the launch of your coin, but the launch of your project.
Alrighty, I can do that.
So funds are released. Excellent. All right, very well. And continue to do well and get in those Twitter spaces and show yourself a little bit if you can. Tell people, hey, I'm looking for some hungry, motivated marketers, not marketers, traders. If you're interested, send me a message on Twitter. I'd love to find out more about you.
Definitely. That sounds like a good strategy. I appreciate the help that you had because social media is a completely different beast for me. Like when it comes to trading, I can trade. I know how to trade. I'm good at it. But when it comes to social media, I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, as you know, having the accounts is half the battle. If you don't have the accounts, nobody's going to know about you. So once you create the accounts, then it's about at least putting some quality content on it. No one says that you're going to be the next Kardashian, but you're going to at least have a presence on all the different platforms, which will allow you to dominate AI models. It'll allow you to dominate search engines and social media models.
Yeah, we're getting a AI completely, what's it called? Privatized, I guess you would say, AI agent to not only help us with the trading aspect, but to actually do signals and whatnot. We'll have a nice fleshed out AI model that's local, all the good stuff, and is just useful.
That's great. When is that going to be delivered?
All that's going to be with the funds. So once those are released, we'll be ready to go.
Okay, so you think in the month of December?
Yep.
Okay, that's great. Excellent. then is the plan
Yeah.
to make that available to those 4 traders who you hire?
Oh, for sure. It'll be available. We'll have a free version, a premium version, and then an extra premium version. If you know, catch my drift. And we'll be able to offer it. The free version will be quite well and quite good. And then, of course, there'll be the one for the 4 of us. That'll be the top tier. And I might offer it, but probably not.
Okay, and how did you get into that?
That I just did a search on the internet and I was like, all right, I need an AI agent that can do signals, strategy, everything involved. And yeah, I'm working through a couple of different companies that I'll be able to use and pay for an agent. It won't be a full, like, it won't be something like Grok per se. It won't be like my total, it's running on my own CPU, all that good stuff. No, it'll be um, using like Chat GPT or Grok, and that'll be the main hardware of the AI. But the actual agent part of it, that I will have totally privatized, totally done up, and it's all mine 100%. Well, all the businesses, and It'll be part of the business entity.
Okay.
And so, yeah,
Okay, what happens if
very interesting stuff.
most certainly, what happens if you have a disagreement with someone and they, how do you cut off their access to the model?
Oh, as long as they're trading for me, then I don't foresee any issues with cutting off access and whatnot.
Yeah, but you got to be realistic. People will just choose to bounce on you. People might be malicious. You need to have a way to get that off of their device, or at least remove their access to it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it'll all be through a website
Oh,
and
okay.
through Telegram and everything.
Okay. So then that's good. That will give you the opportunity to manage who's logging in and what they're doing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. And have you tried it before? Do you know this is a winner?
I have yet to try it, but I am familiar with AI because I've been using it for quite some time. So the jump won't be all that too big of a deal. I'll be able to iron some stuff out, get some information to the relevant parties, and yeah.
Okay. And um, how are you gonna like it? I know that's overhead. So let's just talk
Yes,
on
sir.
average month. You're making $125,000 total, and each one of you guys is gonna get $5,000. Where does that cost come out of? From your clients? From
Clients, yeah, it'll be part of overhead and everything. I'll put it into the bundle. I'll already price it in and all that, so that they don't have to worry about, you're charging me more than I was expecting. And it'll be already priced in once they purchase the package, and it'll be at a monthly rate and whatnot. And yeah.
Okay. So the clients are not going to be given exactly $100,000 back. How much is overhead in total?
Oh, overhead in total is about $100 a month.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, dude, I've been looking at it and that's it.
Okay.
Now overhead, yeah.
So basically, if I understand you correctly, you will be able to run this AI agent in for like $100.
Yep.
Okay. Well, then that's that's nothing. Okay, that's good. And that includes
Yeah.
that includes all the logins you need and everything.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, that's great.
So,
Now, what about your?
and I'm budgeting in about $1,000 total overhead cost, which that'll come out of the price package and whatnot. So that's fluctuating though. It is going down. It's still right now. I'm only at roughly $500 a month. Sorry, yearly. It's a yearly thing. Roughly $726, roughly a year.
Okay.
So my operating costs aren't that high.
Right. Okay. Now, what about your internet and such? That's going to come out of your portion?
Yes, that'll come out of my portion, and I'll expect everyone Eventually, we will get it to the point that I'll be able to do that into business expenses, but not right at start, unfortunately.
Okay, so you'll just rely on people to use their own internet?
For the most part, yes.
All right, that's not unexpected. All right, so pretend you're in a space and you're trying to get a recruit a potential trader. Let's hear what you have to say. All right, we have the great Matt coming up next in the space. Thank you everybody for being here. Please follow, retweet, do all of the necessary. Matt, go ahead. The stage is yours.
Alrighty. If you are interested, please contact me and DM anything. And let's see. We are targeting high net worth individuals to get a portion of their portfolio to trade capital, hypothetically, what is it, January 1st-ish. And let's see, I can offer a AI agent that will provide signals and that will provide strategy. And if you are interested, please let me know. Thank you very much. And that's all I need to work on that. I just realized that.
That's why we did
Thank
this.
you. That's something that I need to work on.
That's why we did this. All right, you ready for feedback?
Definitely, yes.
Okay, you don't want to start with the words all right and then Firstly, that's fine. I understand you've got to get established. But you never said I'm looking for traders. You said I'm looking for high net worth individuals or said we're looking for high net worth individuals, which is not what you're doing. You're looking for traders to target high net worth individuals. So you have to tell people I need people with trading experience. Also, you can tell them what you're going to be. How many hours of work a week is a trader going to be working?
Oh, that's quite a bit. Probably looking at least 20, high end of 40, dude. Like, there's going to be a lot of work that goes into this. So, you're looking at a regular 40-hour work week, and yeah.
Okay. But that's not unexpected, and you can say, what I'm doing is I'm building a trading team. We're going to start small and we're going to expand. I have the ability to essentially start the hiring process around December 15th. We'll be looking at anywhere from 20 to 40 plus hours. We're looking in your first year of making about $60,000 without any commissions or bonuses. So the opportunity to earn relies on your ability to produce. But this is a real opportunity for people with trading experience. You can have forex trading experience, crypto trading experience. If you have trading experience, send me a DM. I want to connect with you. I want to see if you're a good fit for our team. I'm looking for about 4 hungry, motivated individuals who want to make a lot of money and have the opportunity to be able to work remotely and be amongst a really motivated group of people who want to succeed together. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. Like, I'm not saying that's the best pitch, but what I'm saying is you're telling people that you need traders. They're going to be part of a team. You're telling them how much they're going to make. So it's not just one of these like, well, we're launching a cryptocurrency, nobody knows what we're going to make. No, you're going to make 60,000 USD. You're going to work between 20 and 40 hours, so that's not even necessarily a full-time role, but maybe more. So you're giving them the idea though that it could be more than that, and how to contact you. Like, but the key is you need to say, "I'm looking for traders." When you come in and say, we're going to be targeting high net worth individuals. It makes it sound like you're looking for high net worth individuals in this Twitter space, and there are only so many of those. What you're really doing is targeting traders. Does that make sense?
Definitely, yes, sir.
Excellent. All right. Okay, so give it to me again. Let's hear your pitch again.
All right, so here we are. We're looking for traders, and I need people that are willing to work a 40 plus hour work week, and we're looking at making a possibility of 60 plus $1,000 a year, and we're looking for traders that can trade. Primarily, we will be trading cryptocurrencies, but this will open up to stocks, bonds, options, futures, forex, and indices. So, if you have the relevant experience and are looking for more information, please contact me via DM, and I will get back to you as soon as I possibly can. Thank you.
That's great. Now that is really good. That works. You could say that in 100 different spaces and probably get 500 DMs. So that's the winner. You hit on all the major points. What you're looking for, what you're going to be able to compensate, basically that you know that you're looking for people to contact you via DM. And all right,
Right.
so that's good. Approximately how many Twitter Spaces do you think you're going to be able to recruit in per day from now until the 15th?
Oh, per day. Let's see. I've got two that I'm regularly attending and constantly going in and out of, but that will increase as time goes on. My Unfortunately, my time is slightly limited because I have to constantly be in contact with the client because I am under contract for this position. But yeah, it's proven to be a hassle,
All right, well, give me a number.
but not something that is above me.
All right, well, give me a number.
What was that?
Give me a number. How many Twitter Spaces do you think you can be in a day from now until the 15th?
Oh, probably about 700.
No way. Not even close. Guess again. Dream on. No way. There aren't that many.
Oh, really?
No, I mean they're not like unlimited, and people won't let you just come in there and chill position for no reason. So you're looking maybe 10 a day, like on a good day.
10 day. Okay.
No, 10 a day. I said 10 a day. Um, because they don't just let you come up.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
They won't let you just come up and speak either. Sometimes you have to wait like an hour to be able to speak in some of these bigger spaces. So, um,
Okay,
just a heads up there. So you're looking at maybe 150 or so until
total.
yeah, total. But that's still good. That's gonna You'll probably after each one of those get 2 to 3 direct messages after that. So that gives you maybe 300 to 450 candidates or so, which all you're looking for is four. So
Okay.
it's not crazy. Do you know who the big steppers are? BIGSTEPPAS.
I don't. No.
Okay, so they are the people. They have a Discord, and I recommend you join. I'm live in that Discord right now as well, um, on camera. What you want to do is get into their spaces. They will let you up, especially because you have something tangible, and their spaces are very large. What they usually do, which is smart, and I don't know this for sure, but this is what I have surmised. Basically, they start a space. they get a core group of people in there. Then they bot the space with like 400 or 500 people, about 400 or 500 bots, and then the space ends up getting like 700, 800, 900 people with like 400 or 500 bots. So maybe 400 real people, and that gives you a huge platform from which to be able to promote yourself. And they run these things 2 or 3 times a day. So if you can get into their spaces, uh, that's ideal. So the Discord is discord.gg/BIGSTEPPAS. You join that. They have over 8,000 people in their Discord. They do have a self promotion channel in their Discord if you wanted to go in there and put a little write up on what you're looking. Um, but like basically whenever they have a space, if you can get into that space, it's the biggest space for shilling basically um, that you're gonna find. There's also another one. One of my friends does it. His name is Penn Island, and he bots his, but he'll get like 1,200 people in there with like maybe I don't know a few hundred bots or something like that. The reason why the people bot these things is it's great to have like 50 people in your space. That's wonderful, and it's an accomplishment. But people aren't going to run to it. It's not necessarily going to get ranked highly in the Twitter space rank until it has hundreds of people. So once you make it look like you have hundreds of people in there, then everybody runs to it. And if you can get into one of these spaces and you are able to tell people a figure, you're going to be making $60,000 a year. For some Americans and people from the UK, that's okay. That's probably about average what they're making, what they could be making in the real world in finance to some extent. But to some people, even if they're in the UK or United States or Europe or wherever, that's going to be really good money. And then you might get some diamond in the rough who's just some trader in Nigeria who knows absolutely everything, has quality internet. I know I've met people with that, and they're amazing. And all they've been doing is forex trading for the last 5 years and crypto trading for the last 7 years or whatever it is. And you may say, I'm going to take a flyer on this guy because he's just out of this world knowledgeable and very motivated. And I have been able to connect with him every day for the last 2 weeks, and I've never had communication issues with him. He knows how to speak into a microphone. He knows how to promote himself in a professional manner. This guy's great, and like you're that's going to be to that person. That's like $600,000. I mean, it's perhaps even more than that. So like you're gonna get some really hungry people for this too. But if you go into those spaces, those big, go ahead, go ahead.
Can you send me in a link to these different um, Discord spaces?
Yeah, I won't send you the. Uh, I'll send you the Discord servers. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
So there's really.
Yeah, because I apologize.
You're good. I'll send it to you right now. If you were, I misinterpreted when you said spaces. If you were talking Twitter spaces, I was going to say, well, there are a lot of them, and they're not always um, consistent. Like sometimes they start them, and then they might end them for whatever reason. I don't want it, and if you don't join right away, um, you may not get the message. But if you go to the link that I just sent you, make sure it works if you would. So what you do is you copy that link that I just sent you and put it in the plus in the bottom of Discord. When you add a new Discord server, it should let you in.
Okay.
And
thank you.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I was looking for.
Excellent. And so what you want to do in that one is keep an eye on the general chat. Whenever one of the hosts does um, a Twitter space, they'll put it in there. And you'll also see what you can do is whenever they have a space, you just look at who the hosts and co-hosts are, and just keep an eye on those people, even turn on their notifications, because you'll see that they're the regular host spaces. There are probably about 10 of them, and they have a really good system. So what they've done is they've partnered with some bigger projects, like some trading platforms, and what they do is basically maybe for the first hour of the space, they'll talk about the trading platform that is sponsoring them, that's actually paying them, and then they open it up to anybody who wants to show their project. So that's when I say, like, sometimes you have to wait an hour for these things. You do, but what I generally do is I I join the space and I get ready to talk, or wherever it's like my I've sent my request, and then I'll just watch a podcast or a TV show or something, or do whatever, and just keep an eye on my device. And then when they have allowed me to talk, I mute everything. I go in, I do my spiel, and then if anybody has any questions, I answer them, and then I move on to the next one. And that's really what my day is, um, to promote myself as much as possible. I can tell you, if you do this, I've been doing this for almost exactly 1 month, and I have 2,000 followers. Now I can't guarantee next month I'll get 2,000 followers because I've already basically absorbed a lot of the people who would normally follow me. But if you dedicate yourself to this, at least until the 15th, you could probably get at least 1,000 followers from doing it. So you're looking at that kind of
Okay.
connection. Is that a game changing amount of followers? No. But the people who will follow you, I have some people who got a UFC fighter who follows me. He's got like 500,000 followers. Some really big traders, 200,000. So it's just like you're gonna connect with some whales by doing this as well, especially because you're gonna be offering cold hard cash, and not everybody's gonna be doing that.
Right.
Did you get the? Oh,
But yeah, I'm also.
I see that you joined the Big Steppers, so that's great. You may have to do a verified. Do you see that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So make
Oh
sure.
no, I don't.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So do you see that I'm in the lounge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. I'm actually gonna send you one more that I just thought of. It's discord.gg/soul on chain. I'm live in that Discord as well. It's a little bit smaller, but that community is pretty high net worth individuals, um, and they are all over the world. So it give you uh, a good group of people, and they regularly host spaces. That's what I'm doing. These aren't just like discords that I'm saying you should join. These are people who will regularly host spaces where they let you talk about your project, and they're they're very nice to me. I literally live in their discords. I never ask. It's one of those things. It's kind of like, what is the phrase? Um, like, ask for what it. Let's see here. The phrase is something like "do it and ask for permission later" or something like that. Um, well, I have found that if I ask for permission before I start doing it, a lot of times they'll talk amongst their moderators and they'll be like, "Yeah, we don't know if we want somebody streaming in here 24/7 for the end till the end of time." But if I just do it, and then they just already know that I'm doing it, and then they might question me on it. Hey, so you just stream your life in there? Yeah. And then if I'm already going, then nobody really bats an eye to it. That's what happened with Soul on Chain. That's what happened with the Big Steppos. And then I actually get people who request that I stream in their Discord, which is quite an interesting, um, like, way to network. Like, one guy came in and he's like, "Is this a loop?" A lot of times people think I'm on loop because I generally am just like talking, and you don't know if it's just like a live broadcast. And they're like, "No, it's live." And they're like, "How do I get this in my server?" And I'm like, "You mean just like me live streaming in there? Uh, I'll just do it." And another reason why they think it's on loop is because I'm muted. so they can't hear what I'm saying. So it's just literally me on camera, not necessarily with them understanding what I'm saying. So one guy earlier this week,
Oh, okay.
or late last week, was like, "Will you like what's it gonna take for you to stream in my Discord?" And I know I could have named a price, but I didn't want to. I'm just not financially motivated like that necessarily. I more do it for just promotion, and so I was just like, well, I'll do it for a week, and if your community likes it and I like it, and it's been, you know, hunky dory basically, then we'll just continue to do it. So it's been so far so good in there. Um, but these other
Nice. Right on, right on.
absolutely, these other discords, they're really nice, they're really welcoming, and once they hear you're different than just some reply guy or somebody who's launching a token, like, what do we call your project? What is it?
I'm not entirely sure.
Right.
At the moment, the name is up to change, and also I don't want to leak it
Okay, that's
just
fair.
yet.
That's fair.
But you can call it just a financial service.
Perfect. Okay, that's excellent, Matt. That's what you want to call it. Because when you're promoting this, people are going to say, okay, well, what is it? Are you just hiring people, or are you just like, is there a coin? Is there an NFT? No, there's none of that. It's a financial service organization.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That works perfect.
Yeah. So I would
Oh
even.
yeah. Also, are you Jewish?
I am.
I am as well.
Excellent. Very well. Do you practice?
No, I'm not practicing.
Okay. Well, never too late.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Absolutely. Well, that's great. In terms of your pitch, you should say that I mean, you almost want to open with that. Hi, everyone. My name is Matt. I am the leader of a financial service organization looking to recruit 4 traders within the next month or so to be able to work with high net worth individuals in primarily crypto trading. We are looking for highly motivated, energetic people with trading experience to join our team. You'll be making approximately starting base salary of $60,000 with the opportunity at commissions and bonuses. You should know that if we're successful in this first year, the opportunity to grow with us is going to be there in subsequent years. And if you are of uh, interested in what we're doing in this financial service organization, send me a DM with your trading experience. And if we think that you're a good fit, I'll follow up with you and we can start getting you prepared to potentially start working on our team. When you say it's a financial service organization,
Yeah.
that to me tells you what it is. So it's not like um, it creates more of a concrete understanding of what it is people are DMing you about. Like, yeah, I've got uh, maybe forex trading experience or crypto trading experience, but what am I joining? That's the other part of it that we didn't really have. So saying that it's a financial service or a financial service organization basically gives people a great idea of what they're going to be have the opportunity to join. So if you say what it is, how much people are making, what kind of experience they need, and how to contact you, you could do a bunch of those pitches. And then you're going to get people who ask questions. So then let's go through the questions you're going to get asked. Are there any benefits?
Ooh, yeah. One of the main benefits is, first of all, this company is starting out with this amount. This is starting amount. So if we grow the firm beyond $10 million, think about how much you will be making. You could be making as much as 500 to $1 million a year if we if you won't have to worry about the growth process. That'll be another department, and the benefits at the start are going to be bonuses. First of all, like let's say we're just starting out at a annual or monthly income of $125,000. That is fluctuable. We could make as much as 250, $500,000 a month because speculative markets perform a little bit better than traditional finance. So we could be looking at growing these accounts and growing. I will be looking to grow the total assets under management. So we could be looking at a sizable increase. And your pay does increase as you increase or as the company increases. So this is starting, we're only starting with a handful of people. So that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to grow past 50 employed traders. That means that we are going to grow accounts and we are going to use that to grow our own net worth.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Aquarius.
But
I'll be with you in just a second, Mr. Aquarius. All right, Matt, you're gonna get the question. So, there are no medical, no dental, no retirement at this time, right?
at this time, unfortunately,
Excellent. All right, and are these people going to be employees or contractors?
contractors.
Excellent. So you may want to say that in your opening pitch, that we're looking for
Okay.
trading contractors, or yeah, just you don't necessarily have to say that, but it gives some clarity that the, of what categorization
Okay.
is going to get
Yeah.
people. That means that
Yeah, because I want to be as concise as possible and get the relevant information across. But I see you have another listener, so I will go ahead and bid you adieu. I do have
Absolutely.
other things that
you take
are
care, Matt.
pressing that I should get back to.
Absolutely. Keep me updated tomorrow, okay?
But yes, sir, I do appreciate your space and everything, and I wish you all the best of days.
Take care, my friend.
All right, take care.
All right, Mr. Aquarius, you ready for me?
Give me a minute. Get my tea out of this microwave. Let me do a single one. I'll get it in just a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Sequoia. I'm in Sequoia's. Hey, Landon. What's up? Nothing much. How are you? Good. Just went to some basketball. I see. You excited about that too? It's hard to open. Oh, God. Mom, can you open this? This thing hard to open. Yeah, yeah. Okay, it's okay. We do it like that. Thank you. All right. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Hey. Jimmy Hoodie. Girl, my job coughing. I told her, look here, that's why she didn't come Wednesday, last Wednesday, because she said she had a cold. I said, look here, to cover your mouth. I ain't trying to have it. You don't know that if you don't cover your mouth, that's germs. You just come, it's new.
Yeah, it's like white.
What are you talking about? You
The
talking about just
the
lemon juice. What are you talking about? I don't even see what you're talking about right now. I'm over here.
the Play-Doh app, they changed it
Mhm.
to like a winter theme.
Yeah, yeah. You didn't see that?
Yeah, I didn't know if you were looking for it.
Oh, this thing ain't open. Ah, this is just on my nerves, man. About some more damn lemon juice, because I'm not trying to get what's this? This another thing of lemon juice? Lemon juice, I was that. This junk is not acting perfect. What is this in the back? I'm not going to open this. This thing, like it almost work. Oh, this is the real line. I use this one. I don't know what this is. I ain't gonna do this. Okay, do this one. What's this? This. This. 0520. Okay, this is good. I use this. Real lime juice. I can do lime juice, right? I can do lime juice. Yes. I'm finna do this. I don't know that. Like it don't squirt. All right. Yeah, you're gonna have to do this. That virus lemon juice. Have to do. Buy some lemon juice. All right. Burn and then we can play. Oh yeah. Okay, where is my? I gotta find my phone. You know what I did with? I gotta misplace my damn phone. Oh, there you go, right here. Okay. Where is my phone? Sit there for a minute. Who had all these tips, but whatever. Let's get ready to rumble. Look to the fighter out. Okay. There we go. Let's go. All right. Right. And let's go, everybody.
That was great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That got me some more flavor tea bag. Ugh, I forgot the berry. It's the elderberry good. Hey, let's go. Good job. You win that one.
When you win, Mr. Aquarius, you win, I win.
Who put me in the mini golf? You put me in mini golf?
Yeah, accidentally. My finger slipped. Just reject it.
Yes. I played the other one. You had the something with the pond.
Get it.
Hmm.
Oh, you hit it.
Get in there, Rabbi.
Come on.
Nah, you got it, Rabbi. You got it, Rabbi. Good job. You win that one.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Friendship. Yeah. Alrighty. I will talk to you later. I'll be back through when I get through.
God
Get
willing.
in the bed, okay?
Excellent, Miss Aquarius.
Okay. God's willing. See you tomorrow.
God willing. See you tomorrow.
responsibility and getting addicted to the gym. But takes it to a the guy is the definition of tone deaf. Just watch how he asks a technical question in this next clip and then decides to just answer it himself, going on this long ass rant about how much he loves drinking. She was like, yo, and I was like, absolutely. And then within the second I started, it's like, all right, back in the game. 8:30, if I had to drink by 8:30, I go, oh yeah, it's not really. If I can get to 8:30, I call the witching hours when the sun sets, and then it's beautiful outside, and everything seems perfect, and you feel like you earned it. Because there's gonna be times where like you really want to be harsh when the motherfuckers out there. But it's an idea of working hard is recording two podcasts on the same day with the same guest, and then releasing them within a week of each other. That's 2 hours of hard work right there, sitting in an air-conditioned room and talking about yourself into a microphone while a dozen of you staff are running around tending to every door. This is the kind of shit that turned everybody against these guys over the last few years. In fact, there was a conversation between Tom Segura and Joe Rogan and JRE a while ago that actually inspired me to start this channel. It was the conversation where Tom was explaining to Joe how doing ice baths helped him to get through a tough period of a couple of weeks when he had to record a bunch of fake episodes before he went on tour. He was saying how cold plunging every morning helped him get through recording in the studio from 10:30 in the morning until a small river, which is like 4,500 pounds. That was the point where I was like, okay, I can't take this anymore, and decided it was time to call these guys out. And since then, I've had some pretty brain dead takes from her, but this next one takes the cake. How much was it? So I didn't know even if you had microdose mushrooms, how come you can't microdose everything? That's a good question. Microdose alcohol. I think it's an interesting conversation we had because it needs to be a certain amount of alcohol just to get to that mental alcohol feels the smart. Yeah, that's all I want us to get in that and then pull it away. And then just get there by whatever they should do. Like, hey, I don't feel like mushrooms are gonna do that. That's what they say. I can't avoid microdose mushroom, but I also will use mushrooms to trip my balls. And so here, what problem is Xanax? I can love Xanax. I think Xanax is great drugs. I've been taking it. I've been taking it probably 3 years. I was explaining my lifestyle to a cardiologist, and he was like this. I was like, yeah, I like to get after it on the weekends, and then yeah, and then on Monday I take a Xanax for 4 p.m. I don't look to drink, and then I take a sleep great, and then I don't drink Tuesday, I don't drink Wednesday, and I don't drink Thursday, I don't drink Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Xanax, all that. He was like, stop with Xanax. He's like, not too great. So really, you've never taken Xanax again, you've never let you take Xanax again. So I'm taking Xanax, and I like the taking of it. I like the drinking, I like the actual, I like measuring it, I like the being the scientist that's reading this thing, you know? It's like with cocaine, I would love to be the guy that does one cocaine is heavy in your pocket. And this one, my dad told me when I was like 17, he said, never try cocaine because you'll love it. And I did, and it was delicious. That was Crushes, smoking milk with my good he thinks he's on to the next best thing, but it ends up sounding like a massive dumbass. Microdosing mushrooms and alcohol are two completely different things. Like, holy shit, someone really needs to sit Bert down and explain to him that all the stuff Bert loves taking fries your brain. It doesn't sharpen your brain. That's seriously one of the dumbest things I've ever heard on this podcast. is no small amount of alcohol that makes you more focused and mentally capable. Alcohol is literally a depressant that kicks in immediately. You can't fucking microdose Jesus. And this guy spent 7 years in college listening to talking about microdosing alcohol. It's like watching a toddler try to explain quantum physics. It is the word microdosing. It's a means you just keep drinking throughout the day instead of binge drinking at night. Dude, that's called being an alcoholic. Microdosing mushrooms is about enhancing cognition without being intoxicated. And he's pitching this idea to a recovering alcoholic. And don't even get me started on words that asphyxiation. He's basically a drugged up suburban housewife trapped in a 300-pound middle-aged man's body. And don't forget he's bragging about this shit. This isn't some honesty session where he holds himself accountable or tries to improve himself. He thinks this is a flex. Bueno, comedian. As always, though, things are going on less from here. Make myself feel like people love me. So, I put on my eggs in that basket. Lay the whole time. That's how I experience love. You're so loved. I know, you're actually in the room when I think of the most lovable people. There's inside me shit terrible comments on this episode. It shocks me people hate me, and really for a period of time that really affected me. anything about him, which will apologize to him. He was clearly fishing for an apology, but it's the kind of guy who sends his brilliant Christmas card. But like I said in the intro, I pulled out one of his Shane Gillis stories yet again, and these are basically a meme at this point. He's done this so many times now that this shit is formulated. Watch the clip and then I'll explain exactly what I mean. Just for context though, they were talking about authentic artists and how they're rare, and so we're brought up his buddy Shane as an example of someone who's the same background as he is behind closed doors. Shane Gillis is the realist. He's so good. He's man. There's things people don't know about him that I would never share because I don't think it's what you never want people to know about him. None of that. Just like just so much stuff. So much stuff. I love it. It makes me love him. There's so much. He's the monkey epitome of a comic for me. Like the day I met him, and I made him do. This was like 15 years ago, and I made him do fireball shots like that. He was like, oh, sure. And then the next day, he emailed me. I don't have his email. Look at the email. He emailed me. It's so funny. I thought, man, you got me really well yesterday. Thank you for someone to take all the photos here. So earnest. Now I use like equipment. You'll change your eye picture. Look at the temperature of the community is. You're like, this is the equivalent of Brendan Shaw talking about theater. Straight after he says Shane Gillis is the realist, he immediately goes into how there's all this stuff people don't know about him that you can't say on the podcast. And he goes straight to the story about how he knew Shane before he was famous and how he was basically responsible for discovering him. Shane thought that was the coolest and asked if he could go on the road together. He couldn't just say Shane's the real one. I've known him for years and he's never changed. Instead, we get this convoluted story where Bert's the hero and Shane's his disciple. And that's the thing with her. Every story somehow circles back to him. You can't just compliment someone without rewriting history to make himself the main character. Shane Gillis would give a fucking cancer tomorrow, and Bert would still find a way to insert himself into the story. Like, well, actually, back in 2014, Shane told me that I inspired him to believe in himself or some shit. It's the same insecurity hook every single time. He is so desperate to be viewed as the wise and loving godfather of comedy that changed the game and helped discover some of the biggest names in history. The guy who wrote his own monologue. And two videos as you remember videos as me. Losing something and you imagine even expecting yourself to listen to it. That's my favorite. I would like to thank everyone who came because there's no one else. Kurt Kreischer, myself, was a great man. He was better than you think. I didn't know he was well. I'm the one who wanted to fucking hang with people on the sub of my wedding. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my luxury. All you need to know about Kurt Kreischer is he tried so hard to make you happy. That's all you need to know. He's gonna miss this life so much. I'm gonna miss life so much. I'm so bummed. I don't think I died because it hadn't happened yet. Like, we just went to a talk this one time. I was like, if I had a blood, I should end the show. After I said this, I died. It's a nice little team. I was like, are you gonna do it with me? Legend, like even utilizing himself is the most narcissistic thing I've ever seen him do. And I seriously think if FOMO was a person, it would be her. Every single person around him exists to entertain him. Imagine wishing your family would die when you die just so you don't miss out on living. That's the equivalent of if I can't have you, then no one else can. Oh, wait, how did you actually say that? And that is one who obviously asked him if he could flip up the world. Bert has managed to collect every single toxic trait known to mankind. If it wasn't for his fame and fortune, he'd either be in prison or living on the streets. Every clip from this episode is like punching him to every box on the checklist of why his audience turned him. The narcissism, the delusion, the oversharing, the name dropping, the fake humility, the compulsive He's not inventing it. I think that he's just a sad old man speaking eternally. I got a really late start to this day, which I fucked it up. How you feeling? No? Is that a good amount of time? Okay. I thought a lot of pressure to get up here. I guess you guys didn't feel nervous. You said my name. I was at the bar. I was tending bar. I had a day job. I was nobody involved in. So I'm gonna do it a little short. I gotta get back there and make the cocktails. Folks. Just right now, I'm just cooking actually because I'm just trying to enjoy the movie. So the next thing we're releasing is Monday. So for all of Brandon and all that, just as is lately, there's nothing information if you want to come out and see it. You guys, I've sort of some high on it. So we just launched a couple weeks ago, and just I was pretty happy that this week's book, it represents a part of this SWOT culture where you trust life for ripples to stay like RLAs and you can solve XRP to RLAs and being able to accept any of those XRP and RLAs. When reiterating a couple weeks ago, I was hoping that you can make this thing XRP. Now you're also making an RLAs. And so price project accelerated tries to connect that XRP wallet or access your marketplace. Yes, it's a meme coin. It's like 22 million. But Switch is a tapped token that was launched on rev share. But yeah, I'm pretty sure one of those I've heard from their spaces. Yes. They try to chill us at sort of papers. They're just like crypto psycho, big XRP $47.5 million wallets in one way. So you can see where I'm trying to go with our marketplace. If I were to integrate some other helping things in the market for the heavy wallet systems, opportunity one, two wallets. I would say it's playing in hard. $326 million in volume. $2 million wallets also. I think XRP has 7.5 million. Just let's put it in the percentage size for it. I think it's going to be done. Yeah. That's what I'm looking at right now. Well, this is reps. Oh. My bad. Yeah, no, it's got to happen. Building trauma. I think the Rabbi should maybe have the Rabbi blessing or Rabbi blessing Saka. There you go. It's fucking beautiful. I love this. That is great, Rabbi. So, guys, thanks for letting me come up. I don't want to all go down now, but thanks for your way. You're laughing. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to cut you off. I apologize. That was not how that happened. If you would roll so, do you have a token? I mean, I've been trying to search for gambling addicts. So if you have a token, you can buy it. I was looking on your website. I was looking through your ad. If I don't have a token, and maybe I should have a token. So you run as a real business, and if you don't have a token, so that's actually smart. Exactly. And I just thought that launching a new token might not help us also much interest. But what I would really like to maybe have some NFTs is, let's say, at a marketplace. So let's say you sell at let's say something items, you have NFTs, something like that. That would be kind of a future tradition. Right now, I'm trying to just get it out to try it. We can sell it. Actually, listings and try and sell stuff. Yes, or now, those videos they response to. And that's the part that you mentioned that your buddy there, the old guy, is actually and that's probably not probably that's he's being actually now, such as or to allow that for transactions as well. Because I thought that people don't actually want to. Because it's like famous Bitcoin story. I just that's a big dad. And that's like in people's minds. XRP, of course, XRP. Yes, they want to buy it. The argument actually we all have this currency that we spend eventually. So that's why I thought now it's like that's the big I think so. Kind of out of what I like. Right now, I'm just always talking about I'm on your website and I'm looking at your marketplace. Is the majority of the marketplace locked until you create a wallet, or can the general public see all of the listings in your marketplace, then decide Yeah, but I would definitely, from the XRP people, of all of the token people that I've dealt with, they're the ones that like to launch their XRP and maybe think more than just about anybody else, whereas a lot of people I know are degenerates that will throw a soul at anything and don't care what happens to it, where I know too many people that have XRP and treat it like it's God's gift and don't want to spend it. So I think definitely branching out is definitely the smart move for that, especially with the more stable USD and stuff like that. But I think Solana is definitely a good transition for that. So people with soul are much more likely to spend it. So, yeah, thank you. Wow. I'm not close to the idea. But yeah, that's just from the big XRP whales that I know of. That's how they are. It's, yeah, most of these things. One guy I'm watching, and he's selling a piece of artwork from selling in person. And I think there's this app. Some feedback I got with so far is there's been a lot of issues actually physical artwork, but collectible. So I think we might that work. Yeah, we've watched before. We might just try to launch issues that actually makes, for example, South Korea has a lot of extra people, Japan has a lot of extra people. So that would be South Korean, Japanese, and 14 other languages. 40 languages, 40 languages. Nice, that's cool. That's smart. So yeah, now you're definitely ahead of the game and you've spent the time on the back end of building, which I think is as important as anything before just running a launch anything and whatnot. So I feel like you're doing everything the right way, correct? Sure. Thank you. Thanks for listening, guys. That was just a little thing because now I'm entering this marketing phase, which is a whole other. Yes, you can hide behind a computer, but getting up in front of it and then talking to people is a whole other challenge for sure. It's not only that, I mean, just, it's a big idea that like a lot of eyes need to draw it. It's to get to know how do you cast it like that. It's very difficult to do that. How do I like I'm trying to struggle with streets. Yeah, that's the way to do it. You got to be willing to take criticisms and listen to different things as you go along too, which some people can't do either. Well, for sure. Actually, it was in some of these spaces where I was talking to people, I think I'm actually giving me some ideas. Like, for example, the gentleman asked me to do the marketplace publicly. When I launched 2 weeks ago, I didn't have that. And somebody was saying to me, oh, you should remind users of public limits listings before they actually like for sure. It's like, yes, for sure, 100%, that makes total sense. So now I can do that. Cool. No, that's good for sure. So thanks for listening. Yeah, no, of course. Thanks for stopping by and telling us about it. Mr. Larry, no need. I'll do it. Where's Rabbi? What's up with Rabbi? Go just be quiet tonight. No. There's a lot of good thing I wanted to have a space today, so yeah, I know. Rabbi, what's up? How you been, Rabbi? You still streaming 24/7?
Absolutely. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. May I please share my project with everyone? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential individual. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these streams, the link to my YouTube is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and grow larger every day. I want you all to know, in addition to making you wealthy and wanting to ensure I promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Amazing question. I have to say that was a pretty epic introduction. Yeah. No, I have not. Amazing. I will put that shit on the wall. I'll check out your YouTube. You'll see him. The last time he was here, he showed up and he was sitting there. You could see him working away. He does have a coin, by the way. He won't let you buy it, but he does have one. Larry did buy some, by the way. So
That's it. That don't look at it. Don't look at it. You don't want it. You don't want it. You want to buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. The ticker is Bitcoin. That's the one you want to buy. That's the one I promote. The only reason why I have a coin is so that I can live stream on Pump Fun. And so don't buy my coin. You don't want it. You want Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu.
one thing you will learn about global, if you tell him no, I mean, those type of tokens, wow, right? That's it's just you just never know. That would just blow off. So that's kind of cool. What is actually more? I know what is more than his tokens. So you never know.
1985. Who, why no deep that K?
Sucks.
You don't think that he can return as artificial intelligence? Oh my God. Artificial intelligence can absolutely return as Jesus. Not just return as Jesus, but return as Jesus with all the powers of Jesus. Right? Tesla's Optimus robot. Huge career movement, right? So how embarrassing to brag about any like huge career movement, right? So self-serving. But something huge is happening for me this weekend. We get to perform at the same exact venue for my favorite comedy specialist. Specialist probably the scripture, no embarrassing, is we did a deep fried turkey. Yeah, I was a little smoked turkey. Turkey's turkey, man. Even if I ever had turkey, I'm like, oh, let's do this again. Once a year. It's such a brainer. It's not going on the weekend. My brother was obviously in town for Thanksgiving, and he showed me this thing called Forest. And I see it. It's true. That one is a little more concerning. I'm sorry. I'm not excited for that because, yeah, but so Mozart and we talked about this tattoo before. It's like, come on. It's just, that's the really is the turkey guy. We did a deep fried turkey. Yeah, I was a little smoked turkey. Turkey's turkey. Yeah, Friendsgiving thing. Even though Wednesday, that was the funnest. Kids were there. It's chill. He made us last night. So he has a piece of it. Oh my god. And like, get some else. Get it. I'm making it. He goes, what was it? That's a lot. What? Yeah. She's serious. Yeah, for whatever. It's like 2 hours away from here, I think. You have access? You serious? Access theory. Access theory. This was like this. Big hunter. Documented. Is it for the show? First time? No, it's my buddy's out here. We have friends, Friendsgiving thing. And I came and he keeps saying, yo, let them count down, man. So, you know, like, no, seriously. Yeah. 3:30. I don't mind big food. Yeah, she needs to be there. It's not too far away. That's awesome. Please film so I can even take a GoPro or something. Yeah, I'll try to get some stuff. That's my phone. And I said, I'm going to bring like, I think you can. Yeah. I ran off the wrong dress. That's what's dope about Texas too. Yeah, which is nice. But I mean, Texas, you don't really need a license to rent certain animals. So you just go ahead. That's so dope about Texas. That's kind of like, yeah, man, it's not going to be so bad. Not fair. That's where James, that's where my boys. That's like, Jackie, man, locked into the culture. Dragon, monkeys, wings. Right? So should be sad. excited for you. Of course, people are talking now. You're on to then bitch. We got like a bitch right there. I'm all set on hobbies. I can't that some type of thing. Maybe I do it once every few months or something. Yeah. You never know, you might love it. Yeah, maybe.
Yo, who's my favorite K-pop band? Those bitches from Star or whatever. Really? Oh, those bitches are so hot. What is this? And how can I make my entire life about it? Pardon me. Sister. Little boo thing. Sister. Dog. That was my favorite fucking episode. One of my favorite episodes. Sister. That we go. What is this? How can I make my entire life about it? Touch my body. That's it. Oh, I love it. I love it. That shit is so fucking funny. They summarize K-pop. Oh, yo, somebody liked my shit. Have you watched my video yet? I haven't even watched it. Like, watched it 1,000 times. Sister Family Guy. Damn, my fucking thing is. I mean, like, do I have a type? Hot chick? Yeah. Sister Family Guy. Touch my body. What is this? What is this? And how can I make my life? What a funny line. What is this? And how can I make my life about it? Not sister, why would you get me off of it? It's called Sister Family Guy. And if you don't know that, I'm going to have to teach you. It should be 30 different of these. Dog. Dog. It's Sister. That's Sister. No one knows what that is. It's like weird. Not Sister. Dude, why do they? Dude, it's Sister K-pop Family Guy. Touch my body. There's no direct relation between Sister and the show. Well, I beg to differ. Dude, Zuckerberg, your shit sucks, man. What is this, and how do I make my life about it? Remix. You reposted. No, not what I meant to do. Dog. How do I? Dog. What is this? Watch Korean pop videos. What is this, and how do I make my life about it? Sister. What is this song called? Touch my body. No, it's the music video, dog. Who's it?
Baby, if you wanted to touch my body, you should have voted for it. Oh, really, baby? Really, baby? Well, luckily, no one wants to touch your body, you Jewish-looking freaking bitch. Baby, if you wanted to touch my body,
Yeesh. That's my thing, though. Well, who is this racist bitch?
Baby, if you wanted to touch my body.
What's up with everybody with these wood panels in the back?
You should have voted for it.
She doesn't even look Jewish.
Really, baby? Well, luckily, no one wants to touch your body, you Jewish-looking freaking bitch.
That's not even funny. That's really mean. And she doesn't even look Jewish. What kind of Jews are you looking at, girl? You don't look like that. That was mean. That was mean as fuck. Alright, dog. How don't they have this? What happened to Nick Paleocatini? That's what I want to know. Family Guy. Touch my body. What is this? And how do I make my entire life? Dog, how do you remix this shit? Oh, there it is.
If you're so pro-life, let me ask you this. Would you go down to the orphanage and claim an unwanted baby and take care of it?
No, but I'm here to save the unborn. Once they get out of the vagina, they can go themselves. I want to watch all of these movies non-stop. Man, what do you think these? Man?
What is this? And how do I make my entire life about it? Dude, I'm gonna have to do this old school.
Oh, wait, you're in no condition to drive.
I'm fine to drive. I'm so fine. I can do all the tests. See, I can touch my nose.
Yo, dogs, how are you? Excellent. Are you coming to my Discord? Yeah, I know, but you haven't been back since. Everybody misses you. I know, it took you like 10 years. Okay, why are you having sex with trees? Alright, baby. That's tight. Have you been drinking tonight? Alright, baby. What is this? Candy for hug marshmallow.
What is this? And how can I make the rest of my life about it?
There we go. That's what we want. Yo, dog, I'm currently doing something, my friend. All's good in the hood, son. Thank you. What is this? And how do I make the rest of my life better? But edit. Stop this. What is this? And how do I make the rest of my life about it? What is this? And how do I make the rest of my life about it? Close. Wow, calm down. What is this? And how do I make the rest of my life about it? That was so sick. Sistar. Maybe the best band ever. Oh, are you fucking serious? What is this? And how do I make the rest of my life about it? What is this? And how do I make the rest of my life about it? Make the rest of my life about it. What is this? And how do I make the rest of my life about it? What up, baby? I love you too, my man. How much have you had to drink tonight? 6 what? Oh, that's tight. How's O'Doul's? Have you been drinking O'Doul's? Have you been drinking Schlitzke? Have you been drinking Schlitzke? Have you been drinking Schlitzke? It's it's the gay beer from the 1990s SNL skit starring Chris Farley and Adam Sandler. Where the fuck have you been? All right, well then you should know what Schlitzke is, dog, and you should know when they're like this, and he's like this. Oh, I don't think you know Schlitzke, dog. Schmitzke. Dog, I'm gonna watch it with you just because you're such a bitch. What is this garbage? Yo, here we go, baby. This is for you, you little slut. This is the beer you drink. That's Adam Sandler, you slut. This is your beer. There's Chris Farley. And this is the beer you drink. This is your beer. This is your beer. You had 6 of these tonight. You had 6 of these. You have a big thirst and you're potentially gay. Hey, man, that's what I like to hear. Excellent, man. Absolutely. They should make that. I don't know why they don't make gay beer. I mean, then you're basically like, I don't know. It, oh, you're still completely gay if you want to stick your dick in him. But you have a great sense of humor as a homosexual. Word, dog. Word, dog. Schmidt's gay.
This place is just wait till you see the pool.
Would you drink a beer that is marketed to gay men? It tastes like Bud Light. There you go. That's the answer. There you go. How fucked up do you want to get? That's absolutely right. Right. There are two kinds of beers: free beer and cold beer. Drugs. I could go for a Schmitz a Schmitz gay. Maybe maybe at a pool party. I didn't say it was a gay pool party. I was just saying that if I want to get fucked up, the more and more I get to know you, the more and more I think that you like men. No, you're good. You're good. No, I know. I know. Um, so if there were a chewing gum marketed to gay men, would you chew it? It's an excellent, excellent question. They have different shaped versions of them. So for those who prefer the penis shape, you have that option. But then there's a standard stick version, like juicy fruit. In fact, that's what they could call it, juicy fruit. Dog, juicy fruit is missing out. If they made their gum in the shape of a penis, a lot more people in the gay community might chew it. That's incredibly brilliant. We are marketing executives, my friend. The people at Wrigley's need to hire us. Word, dog. 100%. Absolutely. I'm slinging dick like it's going out of style, son. How about you? Yeah, that's what I do, dog. I'm one of the best sleepers in the entire world. There are people in comas who are envious about how well I sleep. Dog, I'm good at it. It's one of the things I'm best at in the world. Slinging dick, eating pussy, and snoozing till there's no tomorrow. 1000%. What's on your agenda for tonight? What's on your agenda for tonight? Why don't you get her a vibrator? Are you going to be in any Twitter spaces aside from mine? Word, baby. Dog, have you ever had the drink the grasshopper? No, dog, it's a drink. It's an alcoholic drink. It's like a frozen ice cream alcoholic drink, and it's amazing. It's called a grasshopper. Dog, it's amazing. It's basic. It's like maybe the best alcoholic drink ever. It's like mint chocolate chip, creme de mint ice. It's like mint chocolate chip ice cream and creme de mint. It's like unbelievable. Dog, it's phenomenal. It gets you drunk slowly and then puts you in a perfect place. There you go. There you go. If you have an erection for longer than 4 hours, call your doctor. Yeah, but you need more than 20 minutes. Give it at least like 45 minutes. All right, here's my next question for you. If you were a Beanie Baby, what Beanie Baby would you be? Go. All right, I'll be with you in a second. What up, Zoot? How you living, slut? Zoot.
Can you hear me, Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
So, you want to know what Brock said?
Oh yeah, I want to know exactly what Brock said. Hit me with it, baby.
Brock said that in 20, if you're still streaming in 23 years, you have a 1 in 5 chance that you'll go viral for what you're doing. If you're streaming non-stop for the next 23 years, you have a 1 in 5 chance. And he said if you make it 50 years, that it's pretty much guaranteed if you stream for the next 50 years that you'll go viral.
Oh, that's tight. Okay, well, I'm on my way, baby.
So, how many years have been so far?
4.
All right, we've got another 29 years for the 1 in 5, and we've got another 25 years after that.
Dog, I think I'm
How old will you be in 50 years?
in 50 years. I'll be 90 years old.
Yeah, you probably go viral by then.
Yeah, dog. Well, thank you for the positivity. Zoot, are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
But yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to take you another decade to go around.
Okay, well, I
Maybe
think,
that's something else.
Zoot, I think you're full of shit. Dog, if I keep promoting myself in these Twitter spaces, 6 months tops, baby.
But it's going to take a while to have that.
No, it won't. You know what it will take a lot of, Zoot? You accepting my invitation to play mini golf, though. Have you accepted my invitation yet, Zoot? Or are you still jerking yourself off raw? Zoot, Zoot, I've sent you an invitation.
Connected.
Zoot.
Or disconnected.
Okay, well, Zoot,
As of now, though, Twitter's a very niche part of the internet.
Nah, it has enough power to make somebody go viral. People's tweets still go viral. Zoot, are you going to fucking... Zoot, I'm going to give you 20 seconds. Are you going to accept my invitation?
Yeah, but the people who are popular on Twitter are already popular on other platforms right now. There's no one that's going, oh, I can't name a single person out there who just like, they're famous through Twitter. I can't name a single person in history.
I can name like 1,000 of them.
Besides
I can name like 1,000.
Besides from Jack Dorsey, who created the fucking platform.
There you go. That's
even
one.
then, most people don't.
Jack Dorsey's one. Linda Yaccarino is 2.
I don't know who that is.
She's the former CEO. Oh, Zoot.
I just think Twitter's a very Twitter is a very niche platform.
Well, it's a good thing that I'm not just on Twitter, baby. I'm on everything.
Who knows what the major social media platforms will be in 25 years?
TikTok, baby.
No.
Did,
TikTok won't be a thing in 25 years.
okay, did you hear that Vine's coming back?
Yeah.
Are you on Vine?
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
not on Vine. You're full of shit, dog.
No, no. Do you think the social media platforms that we have now will still be popular in 25 years?
25 years is a long time. So you're asking, will YouTube still be a thing in 25 years? It's an excellent question.
Definitely.
Not definite.
Definitely.
Not definitely. There's no definites in the life and world.
But there's a high chance it will because YouTube is integrated. YouTube is one of the platforms that I think will survive because it's integrated into every fucking smart TV. So you can't really kill it.
Oh, there are ways to kill it. They could start charging people for uploading videos or charging people for storage. If they did that, that would kill it. Also, the amount of what a shot, Zoot. Zoot, that was the best shot I think I've ever seen on this hole.
In 9 days, a week from today in Australia, you need to be 16 to have a YouTube account.
I told you that was happening, and you said I was full of shit that wouldn't go through.
I didn't say that was. I didn't say that was that.
Yeah, you did like a year ago.
I said it's going to be impossible to implement, like, prove that the person's under the age of 16 in most cases.
Already now, if you join my server from England, it requires you to show your face. Discord does. So you know you fucked me.
Yeah, there's a ways around age verification.
Of course.
I can get a mask.
Yeah, but what if they say, "Give me your ID"?
There's multiple ways you can fake digital identity as well.
Okay. Zoot, you had like an excellent shot. Are you proud of it?
I could just Rabbi, I could code a fake ID. I could go on Grok right now or an AI platform, an AI platform and create the best fake ID the internet's ever seen and keep on using that if I wanted to.
Okay, I
There
think
are multiple ways.
Zoot, do you recognize that my shot may be one of the best shots ever? What do you think about this European Union chat police that they're doing? Have you heard about this?
I think um, I think I want to leave the West and go to. I think I want to leave all the Western countries behind. I fucking hate the West.
Yeah, you're gonna be in trouble, Zoot. You say a lot of mean things via typing, even though you don't mean them, and they're gonna be like on your ass about this shit.
I do.
What a shot! Maybe one of the best shots we've ever had the opportunity to see. Yeah, baby, Zoot, you've never beaten me on this hole. This is my hole. I haven't played this hole in months.
I was gonna do this when I had money before I fucking gambled a lot of it away because I'm a fucking degenerate, fucking idiot. I don't want to talk about it, but I was gonna move to Cape Verde. I feel like that's a good place to move to. I feel like that's going to be one of the biggest places in Africa where people work out. the Western civilization is too surveillance to make it a good place to live. I don't think a lot of people want to bring their children up in the West anymore.
They just don't want to have children. Zoot, you went from up.
Well,
Zoot, you went up.
well, no one can. Here's what's going to happen. No one can afford to have children. The housing crisis and the rental crisis in the Western countries is getting too out of control. People are going to start moving abroad. Take out online remote jobs, get paid from them, and then start families in these developing countries, and these developing countries will become civilized first world countries in the next 20, 30 years, maybe even less. And I think the people who see that have the opportunity to get extremely rich.
Zoot, what did you think about my pure domination right now of darts? Zoot, I've beaten you one game in a row. If I choose, I bet I could beat you 10 games in a row in darts if we play a certain way, not this way.
I mean, why would I pay $2 million for a house when I can pay $300,000, or like $2 million for like a 2-bedroom house in fucking, in a Western country when I can go to a developing country and make an investment like 300,000 for a 4 or 5-bedroom house. And it's just going to keep, and the economy is going to keep on growing when the economy here is just going to, people are going to start leaving because no one can afford shit.
Dude, all I know is that I'm about to dominate you. Oh, that was absolute garbage. Zoot, 1. Zoot got 2. Zoot got 20. Zoot, watch this move. Yeah, baby.
When you go viral, where are you making investments? Like what countries you investing in real estate?
It's known as Harry Potter, Obama Sonic, 1080, baby.
Metaverse?
The metaverse.
In the metaverse?
Word, dog.
Have you been to the metaverse?
Baby, I live in the metaverse.
What the fuck is the metaverse?
It's where I live. It's like this digital world of remote existence.
Is mine uploading technology going to be part of the metaverse as well?
Word, dog. Dude, we both have 421. That shit's wild, son.
Yeah, it'd be funny if we had 420.
I agree. Zoot. 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 Now's your chance. Now's your chance. Don't do eyes closed. Zoot, you're beating me by a lot.
Should I go?
Baby, you're up. Zoot, all I know is that you're up. Do you know what Europe is? It is a fucking continent. And you're up.
There we go.
Zoot, you're losing.
Did I tell you how many people like to stand up open mic on their own?
Yeah, there were 4 people in the crowd, 10 people who did stand up.
Oh yeah, that was only about 7 people.
What are your thoughts on K-pop Demon Hunters?
Yeah.
Zoot, What are your thoughts on K-pop Demon Hunters? Zoot,
I'd say
what are your thoughts
I've
on the
never seen it.
K-pop band Sistar?
I've never seen it.
Dude, they were in a they were in an episode of Family Guy and they look hot as fuck.
Okay, that's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
I know. There's an episode of Family Guy where Quagmire like goes back to this ex-girlfriend that he had who was Korean, and Peter and Joe and Cleveland go to visit with him, and there's this Quagmire's ex-girlfriend or whatever is like they're like, well, we're gonna eat dinner soon, but you guys can watch television in the meantime. And they turn on this music video of this Korean band known as Sistar, and there are like five hot chicks. And at the end, Peter goes, "What is this? And how can I make my entire life about it?" And it's very funny. Zoot, you lost. Zoot, you used to dominate me in this game. Zoot, you used to dominate me in this game. And here I am getting 105 points like a pimp. Like a pimp. Oh, Zoot, get this. Okay, that was pretty good.
That was
Zoot, I would say when we're playing these 501 games, that was good. That if you can average 60, that's like the best. That's like a good average. If you get less than 60, it's not good.
but you only just need you need to hit one thing to just
Yeah, but it's difficult.
Rabbi.
What up, baby?
There's one thing on my screen that you could have won that.
There's what? Wow, Zoot. Zoot takes the
How
lead.
when you know how it flashes like that one shot where you can win?
Yeah.
How my screen was flashing that where you should shot as well.
Okay. How could I have won?
I don't know, I think we just glitched out.
Okay. Zoot, we both have 216. We both have 216.
We're tied. Fuck, you're playing a better game than me now.
Well, I just had 100 points. That's pretty good. Zoot, it's Coast to Coast AM.
What's that mean?
It's the radio show that I listen to every fucking night. Oh, dude, I busted. Zoot, I busted.
That was good for me. You're still in front. So I don't buy. Can you buy?
I can now.
This is bad. This is bad. Right, you need a double 20. You should win in this next place. Can I win in the next show?
Yes. Well, the next round.
Justin.
The next round.
I'm gonna eat your shot.
No, you don't. I can win with one shot. And I just checked out, baby. Zoot, there's a lot of pressure on you. Oh, you're done. Oh, you could get 313, the 13 one. Triple 13, and you could win. Or you could tie for the win. Triple 13. It's flashing.
Alright, but if I'm next, I'll be fucked.
Oh, yeah.
Now I'm fucked.
Yeah, now you're fucked.
Fuck that.
Dog, Zoot, you did better. All right, come on, you're going to get me. You did really well there. You were within one shot of winning. Dog, how didn't any of those hit the 3? The triple. That's a 5. That's a 20. Get a triple here. Oh, that was close. Dude, that was a giant miss. I'm at 420. Dude, that was giant. That was a giant make. That was a giant make. That was not a good miss. Zoot, what did you think of that?
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, baby?
are the best comedians generally mentally ill?
No.
Who's a good comedian that's not mentally ill?
George Carlin was.
He wasn't mentally ill?
No. He was like a philosopher. Shane Gillis. Dave Chappelle. Shane Gillis, Dave Chappelle. They don't have mental
I
issues.
feel like Dave Chappelle would be mentally unstable.
Dog. They like took his show away from him. I don't know if he's any more unstable than any other person on earth. Name one comedian who you think is not mentally stable.
Robbie Williams wasn't mentally stable.
Dude, he's not a comedian. He's not a comedian. He's like some British guy who no one in the United States knows. And he's not a comedian. He's a pop
I
star.
said Robin Williams.
Oh, Robin Williams. I thought you said Robbie Williams. Okay.
I did it first.
Oh, so then you fucking changed it.
No, I fucking realized I pronounced his name wrong because they have similar names.
Yes, they do. I'll give you that.
Yeah, Robin Williams was mentally stable.
I don't know. I don't know how much people. I know what they say happened to him, but I never saw a body. I don't know what happened.
He didn't kill himself?
I just, if I don't see a body, I never know. Zoot,
You think Epstein killed himself?
Zoot, that's 3 wins. Zoot, that's 3 wins. Zoot, you've just gotten your ass kicked 3 straight times. And I'm going to do it to you again. You can't beat me. On the 501, you can't beat me. I'm unstoppable, baby.
Do you think Epstein killed himself?
I wasn't there, but there's a lot of evidence that that motherfucker's still alive.
No, he's not alive.
Okay.
He did die. He was murdered.
I mean, if you want to believe that, that's cool, and that's a neat story that you can tell yourself. That's great.
Too much evidence to say that, first of all, why wasn't he in technical custody under suicide watch? Second of all, why was he put in the same cell with a convicted murderer? Third of all, why were the cameras off?
Baby, I don't know the answers to any of these questions. You're asking the wrong guy. All I know is that you're playing pretty well right now. Dude, if you get a triple 20, you're going to start dominating.
Besides from the moon landing, what's a conspiracy theory that you can prove is real?
The I'll think of it in a second. The Tuskegee experiment.
Everyone, you think time travel is real?
It could be, baby.
How do you make a wormhole?
You need a lot of energy and be able to bend space-time.
Do you think we'll ever create a wormhole?
Yep. Zoot, you need a triple. You needed that triple 20. Zoot, I'm about to put you away right here. Oh, Zoot, what a major bust. Zoot, what a major bust. Here's your chance. Zoot, with a chance for the greatest comeback of his career. All right, Zoot. What are you going to do? You've got to get 30. Oh, you know, it's over, baby. That's like. That's 6.
If a wormhole appeared in your room, and like it looked like it was like you could see through the wormhole, and it was like looked like a fucking place of paradise, but you could walk through it, but you couldn't come back. Would you walk through it?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, you're probably the stream would go viral because everyone would be like, "This guy just walked through a wall."
Exactly. And then where would I go? Where did I go?
Like, what the fuck? Everyone be like, where did this guy go? What happened? This is not.
Oh, Zoot, that was big time. 105 points, baby. 105 points. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Zoot, you just got 25 points. Zoot, this used to be... Zoot, this used to be your game. You used to dominate me at it. You used to take me to the woodshed. And here I am, just undefeated against you today.
Alright, if you had to go to a time, if you had to go through a time machine, so if you could go back in time, but you had to everyone thinks you're dead in this current point in time, would you die?
Wait, what do I have to do?
You can time travel, but if you die in this universe, would you die?
Can I time travel to the future?
I mean, Yeah, but it's a different universe.
Well, what the fuck kind of universe is it?
It's one where you can change things from your past.
I don't really get your premise. I would go to a place of the future where mind uploading technology has been discovered, and then I would just utilize that. Oh fuck, Zoot.
Can we change things that happened in our lives when we have different memories whenever body technology happens?
Yes,
So we can delete memories?
yes, it's known as memory erasure.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
I think it's a good thing for people who've had traumatic events, post-traumatic stress disorder.
How far away do you think we are from mind uploading?
Perhaps it's already being done. Zoot, did you see this dominance? Zoot, Zoot, you used to dominate me in this game. And now here I am dominating you. Zoot, you want to play a different game? Zoot, I'm going to play you in Mancala. And I'm going to wipe the floor with you. And you're going to love it. And you're going to think it's the greatest thing you've ever seen. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. There he is. There's my Zoot. Are you going to go? Or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
Okay. Have you ever had a small dick?
When it's cold, I'm a grower and a shower, baby.
That's
Zoot. Oh, fuck you, dude. That was a great play. That might have been one of the greatest plays in the history of humankind.
brother, I'm going to go to bed after this.
Okay, well, just finish this game, son. Oh, that was good.
No, I lost.
Oh, yeah, you definitely lost. There's no doubt about that.
You ain't fucked up. You made a bad move.
Zoot, you might win. Zoot!
Your father stays there like that. I just lost.
You're up, baby.
I think I can lose. Now, how I said I don't think I can lose.
Yeah,
I might have fucked up.
you can lose, dog. You're up, Zoot.
I think I'm gonna be okay. Which is not good.
Baby, you're done, son. Baby, you're done. It's over for Zoot. It's over for Zoot. You better go. Baby. Zoot. It's over. It's over. Zoot, you're done, big dog. Zoot, you're done, big dog. Zoot, you are done, big dog. You resign? What a bitch move. Zoot, what a bitch move. Zoot, why would you do such a thing? All right, well, all right, well, I don't know what the fuck excuse you're gonna give me for your shitty play. All I know is I beat you in every single game we played, and that was amazing. He's jerking himself off. Because he's trying to compete with you. You do.
How often is Riser?
When Riser comes, he's here for like 8 hours. But he doesn't come as often as you do. When you come, you're here for like 1 or 2 hours.
But I'm here every day.
Where Doug? He's here like once every 2 weeks for 8 hours.
He can stay here how long? 2 days a week for 8 hours?
No. He's here like once every 2 weeks for 8 hours.
They probably have more content than me.
No.
Who has the most content? About you.
Brandon.
Right?
Brandon.
Brandon. Who's Brandon?
He's in here with 2 different accounts. Here, if you went to here, I'll give you the rundown. Just 1 moment. I'll give you how many hours you've been in here and everything.
I'm probably in the top 10, right?
Yes, you are, with maybe multiple accounts.
2 accounts. Here's Aquarius.
Yeah, she has. Okay, so here it is. I'm number 1. I'm number 2. Brandon's number 3. Brandon's number 4. This Aquarius is number 5. Brandon is number 6. Caspian C is number 7. Number 8, I don't know this person. I love my cat Juju, 2002. Number 9 is Audie. Number 10, my horse is Richard. Number 11 is Riser. Number 12 is I Chose Speed. Where are you? Number 13 is Audie. You're number 14 and you're number 15. So if we combined your accounts,
Okay. Number 10.
let's see, if we combined your accounts, you've been in here with both your accounts, one for 227 hours, one for 87 hours. So that's like 314. If we combine that, you would be number you'd be like you would be close to Riser. I think you've actually had 3 accounts in here. Maybe just 2. But I think you've had 3. Anyway, Brandon has by far the most of any person aside from myself. He dominates. He's the man. Nobody's touching my Brandon. All right, so go feed your dog. Peace. What up, pimp? Dog, what's not to love? Dog. Do you remember those old Budweiser? Do you remember those old Budweiser commercials? Well, you didn't remember Schmitzke. All right. Previously, you were at number 6. What number are you at now? When? That baller is F.
welcome back to the Fitness Show. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, we watched Jedi. Also Kill Tony Russell. Oh my god! I had so much fun watching Jeff Dye talk about how he likes women, and I forgot that we watched the second episode of Kill Tony. I did the second one, right? On Netflix, yeah. It was Madison Square Garden. It was really good. We watched a little bit of it and it turned out. Yes. But anyway, I also, actually, I was thinking after we talked about September 20th, we're going to live stream the Gringo Poppy for 24 hours straight. We will have on such guests, hopefully, because it will send them Brian, Mark Harvey, potentially Brandon Ross, Sean McCoy, Alex Erland, maybe some other people. Oh, IDM, with the Chatter podcast with you as well. Yeah, it's going to be 24 hours. George W. Bush, Michael Irving, Jerry Jones. And also everyone that's been on service. But anyways, that's not why you're here today. Mark the calendar. That'll be funny if the Dallas Cowboys watch this. I'm sure there's at least one Cowboy who looks at us. I hate the Dallas Cowboys. But anyways, that's not why you're here. Shop. Start the timer. Great question, Jack. We have not listened to it. What have you read? What have you read? Good long maybe just
If you see me, let me speak.
I mean, that's so small. Let's get to the weather and summer. That's what we're here for today. Obviously, you remember DJ Khaled was one of those. Yeah, it has like a bunch of different you can say this. Yes, this is sponsored by Wonderful Salary 542. It's the product that already has reviews of a changing lives. So that's the biggest cover. I can't just say what point this cover is going to be intro. I've since switched to using Rewind and I'm back reading it from one end. Best brains in the business behind this product. What are we doing here? Part of this now. So that's obviously almost just the paradigm. Damn, dude, they're everywhere. Jack County is there. You guys playing a blank sleep on the street like this. Oh, it's tough. You guys, we joke about how hard we work on this. It's tough. We go to the prior sometimes before the podcasters are the last line of defense between the small requires waking up at 4:34 in the morning, working all night or something. I'm sure it's easy. I don't know. British people with their time. But yeah, he works as hard as us. Hard guys, big soft guys, comes harder than soft guys become hard guys. That's close to 60. Hard guys make podcasts. Yes. Easy times make for hard times when podcasting is hard. Easy times make for audio is king. What are we doing here? This we want to do on our other live stream. This is the fresh. I don't know who you guys are going to see. No, that's Crystal Lee, by the way. I've seen it before. I didn't see it. It's the third time that I've seen it before. Great little rain. Is it though? Brendan's IQ on full display as he crashes out on comedians on a podcast consequences will take 8.5. I have a problem with everyone going on podcasts and talking shit about everyone. It's it sucked. Honestly, no good comments are doing that. I would say more like legit. Do they do it? Yeah, you really struggle with that. If you stutter that much, you shouldn't be allowed to wear rocks like this, dude. Anything that is rolling, it's golden. Expensive watch. They kill my wrist. I'm like not sure on the right. There are no well, there are a few moments. Listen, there's a soft cut. Come on, man. I like Justin. Justin's in the bar. What's a salty bitch? Justin, I want community. Yeah, kids in this community. Right.
Gave a little bump and Gabe went flying and he stepped back and hopped down the jumper.
No Laker fans, this is about as bad as it gets when it comes to the guys doing damage.
JJ out on the court. 49 seconds left in the third, so the second and third quarters have basically belonged to the Suns. Gave a little bump and Gabe went flying and he stepped back and hopped down the jumper.
Shout out to Red Bar. You see Red Bar? Some of it hilarious stuff. Like when he talks about Samsung. Oh no, man. It's a screen podcast talking about a black man. That's crazy. It's like posted by Rascal's Whack. Yeah, that's fun. Talking about weed. It really is. What's the other? That's like a chicken out. If I were saying, I would love to listen to me so I can see it. Somebody in the chat has a kid that does travel vlogs, and this is real.
Yeah, you know, I didn't know I look like it. Thank you very much.
I mean, big individual, you know, big individual. Understand that. Yes, guys. When we're here, I'm doing the big campus communities post is currently up. I'm seeing 93 likes. Guys, let's run it up. I'm going to bring that post now when it hits 150 likes. So let's go and run it up. Go and like it. Go and like it. Go and touch it. We're 198 here, so we can get 150 likes on that post. Go and touch it in post. Go and touch it. Touch everything on good. Go and touch it. Go and drop a like here. Even if you can't see it here, go and like it. Go and like it. Go and like it. I think post about those are like comparing their skills because I can't follow like everyone. So if the skills, the post on the job joint, so you just do the job descriptions. As if you're engaging, you do the description there. Description of your position in the report section, not description of the comments you are making on that people's posts. So drop it there. On the next set, I'll start picking up posts from there. That's if you are skipped. Some of you sent me screenshots yesterday. You haven't got into your thoughts. Some people send me screenshots that you're not even inside. You send me screenshots of people that wrote their posts. So yes, guys, let's do it for. Let me see. We have champion Alpha X post on the Jumbotron, the project that quietly pulls you in once you look closer. What is it? The first time I came across Deep Note AI, I was not even searching for anything. Go and see what you were searching for. Go and see champion Alpha X post and go and see what you were looking for. The next post is let's see what I post. Because currently sitting on 21 likes, guys. So let's run it up. We are doing 60 likes. Okay, let's run it up for him. Drop an insightful comment as well. Okay, don't go there and say position and I'm sat. You know that you're not sitting anywhere. Don't go and start there. Okay, go and drop him a like and comment. Alright, the last post on the John Sean is by Treasure. He said, grab your popcorn, guys. Go and see what you're grabbing popcorn for.
Here you go,
She's
Theo.
talking about OTI, only the influence. So go and grab your popcorn and sit with her there. Drop her a like and decide to comment or tell her or talk to her about her popcorn that she's doing. It's a trend, guys. You don't want to do trends. Don't impregnate the trend. What do I mean? Her first trend is on 57. Let's also run up every block. I'm saying 24 on the next, 24 on the other one, and 22. Guys, let's like them accordingly so it doesn't look like what's engagement, okay? Yeah. The next post of the jump is like Mickey saying, just go and tell me, he said, GMC, so give me some of this cocktail you're having. Let me get to 30 by December. It's currently sitting on 24 likes. Guys, let's go on it, okay? Go and run up that. Go and run it up. Go and run it up. Go and run it up. I'm seeing the Jet Chef. Yes, as you say, today is the 3rd of December also. 11 days left on the XIX applicants carried to leaderboard and the extension to December 14 just changed everything. You go and sit down here and read what he's talking about and what date it was moved to. It's currently sitting on 22 likes right now, 3 bookmarks, guys. Go and leave him an insightful comments. Don't go and post insightful trade. It's not even a trade, okay? Go and leave him a nice comment and let's one of the likes as well. The next post is like how many you cannot see the backside today. That's lovely. That's lovely, lovely. I've been hunting us the backside for 1 week now. Thank you for this. That way you say GLCT, wishing you a day that's light, calm, and fully in your favor and as calm as my voice. That's not okay. Not for the comment, not for which you post, but just go there, go and drop an GM. Then I have to give you some of our tackles, even though there's not tackle Tuesday. Go and tell her GM Camley. Alright, the next post is by your three righteousness. I don't know why you're reading tables. I don't know why these tables are referred to heaven. She said, collect to everyone that likes your comment and say GM. Go there and say GM. Go and look at that fine beautiful face. She's already wearing Christmas cap up and that she wear her for X, go wear her for like yes. Go and look at her face. Because of the fine face, go and look like go and drop a comment. Go and go under the comment section of that post and also go and grab followers. Okay? Go and grab followers. Mila, are you back? Mila, you are not right. Alright, you can have the mic.
Okay, so anyway, before we move forward here, 65 likes. DJ Chef is currently sitting on 20 likes. That is low. That is low. That is low. Guys, go there, go there, go there, go there, go there. Go there, go and do the needful, go and do the needful, go and do the needful. Mickey is saying GM, GM, GM. Look at that. Is it a cocktail or a mocktail? We don't know from the look. But yes, is it like a cocktail or a mocktail? Go there, go and see for yourself because it's currently on 21 likes. Go and run it up with 215 on the space. Getting 70 likes should not be difficult. 70 straight up. So yes, again and again and again and again and again, 218 people running to you guys. How are you guys doing today? We have 965 comments, close to 8,000, but we're not up to 8,000 yet. Go there and raise up to 8,168 reposts from 214 people. It will not be bad if some of you go to the repost section and repost as well. 7 calls, 339 likes, 53 marks. Thank you guys. I love you guys. And we have 8,069 amazing people. They say this space isn't that good. Isn't that good? Isn't that good? But yes, yes, yes. You're welcome to the game. 500 mutual shout outs. Show an engagement with host. Do well to shoot the host who happens to be the host to follow. Shoot the co-host to follow. My fellow co-host is working, and that's part. Shoot the speaker to follow. We have DJ Chef, we have Rabbi, we have Spicy Green, Emiam, Kamli, Paradise, Drex Pluto. How are you? How are you doing today? We have George, we have lots of people. There's Mama, I see you, FSD, I see you, Bright, I see you, Mr. Light, I see you, Justice. Well, yeah, how are you? Yeah, how are you doing today? But yes, cheers to you guys once again. But while I'm greeting you guys, please do well to, while your head is sweating, it's really funky, do well to go to the Jumbotron and go and engage. And you can come to your name because she's a very calm and beautiful girl. Light skin for that matter. Go and engage on different chef. DJ Chef. I started again calling you different chef. Now wow. DJ Chef. Go there. Mickey, go and say GM to Mickey. Trevor said grab your popcorn, guys. Go and see the cinema happening over there. Once upon a time, there's a cinema over there. Go and see the cinema for yourself. And make sure it's a thread. Make sure you're liking from top to bottom. From the beginning to the end. From top to bottom. From the beginning to the end. Thank you. What's the next person here? Champion Alpha X is saying the project that quietly pulls you in once you look closer. Who has seen that project? That project that pulls you in and see it for yourself. I don't really want to tell you about it. Well, we have a So yes. There's a post on the Jumbotron by one of the girlie, my fellow co-host, who happens to be a very beautiful young lady. She's saying if you have these kids and you are engaged, drop a screenshot working position on the retweet here. Go and drop the videos over there. The screenshot of where you need kids, screenshot of where your name is, and then the rest about one. So yes, go drop a screenshot there. And lastly, we have a post on the Jumbotron by host who we're doing community who is saying GM that post is going to be there for some time because it's going to be 106 likes, 2 bookmarks, 3 reposts, 1 post, and lots of comments. But yes, go there, go and see your GM. It's going to be there. So, pivot back. Thank you. Pivot back to the first post on the Jumbotron. We have posts from Web3 Righteousness, which I'm not going to hype because even if I don't hype up that post, GM posts normally they do some crazy case views, but yeah. Some crazy came news, yes. Anyway, she's saying GM, let's say GM to act because what if I hear? Let me say GM, the person that slept on the call while we were wanting. Yeah. said. So yes, Rabbi, your hand was up first. Let's hear you speak. GM gets you.
GM, everyone, thank you for the opportunity to share my project. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my live at 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these cameras, the link to my YouTube is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. I invite you to join. We have over 2,500 members in the community and grow stronger every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
All right. Thank you very much, Rabbi. Do you know sometimes I always think that does the same count the same? Because this is how he usually shield himself when it comes to speaker role. But yes, nice to hear from you again, Rabbi. And you guys heard all what you said. And yes, do well to shoot Rabbi the follow and you will follow back. You know, go to his timeline, you will get something there. But yes, thank you for coming, Rabbi. We have Makema's hand up there. Makema, what do you have to say?
Yo, how are you, Web3? Can you hear me, big dog? Yo, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Dude, what a big fucking space. Shout out to them. Please provide the contact information of the top 5 Nigerian job recruiting organizations, just their name, their website, and their email. Yo, what up, Hunter? I know you. Hunter, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Excellent, my man. How's your day going?
I'm doing quite well. Thank you for asking. How's yours?
Amazingly. Are you a Web3 jobber?
Yes, I'm currently with the
Okay, excellent. I'll help you. Just one moment. Okay, big dog. I just sent you a strategy that is going to work for you. It's going to help you to get jobs. Okay, the first 2 messages that I sent you on Twitter, they are going to allow you to create a link tree. Everything I tell you is free, by the way, and there's no cost, and the strategies are free. So you are going to create a link tree. You're going to connect the top 30 different social media platforms to it. This may seem like a lot, but what this is going to do for you is give you 30 times more places to post, 30 times more places to post for your clients, 30 times more communication channels for potential clients. It's going to allow you to dominate social media, search engines, and AI, and it's going to make it difficult to impersonate you. Does this make sense? Okay, excellent. Then what we're going to do is we are going to, I'm going to look over your information when you're done with your link tree. And once it's good, then we're going to add content to your different social media for free. So we're going to use AI video creators to ensure that you have content. Then I'm going to teach you how to join different communities on X, Telegram, and Discord, Facebook, some other places. Then what I'm going to do is make sure that you know how to clip people's faces and how to make and market yourself with memes. Then we're going to work on your pitch for different spaces so that you can ensure that you are sounding professional when you are pitching yourself. Does this make sense? Absolutely. Okay. Now, check your messages right now as well, because I sent you a list of 5 recruiting companies in Nigeria that can get you a job tomorrow if you applied with them. So make sure that they have your resume, okay? Do you have a resume? Okay, so you need a resume if you're going to get hired. So use ChatGPT to create a resume. Once you're happy with it, if you want, you can send it to me. But then you're going to want to upload it to these different companies, and you want to get connected with a recruiter there because they'll find a job for you, okay? Okay, but before we do that, I want to make sure that I'm able to send you this message because it said it was not sent. So just one moment. Let me see. Let me see how I can send this to you. Okay, I'm going to try to send this again, and we'll see if it works.
Okay.
Hunter, go check your Twitter messages and make sure the most recent one says Manpower Nigeria at the top.
No, it doesn't.
It does not. So the last one that you have for me is one that says please secure the same or similar usernames, right?
That is the last one.
Okay. That's okay. Yeah. For some reason, this website, it has trouble sending this. Okay. So just one moment. We'll get it for you.
Thank you.
All right, check again.
Okay, that's good. Yes, I've seen it.
Okay, so you want to make sure you apply to all those companies, okay? Okay, but you want to do that after you create your resume. So go to ChatGPT, ask ChatGPT to make a resume for you, and then apply on these different websites, and then create your link tree, and I'll help you with anything that you need, okay?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, my friend. If you have questions, let me know, okay?
And then I'll try to do everything to send a challenge.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll leave you to do. Let me go and get started on the YouTube.
Absolutely, my friend. I'm here if you have questions.
Thank thank you. Bye.
Take care. Dude, shout out to those people, whoever, the people who just hosted their space, they're watching this now in the future, they're like, oh, these people, but you just got me. They didn't even follow us, and it's great. I want to help people.
Yo, Grit, how are you, big dog? Can you hear me? Grit, Grit, can you hear me? Grit, can you hear me?
You don't speak Greeks.
Excellent. Great. You can hear me. How are you?
Good, I'm good.
Excellent. I'm well, my friend. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to help you. Everything I tell you is free, and this is an excellent strategy for you to be able to market yourself and get a job, okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. So,
Wait, you do a live stream for like 24/7 or what?
yeah, I do a live stream 24/7 for 4 years. You can come in here whenever you need to talk to someone. If you need advice with the job process or whatever, I'm here to help you.
Wow, that's crazy. You don't sleep?
No, I sleep, but I mean, if I'm awake, I'll help you. If I'm not awake, send me a DM and I'll help you when I awake.
So you sleep on live stream.
Oh yeah, definitely, 100%.
Wow, that's crazy.
Thanks, Grit. Okay, so Grit, what we're doing for you, do you have a resume?
I have one, but it's not that. I don't really put too much energy into it.
Okay, so all you have to do is go to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will create it for you. So you say whatever kind of job you want. I'm a community manager. I'm a Web3 expert. I'm a social media manager. Whatever you want. And if you don't know what you want to be a social media manager. That works. And you just put in there your name, your contact information, and a little bit of experience that you have, and it's going to create a resume for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what
I
you're
will do that.
okay. Then what you're going to do? I sent you a list of like 5 different organizations in Nigeria. If you're in Nigeria, I don't know, but many of the people who contact me are. If you're not, we'll find a
Yeah,
place.
I'm based in Nigeria.
Okay, great. So then, you'll apply for those 5 different recruiting organizations, and they will help find you a job. Then what we do is you're going to create a link tree. You're going to connect all your social media to it, and you're going to create a bunch of social media to it. And what this is going to do for you is it's going to give you about 30 different platforms on which to post, 30 to be able to promote yourself, 30 different platforms for you to be able to post for your clients, 30 different communication channels for you to get more business. It's going to allow you to dominate social media and also search engines and AI, and then it's going to make you difficult to impersonate. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, excellent. Now, when I spoke in that space, a bunch of people sent me messages all at once, so I think Twitter's like cooling me down on how many messages I can send. But I did send you some, and um, I can make sure. Uh, in fact, I'm gonna make sure that you get them in here too. So I'll make sure that you have them in. Oh, okay. So I see you. It does, bro. I will join your Discord soon. Okay, cool. So let me just make sure the message is all sent to you. It looks like they did. Okay, great. So the first one that I sent is just a list of recruiting agencies. So you want to get your resume together and then make sure that these recruiting agencies have your resume on file. Then the next part is how you get your link tree together and all of the different social media that I want you to create. The third is just basically the strategy, and the fourth is just a closing, and then the fifth is just making sure you read through the messages. So, do you know what to do? Do you have any questions?
I do have any questions.
Okay, well, if you do get questions, come to me. I'm here to help you. First thing you want to do is get your resume together and have ChatGPT review it, and then you can start uploading it to those 5 different organizations. And then when you're done with that, come in here, and then we'll talk about your link tree and what you want to do with that. And check in with me once a day or so. I want to make sure you're doing okay, and we want to make sure that you're going to be able to get a really good job for yourself. Okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
Excellent. One last thing. Don't pay for anything. So if anybody says that you have to pay for something, nope. Let me know where you think you have to pay for something, and I'll show you that everything's free. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome, Grit. Okay, if you need help, I'm here for you. 24 hours a day, it's so long as I'm awake. Okay, big man?
Yeah. Still blessed.
Excellent. Shout out to Grit.
What criteria should top exchanges look at when listing? I understand that you may not have that much social media right now, period. That is where you need to create all of the lists that I sent you in my message, period. love this song. Really? No, it sucks. But I love the end of it. KFI. Don't. I can't believe they they were so nice. Shout out to those girls. I fucking love Coast to Coast AM so fucking much. Really? Yeah. These poor girls who allegedly maybe we had sleepovers. Allegedly, I have my fucking sleep apnea machine and fucking coast to coast one, and they would fucking never ever stay. They were so nice.
Yo, how are you, Jay Fresh?
Bro,
What's good, son?
I'm good. I'm just chilling. How you doing?
Amazingly. My friend, are we friends on Twitter?
Huh?
Are we friends on Twitter?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, what's your name on Twitter?
J Crush.
Oh, okay. Just one moment, my man. Have I sent you a message?
Mm, yeah, I guess.
Okay, I did. Just one moment. I'm looking. Okay. How'd you find out about me, my friend?
Yeah, I was just going through your profile and I joined your Discord long time ago actually. So I was just scrolling and I decided to just check few messages on my Discord and I saw that your what's it called? Your community was live and I decided to just join and say hello.
Absolutely. Okay, so are you in Web3?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so let me check the messages that I sent. Okay, that's all right. So, do you have a link tree?
Yeah, yeah, I do.
Okay, you do. Excellent. Um, that's great. That's the first start. Do you need a job in Web3?
Sure. Yes, I do.
Okay, you do. All right. So I'm going to send you a message, a few messages actually, of what you can do to perhaps get yourself a few jobs in Web3. So just one moment, bear with me. Uh, it's going to come in like three different messages because it's kind of long. All right. So the first message is all of the social media that you need for your link tree. I know you have a link tree, but you need to make sure that you have everything. The second message is just the second part of that. And then the third message I'm going to send you is a list of recruiters. Are you in Nigeria?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So the third message that I'm sending you is a list of recruiters who can help you to get a job in Nigeria. They're going to look for you for a job while you are able to do other things. So just one moment, and you should have this in a second. So Jay, if you would, uh, just one moment. Okay. So Jay, if you could look at your messages right now in Discord and make sure you see the messages that I sent you. Do you see that I just sent you some messages?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to create more social media than you currently have. You're going to connect it to your currently existing link tree. What this is going to do for you is fivefold. It's going to allow you to promote yourself on more social media platforms. Going to allow you to promote yourself to more clients and be able to promote your clients on more social media. It's going to allow you to open up communication channels with potential clients in the future that you don't currently have.
It's going to make sure that you dominate social media, search engines, and AI. And then finally, it's going to be more difficult to impersonate you. Does this make sense?
Yeah, sure. Makes sense.
Okay, excellent. Then what you do when you're done, I'm going to help you populate your your social media with content, namely videos that are interesting that just basically will use AI to be able to create videos for you. And then I'll help you to join different communities on X, on Discord, on Facebook, and on um, Telegram and some other places. I'll teach you how to clip spaces and to basically put yourself on the radar of some major space hosts. I'll teach you how to not just make memes, but market yourself with memes. And then we'll get you a good pitch, a good 30-second pitch, a good 60-second pitch, and a good 3-minute pitch so that you're able to get more jobs for yourself. Does that make sense?
Sure it does. Thanks, man.
Absolutely. If you have questions, you come back to me. I'm here to help you, okay? If, yeah, there you go. All right, that's cool. Dragging the line, dragging the line, dragging the line.
Zara, what is partial negation, partial holding? Chayim. Chayim.
Completely dedicated to travel ball at that point. I'm curious because I don't think I need baseball.
Chayim. What is Chayim? Okay, so that's not hopeless. That's not hopeless. Next case. Another person named Pains, but in totality, what's the halacha? Chayim. Next case.
Take it and give and my day by day. I think snow and rain and bright sunshine. Can I don't say the purple flowers? We got much, but we got towers. We get snow and the rain and the bright sunshine.
One exception.
I feel fine, talking about peace of mind. I'm gonna take my time, I'm living a good time.
What is this? So remember, we have typical principles yesterday that we've done, right? It's Harakana. If you have any instructed applies on to say that it's a good, it is how you worship. Yeah, we did. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power and a Navi has certain license to instruct the clouds which will bless. Right? Torah Shah. You see this concept.
Taking and living the old highway, taking and giving day by day. I dig snow and the rain and the bright sunshine. Here comes same purple flowers. We got much, but we got towers. Right here, snow and rain. We got
This is an interesting question. The Torah understands literally again the logic of a Mikvah Torah Mem Shabbat. Shakim Ma'edin Lapa Kama Be'en Zarakia Al Tishkor. This is the Torah Mem Shabbat Kama Be'en Kira Osu Navi. Moshe also confirmed and said, Nothing in lack of oaths will please. So this is interesting enough. Here's a really something like this. This the Rothschild'S learned. Why? Because
taking a given home. Making a living, not taking a living.
I'm still a good guy. I'm trying to see the right thing. And, problems have less than this. It's incredible. So how am I, as a doing, supposed to understand the simple things that are important, right? To which music he says,
Making a living the old hard way. Taking a living day by day. Like big snow and rain and bright sunshine.
a tremendous so the king says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over you for someone who's defying you? How on earth, how did you work? What are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense.
Making a living the old hard way. Taking and giving day by day. I dig snow and rain and the bright sunshine. Dragging along.
That was right. Sometimes we look for that. Where has his potential as a little cycle? Right? And what happens is like, it wasn't the movement. I was asking the last I get those stuff. You have to believe in yourself in the day that you try to be enough. Because your Rabbi doesn't mean that you can't use your way. So the case of that's the case of the Rabbi Sheker. So the Rabbi Sheker is someone who everything goes. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because of Shemai. Even if that guy comes on and comes, cover up. The notion of and even if this is the kind of husband,
making a living the old hard way. Taking and giving a day by day. I dig snow and the rain and the bright sunshine. Dragging along, dragging along. I don't say it's purple flowers. We got much, but we got flowers. We dig snow and the rain and the bright sunshine. Dragging along, dragging along. I feel fine. I'm talking about peace of mind. I'm gonna take my time. I'm living a good life. Dragging along. That was so sick. Huh? You cooked chicken? Cooking chicken? Maybe. And I gotta take it Disney. This athleticism, folks. It's really unprecedented. This is unprecedented.
We're about to engage in almost like the next couple of days. Everybody these guys will change our lives in so many ways. Call yourself. Okay. every yid has a chemical and Rabbi the Amed Ulam Tzadikim, the Olam Yershu Aretz, make them not time and fear that is those who never come to the Muslim. Those who came to Shaya, the little younger nation, are all Tzadikim, they will forever inherit the land. Make them not die, only again like my seven creations of my conscience. Not say Yoga in this they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea of this part of my field, focusing on over here, was about like Rashi says like, what is this doing? Like, what is this have to do with our context and our discussion? Right? We were like knee deep in death. Right? And now, so that's exactly what Rashi says. Most of Rashi's on both sides on here. So Rashi on the left side. Apologize, look at the Rabbi. They call it ID the Artemis. And the Parish also the food about the Parish many things. So again, so Rashi says over here, Shabbos got these, and then we're going to talk about the Rabbi. So the key is, this is not what Rashi says. Rashi says the moment that's fine. But I think just even before we go on, what the thing is, no one is beyond salvations. Right? And even those who are killed by Nisas Bezdin, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, Holy Spirit is going to you might have thought that you're being executed by Bezdin. That ends up looking for you in this world. It's not true. First, give you about tshuva, little bit again for their last breath. So here we just finished about Chenek. Okay, you're subject to Chenek, unfortunately. Make sure to do tshuva before you die because if you do so, what's the next line? Hope you saw you should have forgive us a portion of the world to come, and therefore even you choose be executed by Chenek, by straight, by Harak, whatever it is, you will bring your portion of the world to come. You die as a vulture. Incredible. So let's say that interesting, by the way. If you look at the past definition of the Amed Kulam Tzadikim, remember, the Amed can also be vocalized in a different way, which is how Imcha, the Imcha Kulam Tzadikim. We talk about the Shmarach every year. These are big sacrifices, right? Every year is a big sacrifice. Right? So in other words, we say, what is it? The Rothschild'S sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees where we are. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can be. So because of the devotion and devotion in this world, so people can see potential, the incongruence that we do. When you guys have a problem, every single company is happening. Because once you go to the country, just look at us as a prison of what we are right now. It's a prison of who's and what we can become. And every kid has such incredible potential, and therefore, the incongruence of that's the first line. And then Yeshua says, the English okay. And these are the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. Okay, let's say, so obviously, there's an inherent contradiction. So what could be shot? Everyone has every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of the world to come. So let's say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the difference between the first and the second line? If you are a member of Israel, if you identify in part of in other words, if you embed yourself within the cloud, you have a portion of the world. When you lose your portion, the moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you understand, it doesn't say, the Elu shall be Yisrael Shem. It says, the Elu. So you can either be Yisrael, you can be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building that kind of application and saying yourself to the clouds, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you're going to work out. But if you're an Elu, you're not good ascension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with animals, you remove yourself from the clouds, then you can lose your own. Embed yourself in the clouds, and the Abba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the clouds, the portion of the country. Always is missing a Torah. Someone who says there's no resurrection of the dead. They don't have Shammai. And someone who says Torah is not the Lord. Not Torahs. Again, Rashi says in the question of the Torah. The Kira says, "After Torah is smart and slowly." Now that's a two one will be. What is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular what? So again, you have to define exactly what that means. Now, location, I'm not going to Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishalom says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem who actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion of the world to come. Who are they? The 3 kings, Yerabam, Achab, and Manasseh. Let's say Achab is yesterday. Yerabam, actually called Yerabam and Achab. Right? Both kings and Manasseh. Talk about Manasseh in the Gemara. We're going to say, something. I'm a financial. Just overwhelming. Everyone read says, Menashe should have gone along. Everyone says, no. King Menashe, by the way, 5 years ago. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar Bayiskala Elad, Bayishma Tingasal, Bayishibu Yerushalayim himself. There's also no time that Menashe got himself in some trouble, really significant trouble. He died into Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So when you see that, Menashe happens, and he was for answer, which seems to indicate that Menashe became about Shabbat. Although they said, no. The Machusa Yeshivu, although the Hayah of the Menashe was returned again, not Aki, but he was not restored to his portion of the world to come. Our four had Yotos, who were the 4 regular guys who lost their portion of the world to come. Bilam, Stoeg, we'll discuss the original advisor, Shaul, one of the advisors, Shalom, and Gabbai of the 5 and 4. Which word says,
7 and 5, 6 and 5, 7 and 5, 8 and 5, 9 and 5, 10 and 5, 11 and 5, 12 and 5, 13 and 5, 14, 13 and 6, 13 and 7, 14 and 7, 14 and 8, 15 and 8, 17 and 9, 18 and 9, 19 and 9, 19 and 9.
What is that? Is that like afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that has to go? It's that messianic post-resurrection era. So there's a lot of discussion there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now, probably today, although we're going to just right now, we're going to switch to a flip flop on this context. But the myself right now, we're just going with the idea that Holy Rabbi, I think is how he classically uses it. Your portion of what comes where you go after you die. So you go after you die, right? Eternal life. Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What the interface between Holy Rabbi and messianic resurrection? Right. But again, we're going to see some illusion deals in there. That's all this is. I understand because the guy denies resurrection. Which the Gemara says,
Congrats. You made the playoffs.
Check the notion of pessimism. You have a phase like pessimism. But let's say that here you see you just going up from the Gemara's actually means messianic. Because the Gemara says like the this guy, he rejected the notion of pessimism, and therefore again, you get no pessimism. By the way, it makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. You don't believe in the resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. But when we don't like the Shabbat, you get negative. It's all saying the way that emotion works, that's a possibility. That's a possibility. I'm not doing it. Nice, how do you know that the problem that's a quantity? Where the brothers have it. So there are other brothers which seem to indicate this word chooses this story. That's very fascinating. They were the shock. Shimon Farashem, Kais, Mahers, all so does the shackle. It's a sign sort of a shackle of a shar shomer. Okay. Context. The army of Aram as they siege to Jerusalem. Now what happened is famine. Obviously it's famine. So there's no food available. Elisha gets up in all the cities. This spring tomorrow will be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In order to be overabundance of food. So what happens? So what are the essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opens up all of the windows in Shemayim, with such a thing, regardless of the officer was saying, there's no food here, there's no food here. Whether we're going to go from no food to overabundance of food, it doesn't make any sense. But Yomer, Elisha says to this officer, you're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to other things that are over sin. The end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning what happened? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Iranian army. Who was killed in the stampede? His officer. His officer, because I don't know Killas and Mishnah, right? Maybe it was the person that Mishnah was with that. I'm going to do all that. Killas, again, the person of the Chacham is very powerful. Even if it's just any other important and came up from cross, like in the sun, just at the Shabbat when he died. My Bishar, why does it say by the gate of this Bishar? Because this conversation Elisha by the gate. Say Rabbi says, "Say Rabbi for myself." Because as you see, we're here, we did it. So the Shmuel operates the gate. Therefore, again, a person doesn't believe in justice. And God is fine. That's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. You're not there. Even the says, this is one of the most important episodes in collectors. The Rabbi actually bases it on the passage of Hashem Silcha. Hashem Silcha. So often we show that Hashem Silcha has Hashem is your shade. The Rabbi says, no, what does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. What does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way the Shmuel works in our relationship is to find us and trust it. So that I go above and beyond for him, or go above and beyond for him. I act in a supernatural manner, because I push myself beyond the realm of damage. That's big of me, the time to say to me, it's very important. Again, if I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do until I just take it. Right? So therefore, I'm going to do what I have to do to get by. That's silly. I don't react the same way. So again, if I am embedded in a form of mediocre, so then expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it goes. That's possible. On the other hand, I want more than Hashem. If I want to do the natural God, some of the clothes, then I have to become supernatural. But I have to push myself. Don't expect more from God than you see yourself ultimately investing in a relationship. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. Says in the where do we see the scriptural illusion of together? Very close. By the way, this text in general, right? All of this stuff, yes, amazing, Mashiach, all of Haba, why is it not mentioned in the Torah? Right? The Rambam includes it as right? Mashiach includes as one of the continuing characteristics of the faith. Yes, amazing, one of the principles of faith. Okay, so everybody uses the Rambam. So what Mashiach is something that's Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on right. The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's kind of what I remember hearing about that. Torah doesn't, by the way, Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating that not where our focus is. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this time. Maximizing this moment right now. That's what makes an observation. The first says, how did you notice? They'll say, you ever drive by? The fundamental distinction between here is you'll see virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries. Shuls never had cemeteries. The only places where you find shuls with cemeteries it's like no one ever. It's like so you're generating much needed funds, right? But I could have really been beautiful, right? All together places. So the money's not so like one that should go to cemetery. Just over it's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after Mashiach. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach. It's about now. It's about Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my life? What can I do here to see something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I can get in. That's why again you're finding people who are asked, by the way, can you at least give me a hint? Where this is, and I'm not a shemaj, and I'm stuck. This is so beautiful. And I'm stuck in the end of Hashem the Arachon. All it says, you'll give the Shema to Aaron. You want to why? Because Aaron the whole claim, or Aaron, what does that mean? So to give my Shema to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So this is my Shema to Aaron. Here's a bigger problem. Not only is Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came to church himself. Aaron is going to tell us after both. Never came to church himself. So what does it mean as giving him a Shema? And allowing us to stick those so much in the Shema. So we'll say, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron is going to come back to life. And there's a Shema will be so good to give that she gives him the Shema. Yeah. Because I am there are 11 choose cancers, so I have two shots, which means those are days that yes, unfortunately, both are going to come back to life in each of us. We'll have the opportunity to bring our Shema to our account. In fact, the most phrases is that way. That is a scriptural issue. Because this was stop a bit for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. We're great. Looks like tremendous incredible week ahead of us.
Did he say that they're gay? Yeah, this is not the straightest ambush I've ever seen. I don't think this is gay. Brendan Chopin says it's gay. Maybe thinks that straws are gay too. I mean, it's not. It doesn't mean anything. But if I were to rate, like, if there's a spectrum of like straight emotions, it's not straight. You're right. Yeah. Compared to like a sick Hale, it's not pretty straight. I mean, it would be more concerning if it was a Hale. I wouldn't even have noticed this had he not said something. Yeah. There's like, but then, I gotta like towards like, there's a dude it's not, it doesn't come naturally. That's when you start doing like bad things all the time. You have to start talking about it to be like, for reals though. All right, man. We're here at my drug show. All right, big brother. And this I'm very familiar with the aspect of that. So Mario gets to watch his Patreon this weekend. Ad-free shows. We extend by 20 to 30 minutes. We get bonus content. And then bonus content, I get questions. Brian, so let's ask questions. 20 to 30 minutes. We get bonus content. And then bonus content, I get questions. And then also Brian, so let's chance.
Yo, Hunter. Hunter. How can I help you, big dog?
Hey, what's up, Rabbi?
What's up, my man? How can I help you?
Yeah, I wanted to ask something.
Ask me whatever you'd like, big dog.
Do you know when
Do I know what? Do I know what? Hope you're doing well, big dog. Hunter, what did you say?
Just you. I mean, you asked. I answered. What do you want me to do about it, baby? Dog, I'm not being a dick. Yo, baby, baby, baby. How many Schmitzkes have you had now? Schmitzkes. I said to you. How many Schmitzkes have you had now? Yeah, dog, it's Chris Farley and Adam Sandler's gay beer. Baby, I know. We went through this. How many beers are you at, big dog? Dog, you were at 6 3 fucking hours ago. So are you sober now? Dog, I'm asking you a simple question, and you're over here jerking yourself off raw trying to come up with an answer. I'm waiting. How many beers have you had? Yeah, beers. Hey, that's a really cool story. How many beers have you had tonight? That's my question. Doug, I'm not saying that you can't. I'm trying to keep track for you. 3 hours ago, you were at 6, and now, just now, you told me 6. Doug, you just said 6 3 hours ago. So you haven't had a beer in 3 hours? Okay, nobody wants that. No, literally, I polled the entire world. No one wants you to gang rape them. No one. 0 people. Baby, do you not hear the question that I've posed to you like 35 times? How many beers have you had today? All right. I mean, just making sure you can still count. Baby, I'm slinging dick like it's going out of style. All day, every day, sideline to sideline. Doug, baby. Then what is she doing with your ass? Scale of 1 to 10 it. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're just making up numbers now. Yeah, your dick is as long as many beers as you've had. 6 on a good day. Dog, get out of here. Get out of here with that garbage. You're just telling lies. Right. That's why you got all that Chinese knockoff Viagra. That's why you got all that Chinese knockoff Viagra. Dog, I know. We had a whole conversation about it. All right. All right. That's a cool story. I'm going to listen to a podcast. Feel free to enjoy. I'd love me too. I'm sick as fuck. And I enjoy your companionship. All right. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, my man. I love you too. You're good, baby. No way, they got Charlie Duke on. Dog, I'm gonna watch this like. What is this bullshit? Garbage. Baby, baby, baby. Air wallets, the future of banking. Go fuck yourself. That's a tight. That's a tight thing. Love it.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you both for being here. Mr. Charlie Duke, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you
He's
very
got to be
much.
like 1,000 years old.
Thanks again for traveling halfway across the world to come here and hang out with me and Charlie Duke. To start this thing off, I want to basically introduce both you guys. Charlie, you are an Apollo astronaut, one of the last four surviving Apollo astronauts, the 10th man to walk on the moon on the Apollo 16 moon landing mission. And Art, you are the world's leading proponent in the moon landing hoax hypothesis, I'll call it. And you spent this has been your life's work, basically proving that we're trying to make the case that the Apollo
Baby, I love you too. I'm listening to something.
American propaganda campaign during the Cold War, and it was all filmed on a set. They never actually used it. Does that sum it up pretty well? Pretty much. That's my line anyway. The first half, I believe they went to the moon. So, obviously, like the last time you and I talked, we thought it would be a great idea to have you debate somebody on this. I don't know, have you ever done a debate on this with anybody? No, to me, that would be like debating in the sky. Guys flew, it's blue, and they did fake the moon landing. I put my life on it. Now, so the people normally they propose to debate me are victims of the deception, which I have no interest in beating up, someone who was a victim. But I said, find somebody who's a perpetrator, either one of the astronauts or a NASA administrator. And you did. Here he is. So, Charlie Duke, could you please give us a little background in your history and how you got involved in the Apollo program at the beginning? I was a fighter pilot in the Air Force. I went to MIT, got a master's degree, graduated in 64. Went to test pilot school and graduated in 65, summer 65. And I'd met some astronauts and had come to MIT. They had a contract to build the Apollo guidance and navigation system, and I was working on that system. And all gung-ho guys, and so I decided to take their advice, go to test pilot school, and maybe have a chance at the space program. A couple months after I graduated from test pilot school in the summer of 65, NASA had another call for astronauts, and four of us at Edwards applied, and we all got accepted. So, in May or so of 1966, we went to Houston and started working on Apollo. So, during this conversation, I want to do I want to take some time to do some back and forth on some of the cases Art has made in his documentaries. And but before we do that, I want to spend some time going through your personal story and your firsthand account on the Apollo missions. Since I'm going to do. Okay.
I love you too, baby. Let me watch this though.
What, how old were you when you first learned about the U.S. government gearing up to go into space and just the whole space race and all this stuff? Well, I remember the first human beings that went into space, Yuri Gagarin in '61, and Alan Shepard followed him. And right after that, I found out now that the Russians were beating us in space, and so Kennedy put out a desire for how can we beat them? And one of our broads said we can beat them to the moon. And I got a copy of the letter that he sent to President Kennedy, and he said, okay, we'll go to the moon. So he committed to the Apollo program. And that was, you were how old? Well, it was in 61 or 2, so I was born in 35, so I was less than 30 years old. And I remember seeing specifically, there were interviews with, I think this might have been a Ron Braun interview from your documentary, where they were asking Ron Braun about the space race with Russia. And he was explaining it in an analogy to where he said, Russia is already in a full sprint. We haven't even started walking yet. Like, we have to gear up. We have a long time to gear up and to speed up before we're even running at the same pace they are. Before we have to do all that, before we can even think about closing the gap between us and Russia. Well, that might be true. I don't remember that level of detail, but I do have a copy of the letter that he sent to President Kennedy, I believe it was, and said the only way we can beat them is beat them to the moon. And so they committed to the moon. And by the end of the decade, which I thought was crazy, 15 minutes in space, and we're going to land on the moon in the next 8.5 years. Turns out I was sitting in mission control in July 1969, 8 years and 2 months later, and I'm talking to Neil Armstrong on the moon. Let's go to the point where you first decided, like how did the process work for you to be chosen to be selected for this program? As I said, I graduated from the test pilot school at Edwards Air Force Base in the summer of '65, and in September of that year, I saw an ad in the paper that NASA's looking for more astronauts. Please apply. So I was in the Air Force. I had to go through official channels. So they told me what to do, and I submitted my application along with Stu Russo and Alan Ward, Hank Hartsfield. We were all in the same test pilot school class. And Joe Engel was out there. He applied, and a lot of people applied. And they were looking for test pilots at my age and height and everything like that. So when you say test pilot, you mean test pilot for the space program? No, test pilot for the Air Force. The Air Force. Yeah. We were all at Edwards Air Force Base, the ones I'm speaking about. And we had others selected that came from the Naval Test Pilot School, which was in Patuxent, Maryland. And then how did that evolve into the idea of going to the moon, working on the moon missions? I'm not sure the moon missions had been determined. That's what we were working on. And if we applied, we would have a chance to work on the Apollo program. Was there a moment for you where you thought, like, I want to be one of the guys to go, or I want to be a part of that program to put a man on the moon? That was the call by NASA is to you. If you got selected as an astronaut, you'd be a part of the Apollo program. So and no guarantee you're going to fly to the moon. No guarantee that it was even going to be completed. But I wanted to be an astronaut. It was the best job you could have as a test pilot. And then what was that training like to become an astronaut? And how long did it take? Well, it depends on what you call training. Our group, there were 19 of us. We reported to Houston at the 1st of May, 1966. And learning NASA ease, how does NASA work, and who's got responsibility, this, that, and the other. And they decided also if we go to the moon, we want to know what kind of rocks to pick up. And so we started extensive training in geology, and not only had classroom work, but we also had field trips once a month, generally. And it was 2 or 3 days somewhere in the U.S., sometimes in Hawaii, sometimes in Canada, but mostly in the U.S. Is we did a geology trip, got into the field, and learned how to pick up the right kind of rocks.
And what was going through your mind when, you're a young guy and you're 66, 3 years before Apollo 11. You're trained to become an astronaut, learning about geology. Like, what was going through your mind at that point? What was were you optimistic that this was going to happen? Were you skeptical? Were you fearful?
I was optimistic that Apollo was going to happen. I wasn't so optimistic that I'd get a chance to go. We were the junior guys. And so it turned out that some of the senior guys left. John Glenn, Wally Schirra, after Apollo 7, retired. And so a lot of the older guys started retiring. So we sort of bubbled up into the mix. And Dick Slayton, who was and Alan Shepard, who were the two top astronauts, they started picking people to train. And so they were trying to balance the crew and give us younger guys some experience. So most of the crews that were selected had a senior guy that had flown in space. He was the commander. And a lot of the crews had 2 rookies that came from our group mostly.
And how did you come to meet Von Braun?
One of my first jobs as an astronaut was to monitor the development of the Saturn V and a stewardess of myself. And so the best way to do that was to go up and meet Von Braun and sit in on his staff meetings to see how the Saturn V was progressing. And it was this thing going to really fly. And so every month we'd go up and sit in on his staff meeting. And he became I wouldn't say a friend, but he recognized us every time we walked in. He says, "Welcome, Charlie. Welcome, Stu." And we'd sit in and listen to his briefings of his staff meeting, and then we'd go back and report to the astronaut. Just on every Monday morning, we'd have a couple-hour meeting, and what was going on in the program. And Stu and I would give a briefing every time we got back.
So you would explain to the other astronauts what the progress was on the Saturn V rocket.
That's correct.
Did you have any personal conversations with Von Braun about this, or
mostly just he recognized us and he accepted us, and I can't say he became a real good friend, but he certainly knew who we were, and I respected him highly, and they were doing a good job. Turned out the Saturn V never had a failure, not one.
That's pretty astonishing.
In all of the flights of it, they lost one engine, and I think it was on Apollo 13. One engine goes out, you can still make it into orbit. Wow. In fact, it was such a good machine, Stuart, and I went to the Ames Research Center. They wrote a program that astronauts literally fly the Saturn V into space manually. We proved we could. Not very efficiently, but we could get it into orbit. Wow. They decided not to use that program, and so it never was implemented, but we spent a month or so out at Ames proving that you could fly the Saturn V.
What made the Saturn V so superior, even to rockets that we have today?
I think it was reusable. I think it was just good technology and simple. There wasn't anything complicated about the Center 5, the engines were huge, and they would test fire, and it was nitrogen, and no, not nitrogen, hydrogen and oxygen. I don't remember what the fuel was, but anyway, they were very reliable, and engines are huge, 1.5 million pounds thrust each on the first stage. So that was a 7.5 million pounds of thrust lifted 6.5 million pounds. And you were up on the top. And the only thing I remember of the liftoff was the vibration. You didn't have any noise from the engines. That was all going sideways. But the thing shook. It was like being on a 360 long limber fishing pole. And you're up at the top and somebody's shaking it down here, which was the engines, and was vibrating from side to side. Not pogo, but vibrating from side, like swaying back and forth. Very high frequency though. And the amplitude was maybe at 4. No one really talks about it, but most men's testosterone levels start to decline at about 30 years of age, about 1% per year. Ever notice like you're losing energy, sex drive, and starting to feel like you're just trudging through the day? It creeps up on you until one day you start to realize you don't feel like yourself anymore. The thing is, your body can still be producing testosterone, but it starts to get locked up by a protein called SHBG. And that is why I tried MarsMen. MarsMen is designed to help free up that testosterone so your body can actually use it. No synthetics, no needles, just natural ingredients like Tomcat Ollie, Shilajit, vitamin D, zinc, and more. I started taking a handful of these after my breakfast in the morning, and I've definitely noticed a huge boost and steady flow of energy throughout the day. I no longer crash after workouts or feel drained, and I just feel overall more positive. I got their launch kit, which comes with a bottle, an organizer tin, and a free ticket to Mars. That is if we can get past the Van Allen belts. MarsMen is made in the USA. It's third-party tested and comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. And for a limited time only, our listeners are getting 60% off for life and free gifts when you use code Danny at mengo2mars.com. That's mengo2mars.com and use the code DANNY at checkout. After you purchase, they're going to ask where you heard about them, and please tell them we sent you to Mars. It's linked down below. Now back to the show. And so, during Apollo 11, the first on Neil Armstrong's mission to the moon, what was your role in that? I was in Capcom. I did the same thing on Apollo 10, and where they took the lunar module to the moon before it was going to land. And so that had gone well, and Neil asked me, why don't you be some Capcom for us? You got the experience. So he asked you. Because I wasn't on the crew in any way involved. And he said, would you do that? And I said, sure. It would be a great honor. And so we practiced for 2 months. Simulations, cruise in the simulator, wearing mission control. And we practiced 4 or 5 hours a day, generally, for the landing. So what specifically do you do as the Capcom guy? You're the voice of mission control. You're the only person that can actually talk to the crew. The crew's voice loop is heard in mission control in everybody's headsets, but the only person that can respond is Capcom. And it was an astronaut. And you really told them what was, you responded to their calls, and you responded to what the mission control team were telling you to tell them to keep them in the loop. Like we started down and we had communication problems. If I recall, it was a 30-second rule. If you lost communications for 30 seconds, it was an award. So we reoriented, changed attitude, changed antennas, and then the computer was overloading. And that really got everybody's attention. And so Steve Bales Jack Norman in the back room said, "We're no flight." They knew what the computer was doing, and it was not. It was overloading because it had 75 milliseconds of compute, and then it flipped back to the job number one. And it was always flying the spacecraft, but it was dropping off these insignificant jobs, and so we were going, and we had a trajectory problem. We had targeted into the wrong place. We didn't really understand the gravity there, and with the mass cons and all that stuff. So he had to level off and fly horizontally, I don't know, 4 or 5 miles, and they used up all the reserve fuel. And so now we're minimum fuel. And we told they have 2 separate fuel reserves, one for the descent and one for the ascent. When they leave the ascent engine was never used on the ascent, not a descent. Okay. You never would do that. Well, you'd have to stage the vehicle to get the ascent engine light unless you're staged and separated. So anyway, we called 60 seconds. He had 60 seconds to land. And then I remember 30 seconds.
Doug, this guy sucks. Fucking liar. Folks, do you see this athleticism? If you're watching at home, make sure you're vibing to the oldies, girl. Did you see this athleticism? You see this Dr. Thunder? That's what motherfuckers call me. That's my DJ name, DJ Dr. Thunder. Why? Why not? Bitches call me Professor Mountain Lightning and DJ Dr. Thunder. Why? Why not? I haven't had Dr. Thunder in a hot minute, motherfuckers. Why? Why not? Look at this athleticism, folks. That's pretty good. That is really good. Uh, that shit is the bomb.
And he was, they were close, but not on the ground. And we were, according to my watch, we were 15 seconds or so before calling an abort when it was over. It said contact and just they're on the move. Wow.
Garbage.
It was through the roof, mission control. What was that like for you when they landed on the moon and you were sitting in that? There's a great sigh of relief. Everybody, it was tense. Imagine. Are we going to make it? Are we going to make it? I'm convinced now that, and I called the board, time up, and called the board, which was based on the fuel reserve in the descent engine. Neil would have said, say again, Houston. He's not going to abort. He's going to land in 20 feet off the moon, and he's minimum fuel. And we at that point, he's not going to abort. He had to find a space, so he's going to land.
Now, were you there on the communication with them the moment they landed?
Yes.
And how long were you there? Were you there the whole time, even when they were coming back?
No. Okay. That was another. We had, I think, four flight teams working Apollo 11, and I was on Gene Francis' team, and we had responsibility for landing. And we stayed around for another hour or so while they saved the spacecraft and got everything.
And how long was it until once he got back to Earth? Do you remember your first conversation with him? How long was it before you talked to him?
Well, they had to go into quarantine because of moon bugs. We weren't sure whether we were going to bring back something that's going to wipe out the whole civilization. So they went into quarantine, and we could talk to them through the window. But there were no moon bugs, and everything was fine. And so they were, I think, 3 weeks or something like that. They got out and we started having debriefings. We were debriefing during the time they were in quarantine.
No, that wasn't false.
What was his demeanor? What was his attitude? What was he saying? Did anything ring a bell to you? Or does anything really stick out for you as far as conversations you had with him afterwards?
Neil Armstrong was Mr. Cool Stone. Yeah, he was unflappable. And we landed. And he was following the rules, but we had minimum fuel on the descent because we had him targeted in the wrong way. He had to fly horizontally about 4 or 5 miles and then set down and find a place to land. And I remember calling Apollo 11 30 seconds. He had 30 seconds to land on the moon. And the next call was going to be abort.
Right, yeah. So we just talked about that. So, okay, let's
I love this shit so much. I'm eating it up.
Can you describe what was it like being staying the tip of that rocket before it launched off
What?
to the moon?
And this is
Yeah,
orgasmic
yeah,
to me.
rig and
I could be
the
beaten
drone.
up
Yeah,
right now
and
in front of
so
everybody.
the
What?
journey
This
was
is the
very
best.
was very
It's the
but
best.
you had to
I
surrender
fucking
all
hate this
with all
fucking debate so much because I can dominate
just
so badly in it.
we had
I
that was the
will
escape.
champion in
We had
this
a
debate.
escape rocket. We had practiced abortus, and now if the thing blew up on the pad, you were still able to
This
get off
shit is my shit.
with a launch vehicle
I
space
love
system.
this.
Oh wow! We had practiced all
What?
of that stuff.
Oh, dog.
And
I tee off on this motherfucker so badly. Come
we
on!
were ready to keep counting, keep counting, keep counting. Counting, keep counting, keep counting. And can you walk me through what that was like for you?
Truck
That
walk.
for that lift off and then getting into orbit and then doing the I want to say I've been waiting to say this word for weeks.
Oh,
The translunar injection. That sounds so cool. Bars over there. Bars over there steaming. Well, just wait for it to turn. Yeah, you'll get it. You'll get it. I'm entertaining. Yeah, you'll get it. Bar. This is I think it's really important. So we were laying there and we're listening to the count. And when the engine started, they was moving down there to maintain a trajectory, and that vibration translated up to you 360 feet above it, and it shook from side to side. But we're on our way. You feel the G's, the dolphin mission control say you go, and where we go. And it was really exciting to feel the acceleration of this big vehicle and the vibration from side to side. And we didn't have any pogo, but there was a vibration from side to side. So we're on our way and just riding it out. So it was really, I mean, one of the best rides I've ever had. How long did it take to get to the moon? Get into orbit was 12 minutes or so.
it's not what he asked you, fuck.
And that was, you ended up on the third stage, which was the rocket that pushed you out of Earth orbit and onto the trajectory to the moon. And that happened, I don't know, about a rev and a half later,
Oh, a
almost
rev and a
three.
half.
And we ignited the third stage automatically and pushed us out of orbit into a certain cislunar orbit that took us to the moon. And when we got there, we had to slow down to get into orbit. We used the surface modulation for that. And what was did you have a specific task on that trip to the moon? What were you in charge of monitoring? Anything any
Yeah, be
particular
a cheap liar.
location or what was I was the lunar module pilot, which was on this right side. And as you look at the instrument panel, I was on the right side. Mattingly was in the center seat, and John Young was the commander on the left seat. So if we had emergencies, we all had things to do. We practiced, awards. We practiced radio out, every kind of thing. Fuel cell failures. We just practice and practice and practice. So we were ready to go. And Georgetown our flight was sort of one of the most phenomenal flights that we had to get into orbit on the Saturn V. It was a very reliable rocket. Explain what it was like actually landing on it. Well, it was a very dynamic situation. We pitched over at 7,000 feet, and that's the first time you saw the lunar surface where it will land. And I 7,000. Yeah, and I looked down and looked to the right to see if I could see the North Ray crater up there. much because it was so busy. We were reading instruments. We were we had a profile that said that 500 feet down at 22 and no lateral velocity or whatever. And so I was reading that profile out to him. And he was flying it, man. By this time, he's flying it manually. And he's controlling the whole thing.
What up, DJ Dr. Thunder?
And we had a profile, and we were right on a profile. So
That's pretty good.
when we hit the ground, there was a probe underneath the landing gear that said contact. And when that light came on, you shut the engine down. And we were coming down like
Dog.
2-3 feet.
This is painful.
Right. And when the light came on, I said contact, and he shut it down, and we dropped in on the moon, almost dead level. So we were excited to say the least. I can imagine. We were late landing. We had a problem in the command module before we started down, and it almost caused an abort of the whole mission, but mission control came to the rescue and figured it out. So we continued our mission, but we were late landing. I use nicotine for focus, and I usually keep one of those little cans around just to help me stay focused and energized during the day. They're fine, but they dry your mouth. They're probably not that great for your gums, and they taste very chemically. And that's why I've started to use Zippix toothpicks lately. These little things are a game changer. This is the cleanest, most low-key way for me to get my nicotine without vape, without smoke, and without a nicotine pouch shoved in my gums. It's just a toothpick, but with a kick. And you can use them literally anywhere. Flights, restaurants, sporting events, basically all places where someone would yell at you or judge you for vaping, smoking, or throwing an upper decky in. I think Zippix actually tastes better too. They've got 6 long-lasting flavors, all made right here in the USA, and 100% natural nicotine, not that synthetic stuff. I've been keeping a few of these in my backpack lately, and I've noticed I've been using them a lot more than the pouches because they taste better and I think they're more convenient. And if nicotine isn't your thing, they make caffeine and B12 toothpicks for a smooth energy boost. Ditch the pouches, cigarettes, and vapes and try Zippix toothpicks. Only sold online at zippixtoothpicks.com. You can get 10% off your first order by using the code Danny at checkout. Must be 21 or older to order. Warning, nicotine is an addictive chemical. Go to zippixtoothpicks.com and use the code DANNY at checkout for 10% off your first order. Zip more and smoke less with Zippix toothpicks. So, what was your mission? What was the objective of Apollo 16? explore the lunar islands, the mountains of the moon. The geology was supposed to be different than Ferrari, where steel landed.
What is this? Yo, what up, Mr. Source?
I saw that they sent a message to me and they're like, I can't get access to the account because it is my account is logged into another person's device. And that was very strange because I didn't give anybody my login details or anything. So after that, I then went to get because one day around me, anytime I have any type of issue with any app or anything like that, I like to like go to their X account and try to see if it is just me that is experiencing. Because if it is just me, I'll not have to like the customer care email, phone number, anything. But if it is general, I'll see other people complaining about it. So I saw other people complaining about the fact that maybe they had a few transactions or app maintenance and the likes and the like. So when I saw people complaining, I now dropped my own complaint that I can't get access into my account. And this was the same thing that happened last week with Access Bank too. So and I complained to them and they answered me. So on this one, they responded to my complaint in their listing and they're like, oh, they're going to engage me in the DMs. I was like, fine. They're like, few seconds or a couple minutes later, someone texted me with their logo and everything. And they're like, the lady was like, oh, we are like a customer care representative and everything. That what's the issue? We lost that care. And the person was so nice and welcoming and that customer care representative. And me, like I just wanted to like let everything know, especially the fact that someone really had access to my account. So I now explained to the person that this was what happened. I can't get access to my account and everything. The person was not like, okay, that normally they usually give you more. I just thought it was a normal procedure. So I guess that was I can't actually say it was my fault, but I was trying to just follow the instructions and everything. And they're like, oh, that there's a whole on the site, that the website of this thing, the account, this thing app that I need to fill it and everything. Then she sent me the form and I filled it. Me, I thought that was all, but they asked like just like like everything was just going smooth. Like they asking what is the complaint about, what did I do, like what is the issue, and I gave everything, tried to like explain everything. And also the lady was like, the next 24 hours that everything will be fixed, that they brought in the form, the response in their own this thing, background, everything, and they're like, next week, I said, okay, no problem. So I dropped my phone, I think I went to the kitchen and I came back and I started hearing bang, bang, bang on my phone. Why did it bang, bang? Where is no money? This money I was here now. Thank you, God. There's no money. And I came and I saw my email. I was just seeing different notifications and they were saying, oh, new login into your device, new login into your device. And like, I was like, new login. So the first one it was trying to like get access to my private account. When he gets access to my money, I told my guy, I was like, see, that someone tried to like get access into my private account. It wasn't like that is it this is secure. Do you have two-factor authentication on it? I was like, not like no time because I've loaded the account, the life is I'm not using it for like a year now. And so it's $0. He said, if you want to have anything, you should take that $0. I'm not using the account again. Was that he said that it was the journey that is where my eyes were clear, that everywhere was blow, almost blow. Then the I was not really concerned because it was yeah, do I use that? And I was not using it again. Like I just bought it because it wasn't really working for what I wanted to use it for, and I never thought of going back to it. Then I got another mail again that I should log in that they need this to log in into another app that's the business account. And me, when I opened those, I didn't understand when I opened that one. So I think maybe do that tap tap thing. That tap 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 thing that that's what that it said. They sent that message, and I was like, is this one that you're trying to like, get access to my account? Like that particular maybe the particular mail and all, but they have to give me my email address on that one was to me. Then I was not really concerned, but I started to like, okay, this is actually something that I should be concerned about. And I went to my Gmail this account. I was trying to like set up, change my password, change everything and everything like that. Then I got a mail from X. And X was like someone that got into my X account that I should check it that it's me and everything. So and I was trying to like change, I didn't know I should go back to my X account. I was trying to change my password and everything. By the time I just got there, I was logged out. And when I got logged out, the person had logged me out, like locked me out of the account. So I tried all possible means to access the account, so I couldn't. Like I couldn't access the account. So I went back to my mail and everything. But listen, I already then changed the password in case someone was trying to like get access to my this. I have changed as you want. So the person will not get access to anymore. So that's the way I'm laughing. Yeah, I'm laughing. I do it. So I don't
That story was the worst story I've ever heard.
I think next time if anybody sends you a link, take it to ChatGPT. Actually, use it to give you like websites to check if this link has like any malicious report or flag to it. Because that's why even when different people reach out to me that I should help them, if I want to join their community, maybe they are looking for like they are giving like a job opportunity. There's one that came in like was it 2 days ago. So they are telling me that they're going to be paying me $600 to $900 a week. First of all, that was too good to be true. So when he sent me the link, it was first Discord. So I had to check the Discord link, and I saw that the Discord link was clean. When I joined their link, so they were like, if I've done this community support before, and I was like, no, but I'm a fast learner, so it's not going to be a problem. So they sent me another link that I should go and register for the game and learn how the game works. So because I've been hacked before by clicking links, so I took the link and I posted it on the same website where I checked for this malicious or phishing link. So when I posted it there, it showed just one, but out of 100, it showed me just one malicious report. I just left the Discord and disappeared from the whole place because I do not want any reason for anybody to hack me or clear my account because they have cleared my account before. So this time I decided not to take it. I left the job and they have not gotten back to me till now. So that's how I knew that shit is not real. And another thing I would say is this: please, anyone here, if anybody sends you a link that you do not trust or you don't even know the person before, the person is telling you that they want to give you a job, don't take that link. Better take that link to go and check first whether it has any phishing link tendencies to it before you click it. But you go and click it now. They might have access to everything you have. And if they have access to your email, because I know there are a lot of people that save their passwords, their email address, or their seed phrase on their email address, which is very wrong. Me, I don't do that. I like to write it down somewhere so that next time. So even if you have access to my account, you can sorry my phone, you will not even be able to withdraw anything because I already have it written outside. Like it's not on my phone, it's not on my notepad, it's not in my email. So I have a special book where I write down everything, my passwords and everything, so that just to avoid anything where anybody come and ask me. But the best is to get like a hot wallet and put your, I think hot wallet, sorry, cold wallet, and put your assets there so that you know that if anything should happen, they will not be able to access it. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on what happened. There was a time when I just didn't care for it. I tend to listen. When I opened the message, was like, I'll be SS on number and that they will pay me to Jesus Christ. What do I want to buy in that you read? I don't know that this one is calm, man. It's calm. It's calm. And anyone that said any message, he can't tell me any is good. I'm just going to answer you anyway. So yeah, be calm. Be calm. Jesus Christ, calm. And generally, it was me, like it's not ended now. Yeah, let me hear from you the fight. I don't know space right now. Yeah, I wanted to say, yeah, Rebecca, we actually sympathize with what you're going through, and thank you, VP, also for that alpha you shared. Everyone, I believe that you don't want to be hacked before you go and put like a two-factor authentication on your apps, and just go to, as VP said, be careful, be worried. I wanted to do a very quick shout out to our listeners because, my God, we have a lot of hands up, right? So I wanted to do a very big shout out. So yes, we have DMB, KJ, we have Chrissy, Boy Baby is here. We have Oreo, we have Colex, we have Unique, hand up. So I see a couple of hands up. Becca, do you have something to say before we go ahead? Just back to us. All right. So yeah, Joy. Okay, Joy, you've spoken. So let's go to Remy. Remy, how you doing? What's good? Okay. Before you go ahead, I wanted to say thank you, Remy, for sharing. So everyone who wants to connect with Remy, he's active, as he said, a trade writer, a content writer. So to drop him a follow, he's gonna follow you back, right? Remy, I don't think he's gonna do it. Guys, morning, guys, I'm opening a space for running videos, running content. 6 o'clock this morning, so guys, make sure you hit 9 p.m. Nigerian time after this because the project is launching on the 7th of this month. So I'm hosting a space for the 6th and after the post as well. 8 also. So 6 and 8 hours of this extra, that day has changed extra. I'll be here, hosting space for all right, guys, we'll be out of the house. And the people now.
Okay, she's remember, very blessing, lady. Oh, man. This is a
Thank you, Mr. Easy, for that. Mystic down, so you'll do well to check his profile for more offer on that. So thank you for coming up. So I wanted to do a very quick shout out before we go back to the next speaker, Rabbi. So I wanted to do a very quick shout out to those who are on the bubble field. And guys, guess what now? This JB is in the house. We're not darling. We're not darling. So yes, on the bubble field, we have JB, we have JB, we have JB. Guys, if you're not connected with JB, I think you are missing out. So you have to do well to just shoot him a follow. We have JB, we have C-Boy, we have G-Boy, we have Slick Neon, we have Big Sammy in the house, Big Sammy again, we have JB, Big Sammy, we have Joy. Then I see a girl. I see a girl called Divine. Just Divine. Okay, I said Divine again, Divine again. Okay, go ahead to JB. Yo, you guys do well to make sure you're dropping a comment, you're dropping tagging someone, you're tagging a friend to tag a friend. Make them know that something is happening here. So I said, Bonnie baby. I said, Bonnie baby. What is Bonnie baby about? JB, we want to know, right? We say you have in the States. Do want to like inform us this time around, though. That is very quick. So yes, we have Rabbi in the house. This is Shield Zone. So come on, request the mic, and we're gonna give you the mic to go and show yourself what you offer. Rabbi, you go ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I have Alpha, and I'd like to share my project with you. I hear so many people, particularly in Nigeria, who need jobs. And if you need a job and you don't have a recruiter, you need one. And so I'm going to name some recruiters that are in Nigeria that specialize in getting people, perhaps like you, jobs. Manpower Nigeria, Workforce Group, Phillips Consulting, MacTake Consulting, eRecruiter Nigeria. What these people will do is they will find jobs for you, but the only way they can do so is if you have registered with them and you have given them your CV, your resume. If you need help creating your CV or your resume, I will help you. I have literally lived my life online and I do my best to help people with any projects that they may have. I want to help you to get hired, and I want to do this at no cost. If you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. And here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my cameras, they're on my YouTube streams. The link is in my profile. Additionally, you'll find a link to my YouTube and my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media on the internet than any person ever. I have more content on the internet than any person ever. You can also connect with me 24 hours a day in my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I am here to help you. You can come in and ask me to review your CV, your resume. I will help you to get more social media. I will help you with your pitch in these spaces. I will do anything I can to help you. 24 hours a day, the only thing is, I have to be awake, but if I'm awake, I will do everything that I can to help you. Nobody else is going to tell you that on the internet. There are many people with whom I've worked in this space to help them to make sure that they are the best person they can be when it comes to getting hired. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. My project has built wells in Nigeria. I've already helped people in Nigeria along with the cryptocurrency that sponsors me, and I want to continue these types of projects. You should also know that I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you're a content creator, you're a shiller, you're a rater, you're a moderator, whatever it is you do in Web3, I want to make you better. I want you to know that I'm here to be a mentor, coach, and friend, all for free. You should know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Oh my God. Austin is in the building. Thank you, Rabbi, for that. That was Rabbi. You all do what's connect with Rabbi. Oh my God, I see Rabbi in a lot of spaces. He's always active, day, night. God, you know what? How active Rabbi is. You just flash the emoji. Yes, so Rabbi, we're so glad to have you here. And thank you for sharing yourself. So yes. Guys, before I follow you, I noticed something. Okay, we have the wizard on the speaker section, and we're all spotting our players. Guys, what do you think is missing? Pretty, I'm asking you, what do you think is missing? Oh my God. That's a Gen Z visa, but don't worry. I'm like, sorry. I'm like, we have the wizard here, and we have all our players here. Let me just tell you, what is missing right now is the broom. Okay. We have John. John, you go ahead.
Everybody, Rabbi, on Wells, Nigeria, is also is Mars for Rabbi. Anyway, I'm here to show myself developer, software developer, object developer, working on some small projects like the fastest growing market, whale tracker right now. It's going to be free. That's releasing in a few days. If you ever check that out, also working on a project in the DeFi space. Enriching protocol, raising capital for that. So we want to try it out. It's released. We're going to be introducing airdrops as well. So some stuff. Yeah, if you follow me from the space, just let me know. And yeah, let's connect. Thank you for the chance.
GM Drone, make sure you're connected with everyone. You do want to connect with Drone, right? Yes, so thank you for coming up here and sharing yourself. Okay. So before I go ahead to sing, how you doing, El? Oh my God. Anyway, Drone, I would love to connect with Drone. I would love to connect with you. I'm already following you back. Okay, what's up with Bella? What's up with you, girl? What are you doing?
Yo, what up?
Yo, how are you? Helios. Helios, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent, my friend. How'd you find out about me?
Yeah, I on Twitter's page on my Twitter's page this morning. So
Excellent.
I saw you sharing yourself. So I DM'd you on Twitter and I got your link through the Twitter link you sent to me.
Beautiful. Okay, what's your name on Twitter?
Oluwafemi_17 Elliot.
Okay, what was it again?
Oluwafemi_17.
Okay, can you spell that for me?
Is that where like
Just spell it.
okay OLU OLU
OLU
yes WA
WA.
yes FE.
Oh, you're Daniel? Oh,
Can you hear me?
yeah, you're Olafemi Daniel?
No. OLUWAFERANMI _17.
Okay. OLUWAFERA, and then what?
RANMI
RA, and then what?
NMI
MMI
_17.
underscore.
NMI
Yes, sir.
17.
Okay.
You're gonna see Elliot.edge.
Okay. So let me spell it back to you. OLUWAFERA
Yes, yes,
MMI
yes.
underscore 17.
No, it's not F. No, it's not FM. It is NNM.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So OLU.
NMI.
So M is in Michael, N is in Nancy.
Yeah. It is OLUWAFERANMI _17.
Okay. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
I'm just gonna send you a message in Discord, and then you can send it to me. Okay. So you're looking.
Okay.
You're
Okay. I was expecting that.
excellent. So you're looking for a job, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Do you have a resume?
What is it?
Do you have a resume?
No, not yet.
Okay. It says your message could not be delivered. This is usually because you don't share a server with the recipient. Okay. So I can't. Maybe you can send me a message. Okay. I'm gonna join with a new account. Okay. Do you see the account that is red that just joined? It says Captain of the Milk Ship.
Yeah.
Send that account a message.
Is it Rabbi Rothschild?
Yeah, but it's red. It's the one without its camera on.
Okay, yeah. I'll message you now.
Excellent. It's got a UFO at the front. It's got the UFO at the front.
I wish my wait. Send to send. Oh, because you don't share server with this.
Okay, you got the same thing that I did. Okay, so just one moment. I'll find you in X. Okay. Well, you send me a message in X. My username is 2xthot.
UXT. Okay,
No,
okay.
no,
Let me
no,
do that
no,
right
no,
now.
no. No, the number 2, then the letter X, then THOT. 2x dot.
Okay. Okay, come again with your name.
Sure, it's the number 2,
2
correct? And then X,
X,
correct?
alphabet X, right?
Yes, that's correct, like xylophone. X, like X-ray. Okay, so 2X, and
Okay,
then T as in turtle,
okay,
H as in Honda.
okay. Okay, I can see 2XTHOT.
That's correct. Send me a message.
Alright, I'll do that right now.
Yes, sir.
I just did that right now, yeah.
Excellent. Oh, that's you. Okay. So I've been sending you messages. Okay. So did you see the messages that I sent you?
Yeah, exactly. I've seen them. I've gone through them.
Okay, great. So, you don't have a resume yet, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you go to ChatGPT, you create a resume.
Okay.
Have you used ChatGPT before?
Yeah. I've used it before.
Okay, so you go in there and you say, "Hey, my name is whatever your name is, and here's my previous work experience," and you say, "I need you to make me a resume, and here's my contact information." Once that's done,
Okay.
I sent you a list of like 5 different recruiting agencies in Nigeria, and you want to
Okay.
upload your resume to all of them so that they can find you a job, okay?
Okay, alright, thank you so much. I'll do that right now. Are you active on X?
Yeah, like 24 hours a day, basically.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate this. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Now, wait. Once you create
Okay.
your resume and you upload it, you're not done. Because
Okay.
what we're going to do, I sent you a list. You're going to create a LinkedIn Linktree account. And what you're going to do with your Linktree account.
Yeah, I saw that.
Excellent. And so what this is going to do is it's going to give you a lot of social media in which for you to post for yourself, to promote yourself, to promote your clients,
Okay.
to be able to get more business for yourself, to be able to dominate search engines, social media, and AI engines. And then also it's going to make it more difficult to impersonate you. Does this make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Excellent. So you've got some homework to do, and if you have questions, you just come in here and I'll help you, okay?
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll kickstart it right now. I'll start doing it right now.
Sounds great, my man. If you need help, I'm here to help.
Yeah, I do.
If you don't,
What do you say? What do you say?
if you need help, I'm here to help you.
All right, thank you so much. Can I just once I do, can I just text you like DM you on X?
Yeah, or you can come in here, either one.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, my friend.
Oh, shout out to Phil. Phil's birthday.
Was there anything that you did that was a part of the job that you had to do this? 1-6 Rabbi, it had to learn how to walk. It gives you center of gravity over your feet. And you couldn't straighten up. I tried to straighten up. You jump in one time and straighten up and fell over backwards, which was really scary. But that was the end of our stay. And do you remember if you could see stars? You can't see any stars. Not in the daylight. And you guys were in the daylight the entire mission, right? No, only on the moon. That's what I mean. You guys were on the entirety of your time spent on the moon was in the daylight, because days there are like 14 days long here on Earth, right? So, what happened when you guys had to come home? What was that like? Oh, no, we were approaching at a time, and we tried to talk in mission control and let us stay another 2 hours, but or whatever it was, and they said, get inside, guys, it's time to come home. So we got inside, and we got ready to lift off, but the first thing we had to do was pitch out all the backpacks. So we depressurized, opened the door, threw out the backpacks, 2 bags of trash, and yeah, we picked I'm sorry about that, but we were, yeah, and then we lifted off. You had to go through the same process to deal with the, we did not have quarantine. You did not have quarantine. Not on the return. Did you have to go through on the return? Was there any specific protocol you had to follow? Well, I don't remember exactly, but we had physicals and blood and stuff, blood work and stuff like that. Were there any psychological evaluations or anything like that, or like talking to somebody about your experience? We had debriefings with geologists, other astronauts, mission control. We talked to everybody when we got back. Management. Yeah. Okay. Part. So your basic story was when you were a kid, you were obsessed with the moon missions. You were saying you were asleep when they first landed on the moon, but you were a huge fan of NASA and a big believer in the moon landing. And at one point, something happened, and you did a 180. Out of everything, and I know you cover a lot of ground with your theories, and in your documentaries, you do a very thorough job of laying out every single point. But like, to you, what are the top two or three reasons that you believe that the moon landing is a hoax? Well, we can get into that. I have evidence to show all of those. First, we have an eyewitness who saw them film Apollo 11 at Kansas Air Force Base. He confessed to it as he was dying, and he also confessed to a homicide. This is where the headphones help, because sometimes you're not talking into the microphone. Make sure you get this far away from your mouth. This far, okay. Get it nice and close. So we have an eyewitness, and who was fearing the judgment with a gun as he was dying, and he confessed to a homicide. And if you want, you can bring up that image. It's image D1. This gentleman's name is Cyrus Eugene Akers. He was the chief of security at Kansas Air Force Base, which is the Special Operations or Intelligence Headquarters for the Air Force. And as he was dying, in the presence of his son, here's a picture of him. Joe, if you want to look at it. Okay. This is Cyrus Eugene Akers. That's right. How did you discover this guy? His son contacted me. Okay. Based after his father confessed. And the first thing he confessed to was a homicide. That he felt like he needed to confess that he had murdered somebody in the past. And his son found out that he murdered a fellow employee at Kansas Air Force Base. And the military police came in investigated the homicide, and when they asked him why did you kill him, he said it was to cover up the landing fraud, which they both had eyewitness, and he felt that his friend, who thought it was morally wrong, was going to go public with it, and so he murdered him to keep it a secret. If you go to D2, you can watch a 3-minute video of the son and see his testimony about it. Okay, so this is a deathbed confession that the son told you about. Correct. And there was a police investigation into the military police. Right. Is there any hard evidence of this investigation, and what was the outcome of it? Well, after his father's confession, which was videotaped. Oh, it was on video. That's correct. When they went out one day, their house burned down. They believe it was set intentionally by somebody who knew about the confession. After all, they had told the Air Force military police that the landing was fake. They reported that to their superiors. They found out there was a videotape of the confession, and so they burned their house down. And in fact, burned their house down. Whoever was arson, I presume the CIA or whoever. And how long after this confession was the house burned down? Within, I think, a couple of weeks, because they had a video of the confession and they had some documentation. In fact, the gentleman's Air Force file has been completely deleted. We used the Freedom of Information Act request. They said there's no Cyrus Eugene Acres. There's never was in the Air Force, and yet I went to the military graveyard, which isn't too far from here, about 50 miles from here, and there he is, his tombstone. United States Air Force from here. Yeah, that's about 50 miles from here. Wow. And he's in the military cemetery, and it says United States Air Force, Cyrus Eugene Acres, and that he served in Vietnam and Korea. And his son lived right across from the base. He said he was chief of security there. And so if you play video D2, you can have a video of the son and put it in his own words. President Johnson, 1968. Okay. Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. He said by that time, by the time he got there, there was already 2 large neighbors that were connected. There was hundreds of dump trucks that came in and dumped sand and stone and cement powder was powdered over the top of all that to make it look like a lunar landscape. And they actually did a lunar landscape. Okay, I'm never not my dad relies on this whole thing by surprise. What's that all about? So anyway, he said that in front of the airplane hangars was full of framing with large canvas tents that was concealing the inside of the staging area. Inside the staging area, our flatbed trucks always operated the lunar lander that was reassembled back inside the hangars. All of the walls being flat, and the ceilings as well. He was sworn to secrecy by the NSA, and they would put him in prison for breaking that oath. My dad saw the moon landing on TV. He cried. He said he knew that what he had witnessed on TV was exactly what they recorded. There was no reason for them to go flying around and make detailed high definition photos of the landing area. There was no reason for them to go flying around to a different landing area that almost exhausted their fuel, except for wrong, because everything had gone so smoothly. Nothing is over, so it had to be something. That was one of 3 guards, big guards, inside the front entrance. There was a list of 15 people who could enter. No one else was allowed by order of President Johnson. Here is that list. trusted of myself. Anyway, President Johnson, Neil Armstrong, Edwin Aldrin, Werner von Braun, Robert Ebenezer, Gene Kranz, James Webb, Joe Lewin, Dr. Thomas Paine, Lionel, Dr. Christopher Kraft, Dr. James Van Allen, General Trudeau, Lieutenant Colonel Donald Simon, and Grant Doran. Again, he raised me by the hand. I know he did right. And as I started seeing more and more,
So the lady taking your birthday.
I realized my dad wasn't lying. All right, so you would say this is the top piece of evidence that you know. It's the most compelling to people. Okay. We have a testimony of it. Now, if I may ask, it is a testimony. Yeah, it's not actual hard. I just knew we've got 3.5 hours. He's got 40 minutes ahead of head start on me. Yes. And so I can present my evidence. We're going to have a couple of questions. If I climbed Mount Everest and was known for climbing Mount Everest and got an award or a medal and everyone, I was hired at companies as the CEO for having climbed Mount Everest. And somebody came along and started saying, you didn't do it. It was filmed in a TV studio. I certainly wouldn't fly and make an airport change and stay overnight in a hotel and go to podcast to podcast to defend that I climbed Mount Everest. I wouldn't waste my time. So why are you here? Me? Yeah. If you walked on the moon, and it's so obvious that you walked on the moon, I wouldn't fly anywhere to debate somebody whether or not I walked on Mount Everest if I did. So why are you here? I'm here to tell my story. He asked me to come and share my story. Did I walk on the moon? And I did walk on the moon. The evidence overwhelming that we landed on the moon. And so
You're sucking.
my story for the last 50-something years, almost, whatever it is, we landed in 72. So I have been asked to share my experience by reputable people, and so I do that. And I'm not lying. I landed on the moon, and the evidence is overwhelming. Well, actually, the opposite is true. People can say anything. The evidence is not overwhelming. What is evidence? Let's lay out some more of your evidence. Okay. Well, you retired in general, right? Okay. What was your security clearance? Top secret. Okay.
But none of this
So when
shit
you
matters.
have a top secret, you're not allowed to tell your wife or your children, right? Whatever the secrets are. Whatever secrets you have as a top secret clearance. If you told your wife or your children, you would be violating your oath. Is that right? In the military, that's true. But NASA did not have us swear an oath that we were lying or not lying. I understand, but the point is, you have top secret clearance, and telling your wife or your children would be violating that oath. So your oath to the corrupt United States federal government includes lying to your wife and to your children. Now, there are 100,000 trials every year in America. 90% of the people are guilty, and yet 100,000 people raise their hand and swear that they're telling the truth. So does every Nazi war criminal. They look like benevolent grandfathers, and yet they go smiling through life and denying to the very end that they committed these crimes, which they did. Now, if you're willing to lie to your wife and to your children, why should we believe you? Believe me about what? Well, you just said you're willing to lie to your wife and children to keep your oath to the corrupt federal government. So if you're willing to lie, I'm not lying to them. I'm not lying to anybody. I'm telling them the truth. I landed on the moon. Just because somebody has, I don't think it's fair to say, just because he has a top secret clearance and he's under an oath to protect government secrets. rest of the world. So that's my point. No Nazi war criminal has ever come forward and turned himself in and when arrested and interrogated. Not a single one confessed, even though they were guilty. I'm just mentioning that. So either the gentleman we saw is lying or you're lying. One of the two.
Right,
So would
just
a
get to the
general with top
evidence.
secret clearance be more likely to lie, or a sergeant on his deathbed who confessed to a homicide be more willing to tell the truth? I think there's crazy people out there. There's lots of crazy lunatics out there who are willing to who will say anything and make up stories. And the same thing is true with that man that's sitting across from me. Well, I don't think so. I don't
That's
necessarily
insulting,
think that. I
dog.
would think that anybody who is in a high-level military position that has to protect government secrets is going to protect their oath. That doesn't mean they're a liar. That means that they're protecting government secrets that they sworn to and they're doing it. All of those secrets they will put them. In many cases, where people have their secrets by the government for blowing the whistle on things and following whistleblower protocol. So I don't think we're going to get anywhere by calling people liars. First of all, what I'm saying is either the gentleman we saw was lying, as he's done, or you're lying. Only one of them is true. Right? Either that guy's lying while he's dying because he's not sure what you're watching. Well, I just believe that the audience is okay. Right? Now, I have a little side note. These things don't do that. I have no idea. I know what this is. What's your personal opinion? I don't really like my personal opinion is I don't Oswald or whatever his name is. I don't remember the name. Harvey Oswald. Harvey Oswald. Lee Harvey got this position with that name. The soul shit. Yeah, that's what you believe. Yeah. Well, 75% of Americans disagree. The gentleman's relatives disagree. Bobby Kennedy Jr. says he's 100% certain that he was murdered by the CIA because he was never abolished. And then a few years later, Robert McNamara, before he died, he was defense secretary during the Vietnam War. That the whole reason that the war was started, which 90% of the public was against, was they fabricated in the fact by the North Vietnamese on an American ship in the Gulf of Tonkin. Even Wikipedia says it was falsified. Now, Congress passed a law called the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, which led to the deaths of 3 million people, including 58,220 of their own citizens. So if they're willing to kill their own president, willing to kill 58,220 of their own citizens, I don't think they're going to have a problem taking a video image of the moon. In fact, NASA has never kept the schedule in its entire existence, except, well, in one of our time, somehow, they were as scheduled. You see that? So, here's some names on here, and I wondered if you knew those names. He was very specific. He kept this list as a souvenir. So, you know who President Johnson is, Emmanuel Armstrong, Edward Aldrin, Herb Von Braun, who's Robert Ebenezer. I don't know. Are you familiar with Cannon Air Force Base? Not really. I didn't landed there, refuel. I've never been stationed there. So what does special ops mean in the Air Force?
Dude, Bart's the bro.
Just what you say is special ops, top secret stuff. Generally, you know. What about Joseph Kerwin? Joe Kerwin was an astronaut, that's Joe Kerwin, I know. What about Thomas Paine? Thomas Paine was head of NASA. Christopher Pratt, he was head of Johnson Space Center, but he was also head of Mission Control. What about Trudeau? I don't know him. I don't remember. He's head of all the Army intelligence. What about Donald Simon? I don't remember him. Yeah, those people we couldn't track down. Okay, the last one, what you said, Korean Nori. Yeah, we think he's either kind of saying CIA would have been tracking it down. So I guess the point here is that, and I can attest to this. Well, wait. I lost my train. Right. Let me sum it up for you. One of the main reasons for me, and I think I'm speaking for a lot of other folks when I say this, is that when it comes to the Apollo missions happened in the middle of the Cold War during the peak of government distrust. That's when we know, according to all the declassified documents by the CIA, the FBI, is that the government was lying and deceiving the public more than ever. I mean, I don't know how much they're doing now, but as far as all the documents that we have, that was the peak. That was when the President of the United States was murdered. That's when we did the Golden Pocket, got into the Vietnam War. The government started doing a secret mind control program with using LSD and other drugs, and of course the Manson family murders and all of this stuff, right? So when people look at this stuff and they're learning the history of the Cold War, and they see that the Apollo, the most astonishing feat of mankind ever having right in the middle of all of that stuff, people just, I think, they get taken back by it. Like, so the government was lying about all this other stuff, but the one thing they didn't lie about was the most amazing feat of mankind. Does that make sense to you? Does that sort of logic, does that make sense? Why people would question that? Question Apollo? Yes, just based on all of the other strategic deception that was happening in the government, like MK Ultra, mind control experiments that were going on, the Vietnam War, the assassination of President Kennedy, the Golden Pocket, all of that stuff. It was right in the middle of all of that Bay of Pigs, right? There was Operation Northwoods that got declassified, where the Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted to fly an airplane with nobody in it as a drone and blow it up as a pretext to invade Cuba. Americans, they were willing to kill Americans to fake an attack. This is real declassified stuff that's come out in the federal government with War Division and all of this stuff. So the same people who would later approve the Apollo. So you're saying we never landed on the moon? Well, no, what the question is, you didn't know that before you got here. I'm sorry, you're really good at it. Did you ever win the Academy Award for Best Actor? No, I know that you believe that we lied on six missions that landed on the moon. Charlie, does it make sense to you? Right. That's how arrogant the federal government is. Now, if I only have like 40 minutes to get here, hold on one second. I want to make sure this lands. Does it make sense why people would question that based on all of the other bullshit and lying that was going on that we know was actually all the other stuff that we know for a fact was deception? No, to me, Apollo was real. To you, but no, wait a minute. In the United States, there were 400,000 people working on Apollo. Well, I mean, just a minute. Let me finish. 40 minutes already. I'm only at 10. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay, forget it. That's
Oh, that is great.
Must be real because 400,000, of course, every year. That number increases. There are 400,000 tellers, I think, of Americans. Do you really think what the teller knows and what the CEO knows about corruption is very identical? I interviewed Eugene Kranz. He told me that someone in the command center at the console can tell no difference whatsoever between a simulation and an actual flight. Do we really think the CIA is so stupid to tell the guy making the club or the door or the booth really not going to the moon? You sure not to tell anybody? And that's why they had you astronauts at the command center to cover the mistakes without faking it. Once the rocket went up, there's only 3 eyewitnesses to the mission and no independent press coverage. So you had people who delivered food and made paper clips and did the printing and the contractors and all their secretaries and filmmakers. You could probably pass 100,000. The atomic bomb involved 129,500 people, and only 8 people knew what they were tell the difference between a real flight and a simulated flight? How can the public watching it from their living room or people years later so that argument is flat? It doesn't go anywhere. And neither does the argument that the Russians would have spilled the beans. Because I know somebody who works at the command center of the Chinese Space Agency. He said everybody there knows that the moon missiles are fake and they're black alien nests. As Congress passed a law forbidding space technology to be sold to China and they're receiving it anyway by blackmail. If I had a picture of a world leader with a prostitute, I could upload it to the internet, and now it's working blackmail. Blackmail them year after year after year. And that's what the Soviet Union is doing. Putin knows. He wasn't surprised to find out that the moon missiles are fake, and neither is China. So that one doesn't fly either. We're being blackmailed, which is another reason for the truth to come out. Now, I also interviewed Betty Grissom, the widow of the man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon, who was a whistleblower at NASA to such a degree that he received Secret Service protection the weeks up to his wedding. I interviewed her for 4 hours, interviewed her son for 3 hours, who was 747. They say with 100% certainty, the man who is going to be the first man to walk on the moon was murdered by the CIA. And if you go to D3, it's a short clip, you can see Scott Grissom say that out of his own mouth. So why is the CIA killing Apollo astronauts who are whistleblowers? What a coincidence, right? Go ahead and play that clip. It's B3. I think it was intentionally sabotaged by someone. It's been a question in my mind. What was found in the accident investigation and how was that handled? Was the CIA involved or whatever? It was done intentionally. So, do you know the story of Gus? I'm sure you know the story of Gus. Gus Grissom was Apollo 1, right? That's right. And according to his son and widow, he was murdered by the CIA. She told me that on January 26, 1967, he telephoned her from NASA and said, "Hon, for some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch pad today." I've never seen him here before. For some reason, they showed up today. Did you ever see Mary? The next day, he's dead by a quote accident. One of his last words were, "If we can't talk between two buildings, how are we going to go to the moon?" They couldn't get a wired intercom to work between two buildings. And Neil Armstrong was supposed to pick up the first moon rock. He reversed it 6 weeks beforehand. It was stick to pick up the rock. Falls apart. And the lunar lander crashed weeks beforehand. If they can't get a stick with a bag on the end of it to stay together, if they can't get an intercom to work between two buildings, how are they going to go to the moon? The Soviets launched the first satellite, the first animal, the first man, the first woman, the first spacewalk, the first crew of 3, the first of 2 spacecraft all together. They spent 5 man-hours in space, and they never will be left. China, the most industrialized nation on Earth, says with 50 years of better technology, it's going to take at least 15 years to go to the moon. And yet somehow they did it in 8 years. Like decisions that out. You play clip 4. This is when I fell astronauts gone wild. Straight to the video. The surreal.com. And interviewed and showed him the footage of one of the proofs that we'll look at. Footage we uncovered that says, "Do not show to the public that the videos are the real." And they're faking the pathway to the moon. They can't endure the orbit. And when he was shown that, he turned beet red. He started cursing. He literally hit me from behind. And in the commotion, I left the wireless microphone on him. And in the commotion, my cameraman forgot to stop recording. And you can play back that clip that's about 5 seconds long. They're talking about calling the CIA and have me killed. To see who killed Bill. Now my source, the Sun, two teenagers. After they spoke to me, he went out and had a security system with a password and everything. That was him. And his house was broken into, and everything about his dad was taken. And then a couple of days later, about 3.5 years ago, the CIA shows up and threatens to kill him and his family if he ever comes to me again. So, after our son says the CIA is involved, and he got whistleblower protection until the day that he died. The CIA is threatening to kill me, right? And why would this source of mine, who is also threatened by the CIA, he received whistleblower protection by the FBI? Now, if they went to the mound, why is he receiving a few years ago whistleblower protection for being the son of the man who confessed that the movies were fake? And then if you play Clip 5, which is about Santa Claus, from the documentary Conspiracy Theory, Did We Go to the Moon? There are other deaths. There are a total of 15% of the Apollo astronauts died in accidents within a 2-year period. These are the astronauts who would not cooperate with the project.
But Grissom wasn't the only Apollo critic to meet with a suspicious and untimely death. Thomas Ronald Barron was a safety inspector during Apollo 1's construction. Barron testified before Congress that the Apollo program was in such disarray that the United States would never make it to the moon. Exactly 1 week after he testified, Barron's car was struck by a train. The Apollo program continued. Seven restrained untimely deaths. Between 1964 and 1967, a total of 10 astronauts lost their lives in freak accidents. These deaths accounted for an astonishing 15% of NASA's astronaut corps.
So we have an eyewitness. That's proof. Shooting fingers. That's right. That's telling that one person's testimony. I understand. So either it's telling the truth or it's not. Sure. I'll assume any guy who confesses to murder, probably telling the truth.
You didn't talk to the guy himself. It was allegedly videotaped and you never saw him.
But according to his son, according to his son, he was there at the time. So you can just judge, is that guy on the video we just saw telling the truth or not? I think it's pretty honest, pretty obvious that he's telling the truth. So that's one reason. Now, another way of telling the truth about his father's deathbed confession of murdering a coworker to cover up the moon landing fraud at Gannon Air Force Base. So, to me, that guy's telling the truth, which means his father did participate in the moon landing fraud. So what they're claiming is for the first time in the history of the world, technology was greater than the Apollo program, all the computers combined, had 1 billion individual points. So that would be like right across the Atlantic, 3,000 miles. In 1927, 6% of your plane might be when operating a flyer so one can only fly 1,000 miles. It seems awesome. Better technology in the past than in the future. How is it machine learning machine to think themselves off for some way? Why was it destroyed? Why do you know why? Or have any idea why the technology was destroyed by NASA? I don't know if the technology was destroyed. Okay, so you guys thought it was, and that is what we played. We founded the moon. Okay, the program was successful. We did 6 landings. And we used technology that gave us Marshall Space Flight Center. All of a sudden, was the biggest rocket so far ever launched to get us to the moon. So we went to the moon. 3 days to get there. We wanted to do the moon for a day to get everything correct. Generally, it went that way for all of the 6 landings on the moon. So we got to the moon. We had the spacecraft. We had a flight. We had a delay because of the command problem with the engine. And mission control had to verify that they could get it fixed or work around it. So anyway, we were late landing on Apollo 16 because of this problem. And we landed in the place we were supposed to land and take our pilots. We spent 72 hours on the moon. We brought back 200 pounds of moon rocks or thereabouts. We didn't take much. The question about the technology being destroyed. Because you're not aware that the technology being destroyed or gone missing from all that on the program. Okay, so that's number 1. The technology was destroyed. He said he wasn't aware. Okay. Well, according to NASA, a modern-day astronaut, he said that a couple of years ago, all the Apollo technology was destroyed. Using fantasy code, all the telemetry data was destroyed. All the original videotapes were destroyed. Right before they were being transferred to AC, so we still have the original film. Now, the 16 video is still used in the Johnson Space Center. They don't have the videotape, but they videotape the projection that was given. All the stuff, all from the shot of the images, all the radio emissions is still in its original. And the majority of the video images is videotape. Intentionally destroyed. This is right now. These are the original. The YouTube brands said the original videotapes were accidentally recorded over. And the whole machine player back was intentionally disassembled. Even if they're found, they would be yeah, so what's that? This guy is lying. Right? Well, then that's it. It's about lying. There never been a crime. This is another proof. There's never been a crime in the history of the world. And someone developed technology and disappeared, split the atom, and they destroyed the technology. It's never happened. It's never happened. They destroyed it and covered their tracks because I wouldn't split the atom. I would work there. It's 2 tanks this day. That would be 16 tanks of air. You had to have a half of them. And then by the time you build a module, it's at 50 degrees on inside. For 3 days, it's 250 degrees outside on the bank of the essentially on that basic computing. That's why they destroyed all the technology because they couldn't keep on building up. Well, they didn't have any fuel to keep it working, which we had proof of as well. We had rock bombs and all. Well, which were real. Since one rocket will never go to the moon without multiple fueling, and will show that right around how much are getting this. Artists, I got all the numbers, all the bosses, all the scalers, all the big building stats. Shout out to everybody in the space, and I want to welcome the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only, the most scaling person in the entire space after Trent Scales, the guy with the yellow and green background combination, and that is our co-host, Moms, fam. Let's hear from you, fam. let's send it legends. Oh my god, good morning everyone. It's so early for me right now, but yeah. When Trent told me about this place, I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna be there. Hell yeah, I'm gonna scale it. Heck, I'm gonna fucking set this space to fucking Valhalla. So yeah, it's what we do. It's what we do. So I already like finished my morning routine. I drank a apple vinegar with some lemon. Yeah, hard stuff, guys. I'm about to make myself a coffee, set up my office, and my best office for the Rabbi guy is like to basically fix a table and a chair, and I put a fucking chair on the table, and you can stand and then fucking sit and bag your 800 replies. So yeah, we do it that way. Let's fucking scale this space, let's sell this space, fast and get into the space. If you find this space attractive, feel free to tag your friends and let's vibe with us. Let's fucking scale this space to fucking Valhalla. And yeah, have a good one. Have a good space, bro. Let's get it. Everybody, one percent said, if you find this space attractive, if you find this space attractive, guys, you gotta back the page. And I want to ask you a question. Some of you guys have been regulars, have been coming to the trend scale space, show and scale, trend scale, and team fans. And now I want to ask you a question. Do you fucking find this space attractive? Throw your hands in the fucking air. Throw your freaking hands in the air. Do you find this space attractive, fans? I want to see. I want to see. Do you guys find this space attractive, fans? Let's go and let's send it. I'm going to show you all, fans. I'm going to put up every single one of you guys through the stage. Everybody's going to be able to come and scale on stage. Everybody's going to be given a chance. Everybody deserves a chance because trend scales and fall are rooted on every single one of you guys. That is what I can say. And when we say it, we mean it. We mean business, fans. You know how we work. You know how we get it. We are getting to share all the offer with you guys here and we'll take to the stage, to the stage and get everybody to give us their alpha smoke downs. But I'm real quick before we get started. Transkills wants to open the charts. So once you open the charts, and I want to tell you guys this: the next leg is already up. The next leg is already up. I said it before, like 80k for BTC was the bottom. 80k was the bottom. I was getting even some people saying, "Oh, no, Transkills, we're gonna go further down." What do you think we're gonna go further down, fam? Transkills is up in crypto spaces yesterday. I've been introduced to BTC back first time in 2012. I've been crypto for like 10 years, maybe even more right now. I've been building a team for 5 years already. Like, I see the trends. Like, the username trend skills is not for no reason. Do you understand, guys? And I said it, and we made some money. And now we have the correction going back down again. There was no folks. But as you guys can see, we have weekday and BTC like we have a big week. BTC is up, it is scaling, and it is going up high fast. That's what I can say. You can see, like we have like after we had the dip 80k correction, then we went up to 92k, then we dipped out again to 84k because there was liquidations. It's a good market makers for this school. That's how it works. That's how the market works. If you're tapping into these spaces, you're going to understand how the market makers work. Market makers make bounce. If you're following what the market makers are doing, you can make so much money. Like you don't even need to get monetized things. You don't even need these things. Like you can make some good money for yourself just by following what the market makers is doing and trading with that like sense you should have made yourself back right now just with TEDx. You could have made like a good $2,000 fence. Now you guys have seen some of my trades I've made personally with these countries that's for over $20,000, and we are scaling. We are gonna make much more than that, and when we do, I'm gonna continue to make more good and big scaling giveaways to show my love back to the Trend fam, to the winner circle, to everybody on here. Going forward, BNB $897. I said for BNB that $800 is gonna be the bottom, and it is. Like you can see right now, we have
And how do I make the rest of my life about it?
and if you slice through I genuinely think that by the end of the cycle we can see BNB at $2,000. I genuinely think that we can get there fast. Like at least my first target for BNB is $1,500, and if we go through that, it's all up from there. Like it's very interesting to see.
And how do I make the rest of my life about it?
I mean, like nowadays, it's barking outside, bro, like crazy. So I'm gonna put on voice installation. Can you guys hear me better now? Yeah, bro. But yeah, I'll do it to you guys. Make sure to check it out. I'll keep your link in the profile so everybody can see it and sign up for your link because it's just wanted to be sure. Doesn't go and see it so that you guys can. But it don't stay. And I don't need referral links. I want to put my boy Pablo here to get all the referrals because he deserves it. So what I'm doing APIs for that, APIs for that, there's like a nice percentage from Monarchy right now. And there are also we have to like make a copy of any project spaces not only about the companies and different websites. I mean, things like when someone is like asking you to save space, and communicate APIs over that, that way you can earn some extra bucks thanks to Monarchy these royalties. So definitely guys, check that out if you're not signed up yet. I don't want to say like I'm encouraging you to do that, but it costs nothing. It costs nothing, and they got like 7 trade fee. One as the first airdrop, minor cost more like 700. So like it's pretty much it's pretty good money, and right now there are a few campaigns, and like let's say something like 13 or 14 million total members, so yeah, there's a chance to go in this space, and there are like Trent said, like there are multiple ways of getting money in this space. So there's no way for anyone fucking into DMs like asking for money. No, just do your research. Find a project that you like. Even if it's like I don't know, maybe it's a different way. Maybe you're a big trader and you're killing it, or you're like maybe millionaire holder and you're in the trading chat. Slack is time to scale, and we are fucking scaling to fucking Valhalla. Yeah, I'm done. And let me welcome my friend Cherry on stage. What? Cherry, our favorite nerdy learner, huh?
Hello, Paul. Hello, Trent. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. Trent was like, I'm drinking a drink. I'll be there in a minute. And yeah, I'm finally open the door. This weekend was fun.
We're scaling to Valhalla.
Let's get it.
It's scaling, yeah, it's selling. Oh, this human energy. Oh my god. So yeah, I'm trying to find my energy, my inner energy right now. Yeah, but pretty early for me, but yeah, let's do. We show up regardless. Like we hop on this space. Like yeah, and after I woke up, I was like, should I hold this space today? I was like, yeah, maybe a few hours later or something. And Trent was like, yeah, it's the space right now. I'm like, wow, right. I'm gonna be there. No worries. Yeah, I got you. Love you, friends. Friends got each other's back. So yeah, all the fans. So yeah, we're here.
Yeah, you would show up. I'm glad that I'm bringing energy. I feel like I have no energy. This weekend has been wild for me. It's currently Monday night. No, what day? I don't even know.
I don't know, like Wednesday or something. I don't know. It's like, I started to lose count.
I think I've slept maybe like 7 hours in the last like 5 days.
Cool. That's a great story. No one gives a fuck.
It had me crazy. Maybe really oh my gosh, hectic. But yeah, I'm slowly dying slow and getting to death. But we're here, we're showing up. I'm putting on my best front for you guys. And I'm just taking 2 weeks into that. It's still early. This podcast is 3. I've got a few hours left in me before I want to.
Let's go. Honestly, like we're mentioning that they're always working on a clipping thing right now, clipping feature, and Click was up with the silence? We have two co-hosts in here, Paul and Jerry. Jerry, that is very, very funny too. No, but guys, we have two co-hosts in here, Paul and Jerry, and the space goes silent. You guys, this is all over the Transcale show. This is the Paul and Jerry show. I'm gonna pass the mic to you guys. What's your impression? I'm gonna be for liar Friday.
Oh my God. Rabbi.
100%. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Do you mind if I share with everyone my project? Trend, is that good with you?
No, bro, it's not good with me. You know, like it's not good with me at all. I'm just messing with you, Rabbi. Of course, man. You're welcome to Transcale Space. This is the show is skill, and I want Rabbi to skill. Bro, you have to include in your show. You have to include in your show. Scale it with Transcale. There's not like we gotta be skating. You know, like you gotta include something about skating in your show, fam, because I love it. But you gotta put in the skating, fam. Let's get it, Rabbi. You can have the mic, fam.
100%. Thank you so much for the opportunity. If you're not already scaling with Trend Scales, I don't know what you're doing. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show. This is a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I am not only live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these links to my YouTube streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, you'll find a link to my YouTube streams in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I dare you to look at my Linktree. Nobody dares you to look at their Linktree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/Rabbi. You can see me live stream in my Discord 24 hours a day. We have over 2,500 people in the community and are growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's one of the OG meme coins. If you've never heard of it, it's Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Enu. The ticker's Bitcoin. It's on Ethereum. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. We have successfully built water towers in rural Nigeria. We're currently doing a toy drive. We're always doing something to help the world. Additionally, I want you to know that I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you're a content creator, you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that in addition to scaling with Trend Scales, I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Let's get it, Rabbi. Wonderful you guys. Everybody was up to follow. I want to hear Rabbi's prediction for BTC for next year because like every time we get this show,
Certainly. Well, I'm not a soothsayer, but I can tell you it's going to be higher than it is currently. I think perhaps by this time next year, we could be seeing somewhere in the 150K range.
That's gonna. Maybe I'm more optimistic. Based on like my analysis, but I think we're gonna hit Q1 of 2026. We're gonna hit 150,000 at least, if not before New Year, because I think the tides have shifted. There is a completely different like snowball effect right now. I mean, you can see the charts fast. I think because we have so much liquidity, so much liquidations with high leverage people of now, like over 20 billion dollars. I think it's very possible that BTC is gonna make a leg up of $100,000 and just go from there. Like I think it is highly possible for a short squeeze to happen fast. I think it's highly possible. But much appreciation to Rabbi, appreciate you fans. And I want to ask everybody on the stage to max engage with that purple pill. Guys, you have to max engage with that purple pill. Once we hit 100 comments, once we hit 100 comments, that is when we have achieved the first point of scaling. And what we do in these spaces, we scale fast. That is what we do. I want all the scalers here in the chat. I'm gonna rotate everybody through the stage. Everybody's gonna get the chance to speak with Paul, Terry, with Chico, with all of us here up on the stage as well. Yo, I want to see everybody max engage with that program. We must scale to 800 comments. If you've written a comment already, you can go and you can write more. You have to connect. Connecting is winning. And when you go in the program where you can connect with a lot of people fast. And like I said, connecting as soon as you want to connect. You never know who is gonna be that next person that you're gonna connect with because he might give you the opportunity that you have been looking for. You know what I mean? Like for example, Paul here, he has given Transcale the opportunity to scale. Before I met Paul, I wasn't able to scale, but I met Paul and I was like, okay, like I'm not scaling. It was like, yo, you're gonna be Transcale, you're gonna scale so much after you met Paul, and you're gonna scale every single day, you know? And then Jerry met Paul, and like Jerry was scaling coach with Paul, but then she met Paul, and then she became Cherry Scales fast. Then she became Cherry Scales and she's skating every single day now. That's what I can say. But it's so like guys, the point here I'm trying to make is that you have to tap in purple pill in order to scale. You can meet so much great people. Have such great people here on the stage. Have such great people here on the listeners fans. Go and follow everybody on stage. Follow yourselves, like follow each other. All the listeners follow yourselves. Let's go. Yeah, let's get it, fans. But yeah, if you're not selling yourself, you're not pushing up with yourself. Let's fucking go. You should like create an account and follow yourself with what kind of account. Or you can use your main account for your main account. Not just overstate. It is what it is. Like, don't know how. No, but all right. So everybody got the drill. I am going to rotate through the next speaker, guys, and who is going to be the next speaker? Let's see. Because guys, you have to raise your hands up, and so I'm going to put it up. Once I see whoever is the first to raise a hand up, that's going to be the first speaker that is going to come up next. So before we pass the mic to someone next, I just want to say that I missed one thing about Turkey. That Turkey is building a whole marketplace right now. So guys, this is so fucking bullish because like I don't know, you can see like Sven being a host right now, having this Chilean scare space, but how about he got paid for that space? Like that would be crazy, huh? So like like where's the whatever there's a project that you vibe with, or maybe the project that vibes with you, like there's a huge opportunity for you to actually like working with them as a host, hosting these spaces for them, hosting spaces.
This is a good start, but you need to create all of these different social media platforms. If you read the message that I stated, you do not have to download the apps necessarily, you just need to create the accounts in a browser and link them to your Linktree, period. Please reread the messages that I sent you so you're clear on what you need to do, period. If you have questions, I'm here to help you, period.
proof do we have that they didn't go to the moon? And there's a lot of proof. Okay. I think it didn't go to the moon. How about the proof that is that we didn't go to the moon? Well, we already heard all of that. 400,000 people, that's been refuted. The Russians would have blabbed. That's been refuted. The moon rocks has been refuted. It's one of my clips. That Neil Armstrong, chain of custody, allegedly picked up a rock, personally put it in his pocket, and then later personally gave it to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, which was immediately sealed in a container in a museum, was opened up a few years ago, and is petrified wood. It's a fake. The moon rocks are fake. And Antarctica. Von Braun went to Antarctica, picked up pounds and pounds of pure meteorite. Yes, the rocks are either duplicates of meteorites picked up on Earth, made in a ceramics lab, or just fake. All right, Mark, and this is no comment. What do you have to say for yourself for a rock that had chain of custody from the moon to Neil Armstrong's hand to this museum? You're being a fake. This says no comment. All right, you're peppering us with fact after fact.
Yeah.
It's just too much. You need to stick to one thing. Okay. What's one thing? Let's stick on one topic so we can go back and forth. We can get Charlie's opinion on it, get your opinion on it, and I can evaluate what's going on. Let's talk about the film. Okay. So one of the biggest questions people have about this is why is all the original footage and the telemetry data gone from the Apollo missions? But I want to clarify something first. All of the footage that we have from the moon was that shot on film, specifically on film cameras, like 16 millimeter film. We had a 16 millimeter camera. We had Hasselblads, which took photographs, and we had TV and sent back television from the lunar rover to Earth, like a specific type of camera for television. Yeah, what's a television camera that we mounted on the front of the room? Okay, but those don't use film on those camera experts. They don't use film. No, there's a TV. Okay, so just broadcast straight, doesn't record anything on it. It's just live broadcast. It was recorded down here in Mission Control. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, I understand. But we didn't have a recorder on. Well, we had. I'm not sure, but I don't think we had a recorder on. Okay, so the TV cameras were recorded down in Mission Control, and those would have been recorded on tapes, I'm guessing, right? And those would be the tapes that have been erased, correct? Okay, so that was the incompetence of NASA, allegedly. Or intentional, just like they were intentional. During the technology, they intentionally erased the tapes. So what they were, those tapes was to make room for other projects. So Steve, if you ask ChatGPT, let's ask ChatGPT, what happened to the original tapes from the NASA missions? And let's see what the answer it gives is. Well, that would be this right here. Oh, you have it. Yeah, all right. So the original tapes were later erased and reused. NASA routinely used magnetic tapes in the 60s and early 80s due to storage costs
Something like
and shortages. So
everything in the world is just moving one thing to another. What is the quote, and to whom is it attributed? Everything in the world is just moving one thing to another place with precision.
That stuff was recorded over, but the stuff that they sent through broadcast survived. Well, that's what this kid Ron Howard, whose grandfather warned him that the moon missions were fake, did listen, wanted to make an IMAX movie, and he requested all the original videotapes to be broadcast, projected on an IMAX screen about 100 feet by 120 feet. Right. Bigger than they've ever been done before. He wanted to use the originals, and it was between that request and a couple of days later that everything got erased. He had to go to Blockbuster and rent VHS tapes and reduce them to this tiny portion of the screen. Otherwise, the image quality would be so bad you can see the VHS track. Is that a fact? That movie is reenactments. Is that a fact that what what year was this when Ron Howard requested the tapes? It was around 1999, something like that. So around Steve, hopefully you can look this up. Ron Howard was working on an IMAX film in around 1999, requested the original tapes from NASA, and
Yo.
are saying it is an absolute fact that we can look up that NASA erased those tapes right after Ron Howard requested them. Well, that was my research at the time. I did my film at Sprell.com for 7 years to produce. I was given $1 million by someone who builds rockets for NASA, who knows the moon missions are fake, who thought it was his patriotic duty to expose it. Now, not only is it the first time in history that technology is greater in the past and in the future, not only is it the only time in history that all of the documentation, all the technology, according to NASA astronaut, was intentionally destroyed, it's also the first time in history that nobody could repeat the event 50 years later. Imagine them splitting the atom in 1945, the first atomic bomb, and 50 years later, no one can split the atom, when in fact just 10 years later, atomic bombs were 1,000 times more powerful. So if they could go to the moon on the first attempt ahead of schedule with 1 million computing power cell phone, we would have been on Mars 10 years later. We would be in another solar system by now, and there'd be bases all over the moon, taking people back and forth to play basketball on 1/6 gravity. The best NASA can do today is send mannequins to orbit the moon, when somehow we could play golf and drive cars on the moon with 1960s technology on the first attempt. There have been 6 presidents who have said a total of 9 times they're going to return to the moon in 5 years. You had Ronald Reagan said it, then Clinton said it, then Bush Sr. said it, then Bush Jr. said it twice, and Obama said it twice, and Trump said it one time, and they can't do it. With 50 years better technology, they can't return to the moon in 50 years. But somehow they can do it with 1960s technology on the first attempt. Why don't you think we can do it back to the moon since 72? No, they spent the money on other programs. Well, the government spends every month 70% more money than they take in. I'm not going to argue with you about this. We went to the moon 6 times. We landed on the moon. You lied to the American public 6 times because the arrogance of the American. Well, then, this guy on the we landed on the moon. You didn't know that before you got here. How did we get 600 pounds of moon rocks? Well, like I said, let's put a pin there. Now let's talk about the moon rocks. Okay? What evidence do you have? I know you have some that proves that the moon rocks were not actually moon rocks, right? Yeah, if you can let me find the clip here. Or just look it up. The Netherlands fake moon rock. Let's go to clip B7 real quick. This is a recent article about the French government. And they committed a crime in 1945 that they're still lying about today. And what happened was their soldiers returned from World War II and wanting their back pay. And they refused to give it to them because they were black. And when they kept protesting, they machine gunned 300 of them in a single base and buried them. That just came out. That happened in 1945 and played the clip. And let's read this news article. It said one of the things that they did was they fabricated because it shows governments, it says they fabricated and destroyed evidence. So we're going to look at the fabrication. I'm just trying to find the clip here. It's a sequence about the moon rocks. Or you could look it up. Look up fake moon rock in Amsterdam. Yes. Well, yeah. So are the moon rocks something that is available for the public to see? D29. Yeah. I mean, the moon rocks are on display all over the world. And also, they're still doing experiments on the moon rock. NASA's Lunar Planetary Institute, whatever it is controlling those and sending those out. People submit experiment requests still today about to do experiments on the moon rocks. So there's still moon rocks available. Do they let outside outside researchers do analysis on them, and universities do. Okay. I mean, universities have some. I'm not involved in that at all. Right, sure. And, I've been doing NASA for a long time, but the moon rocks are unique, and they're radioactive, whatever, and not radioactive evidence, but the way they have been collected. They were collected on every mission. They were isolated when they got back and put in the lunar receiving lab, and now they're still being given out samples. So people are still requesting samples of moon rocks, and that's evaluates these experiments that they request, and apparently they're still giving some of it out. I've been with NASA a long, long time, so I don't know how it works today. So, Mark, how do you explain us having actual moon rocks here on Earth? Well, like I said, Von Braun went to Antarctica. There's a picture of him in Antarctica where he collected hundreds of pounds of lunar meteorites, which they use for fake moon rocks. NASA also has the most advanced ceramics lab in the world, where they can take a ride with a rock and falsify micrometeorites and then go to clip 29. This is about moon rocks. It says they opened one up and it proved to be fake. Do you realize a few years ago a 70-year-old woman was arrested by the FBI and thrown in a cell, not allowed to go to the bathroom? She had to pee on herself because she had a paperweight with one speck of an alleged moon rock in the very center of it, and she couldn't pay her electric bill or mortgage. It was given to her by her husband, who got it from someone at NASA, and the FBI surrounded her to get that so that it couldn't be opened and examined independently. This is just a tiny speck of a moon rock. What was that? I don't know, but you can look it up. 70-year-old woman arrested for having a moon rock or trying to sell a moon rock. And plate 29, you said that's the proof of the fake moon rock. B29, there's eight. Let's see. B29 is the spell of the earth. Okay. T-Law, given to Holland by Neil Armstrong, is a fake. This is one that has complete chain of custody of the surface of the moon. And Neil Armstrong's hands to his pocket to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, hermetically sealed, opened a few years ago after someone watched my film, Curiosity. It's a being this out-of-world location identified what? Now those trees are going on the moon. The moon rock is fake, and yet no reporter has the courage to ask if the moon rocks are fake. What about the moon missions? I had a reporter from the Rothschild'S who broke the Watergate story. I showed him the footage, which we're going to show him faking being halfway to the moon. It says don't show the public at the beginning. Yeah, but what the point is, he agreed that a group that left in orbit, like it was forbidden publishing. We gotta stick to our top. Let's go back to the moon rocks. This piece of petrified wood we're showing that was given to the Prime Minister of Holland. Right. That's the Prime Minister. Same thing. That's his office. That's right. Okay. I've heard the story before. I heard it in my first interview. I also heard a pushback on this, that it was not unaltered. Neil Armstrong gave it to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. However, it was the U.S. ambassador to the Netherlands that gave him this thing. Well, my understanding of this was not that Neil Armstrong was the one who said it. It was on a visit he sent it to him. He visited the Netherlands and gave it to the Prime Minister. He claimed he picked it up and put it in his pocket. That's why he asked who gave the Prime Minister of the Netherlands the thing. Who actually gave it to him? So for 40 years, everyone thought it was a moon rock. It was built in a moon rock. It had off the lunar surface by Apollo 11. They did a little tour around the world afterwards. He gave moon rocks to various people. He gave one to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. It was sealed. It was opened up a few years ago. Okay, right here in the BMP's right here. It says Okay, so it's you claim them and brought the headphones on, or you can't just keep talking over everybody, bro. It's like it's too much. I'm sorry, it's too much. His point is that this piece of moon rock that was given to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands during the Apollo 11 Goodwill Tour with neon gauze was later analyzed and found to be petrified wood and not a moon rock. That's his evidence that the moon rocks aren't real. Well, I brought back a couple hundred pounds maybe for rocks. I don't remember exactly. And they're unique. Got a radiation history that is unique. They look anything like that? No. They look like charcoal. They don't look like that. Okay. They look like more gray charcoal. What was the biggest moon rock that you brought back? I think 25 pounds. Whoa. Like roughly how big? I had to roll it up my leg. It was so big. First EVA and one breaker. And is that a moon rock? Is that a real moon rock? We didn't find anything like that. The one on the right? No. What? Zoom out, Steve. See if we can find something that Charlie would think that looks like one of the moon rocks that he grabbed. Does any of this look like one of the rocks that you had? No. What if we Googled Charlie Duke moon rock? Maybe Apollo 16 moon rock. Oh yeah, or Apollo 16 moon rock. Yeah. Big Muley, I picked up the left. That Big Muley, the one on the left. So now that one. Big Muley, no, to the left. That one. Yeah. That's a real moon rock. I picked it up. That was a 25 pounder. I don't remember. I didn't weigh that much. No. But I don't remember. We picked the total collection for Apollo 16 was probably a couple hundred pounds. And when you got it into the module, you got the rocks in there. Did you have them in any kind of specific bag or anything? We had them in vacuum boxes. A lot of them, right? And then a lot of them were just I don't remember exactly whether we had them brought back or just didn't have room for them in these rug boxes, we call them. But most of them put in rug boxes outside, and so never saw atmosphere inside. Right. So once you took your suit off, you weren't able to interact with them at all. You couldn't touch them. You could smell them. I don't remember doing any of that. No. What about once you got back to Earth? Did you touch them at all or hold them at all when you got back to Earth? We went into the lunar receiving lab where they were, and we were able to put on gloves or whatever it was, sterilize that thing, and just look at them. But I don't remember taking them up and tossing them around or anything like that. Were there any smells that you remembered? Usually smells are good at triggering memories. Was there any specific smell that was strange to you about the moon when you got back in the... Well, we were pretty stinky, I can say that. A lot of BO, but nothing else. No other interesting smells. No. Well, I mean, some of the food smells. You can smell a tuna salad or something like dust or something like dust from the moon on your suit or on your boots or something, anything like that. No. I don't remember any smell, but sometimes that smell, there was a gunpowder smell. Sometimes. And what was that from? I don't know. It's probably moon dust, but I'm not sure. But there's no organic material in it, like gunpowder. So, okay. So this moon rock debate is difficult because we don't have any moon rocks and we haven't done any analysis on it. We picked up that one Big Muley. Okay. Yeah, it looks absolutely nothing like the petrified wood on the left. No. was given to this guy. So I guess the story is true. I mean, we've corroborated it with AI and with Bart's article that gift was given, but it wasn't. It was given by the U.S. ambassador to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. On the left, yeah. And it was they was told it looked like any of the moon rock that we know. Right.
But you said they were different landing sites earlier. That the rocks on your side of Apollo 11 were different.
Were the rocks different in different landing sites? They look different.
Not that I recall. Not that different. That much different.
Right. Okay.
The number one proof is what we have next. I'm answering your question about what proof there is. Now, I gave NASA about how they didn't go to the moon. They can't leave Earth orbit. They still can't leave Earth orbit.
We're talking about radiation belts now.
I'm talking about the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon.
The footage.
If you show,
I do after this. I would like to talk about the radiation belts. That's
next after this, right? And so, first, let's look at the slide, D8. This is at the beginning of the reel. I asked NASA for every video, every film from Apollo 11, figuring if they faked it, they're more likely to have made a mistake the first time they faked it. Now, keep in mind, I went from being the biggest fan, worshiping the Apollo 11 project with pictures on my wall everywhere I went, like a shrine, to having an open mind that maybe they faked it, to looking into it, being given $1 million by somebody who builds rockets for NASA to investigate it, who said they were fake, and then stumbling upon this evidence, which is what convinced me that they were fake. In fact, this footage was shown to two NBC news directors. They both agreed and proved that Apollo 11 never left Earth orbit, and they were threatened by the federal government not to broadcast it or to have their license pulled. So the first part you'll see in D8 is the slide that says not for public distribution. Oh, there we go. Okay. So that shows that this is not for public distribution. Now the next clip is at the very.
Let's read it. This film of the Apollo 11 mission was produced as a report film by the manned spacecraft sector and is not for general public distribution.
Yeah, I asked NASA for unedited footage, and everything I got was pre-edited with the voiceover, and it's the same footage over and over again on 10 different reels, exact same footage. Most reporters are satisfied with that. I'm investigating the possibility that they faked it, and I asked for everything, specifically unedited footage. I got this in one other reel that was unedited. Now, at the very beginning of the reel, clip 9, which we're about to play, you'll hear NASA say, the TV picture looks great. Then there's exactly 4 seconds of dead air. You'll hear a third party that's not NASA, not the astronauts, presumably the CIA. And after 4 seconds go by, they tell Neil Armstrong in a private earpiece, talk. And then he starts speaking because he's claiming that he is halfway to the moon at this point in the mission. The timestamp indicates, according to the script, that they're supposed to be halfway to the moon. In fact, they never left Earth orbit. They can't leave Earth orbit now, and there's a number of reasons for that. So,
Charlie, have you ever seen this footage before?
No, it's crazy. Okay. Yeah, it is crazy how corrupt the federal government is.
Well, so, I mean, you're calling me a liar. I never went to the moon.
Well, obviously. What surprise you knew we were going to be here. You knew it was going to be here before you got here. You act like it's a surprise.
I am. I didn't realize that you thought it was all fake.
You knew that. You reminded me of our phone conversation 20 years ago when you walked in the door. Then I said I had you quoted me word for word. I had proof that we didn't go to the moon. You knew when he invited you. This is no surprise, and yet you're acting like you're surprised. This is why you should get the Academy Award now. The reason is if he's halfway to the moon, there would be an estimated 2-second radio time there and 2 seconds back. So they're faking a radio delay. You'll hear NASA. You'll hear 4 seconds go by. You'll hear a third party that's not NASA, not the astronauts, Neil Armstrong with talk. And that way they can fake the 4-second radio delay. Go ahead and play clip 9.
So, hold on, Charlie, what do you make of that? I don't understand what he's talking about here, but the missions were not fake. They said they needed a moon. We understand that he's made up and essentially the footage that we just watched was from Apollo 11. Did you hear it? Can you hear it in your headphones? It's Houston communicating with the astronauts on the radio, and then you hear a 4-second delay, and then you can hear the audio of someone going, talk, and then you hear Neil Armstrong responding to Houston. Let's watch it one more time. Let's show Charlie. Yeah, let's show it one more time. Just read the text. Two, three, four. See, does that make sense? They can't even do it today, and they can't even do it in 1969. So the footage is footage of the moon, and you can hear Neil talking to Houston, right? In that video, yeah, you can hear them talking. And there's a little voice that pops up after 4 seconds that says, talk to Neil. Why would there be a voice telling Neil to talk? Okay. Are they on the moon, or they're halfway, right? They're supposed to be halfway, so this is when they were halfway to the moon, communicating with Houston. And after Houston said something on the radio, there was 4 seconds, and then somebody on the radio saying, talk to Neil, instructing Neil to respond to Houston after 4 seconds. Why do you think that would be? In my recollection, I was in mission control for Apollo 10. I was Capcom. I was in mission control for Apollo 11. It was Capcom. And nothing like this ever happened in mission control. There would never be anybody saying talk to anybody. It would just be as soon as you hear it, you would respond. Generally, that was true. Okay, what were the exceptions? I can't think of any right now, but I mean, say again, Houston, or say a lot of reasons that you mission control and not mission control, but we had progress granting communication. So if you couldn't understand, yeah, okay, so just say again, whatever. Except the quality, the EQ of the audio of the talk is completely different. It's not obviously mass understood. They're just right, and it's not Neil Armstrong who responded. They're faking a 4-second radio delay to pretend that they're beyond Earth orbit. So this is him. So Mark's position is that video with them saying, with the voice coming in and saying talk, is them trying to fake a 4-second delay. That's part of his argument. So what I mean, I don't understand. One of his arguments is that because you hear the voice come in and say talk, the talk comes in 4 seconds after Houston finishes their statement, right? So the presumption from Art is there's no delay, but the astronauts were instructed to wait for 4 seconds until someone else came in and said talk. That way it would look like there was a 4-second delay, and it would look like they were already halfway to the moon. Right, because if you play clip 11, Neil Armstrong, for the TV audience, the part that was shown to the public, said he's calling in from about 130,000 miles out, right? Halfway to the moon. Go ahead and play clip 11. Okay, so that's him lying. He's not 130,000 miles out. He's still in Earth orbit. That's why they faked the 4-second radio delay. Now play clip 10. It's just the photo of the pig in the window. Almost. Okay. Let's try to go through this. We have a lot to cover. We're almost 2 hours in.
Well, we only had one window in the view and it filled up with the big cameras.
Okay, so go back to clip 11. The 130,000 miles out. Don't play the audio, but just bring up the images. According to Neil Armstrong, there's only one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera because I'm sure you're talking about it. Oh, yeah. So if you were really halfway to the moon, looking back at the Earth like this appears to demonstrate, even though it's a fake shot, you would have to have the lens of the camera to the window in order to shoot the Earth far away floating in space. He says he's alive 130,000 miles out, and he says that the camera is completely filling up the window. So like the camera is really at the back of the spacecraft. There's about 15 feet between the camera and the window. They turned out all the lights, which they talked about because they thought these conversations would be edited out. And that's actually the circular window of the spacecraft, outside of which it's filled with the Earth in a low Earth orbit. One cinematographer believes they took a transparency of positive slide of the Earth photograph from a satellite and placed it over the window that was backlit by Earth sun. And if you place the final clip, the D11, play all the way through to reveal it. So play 11 one more time. There are two clips on 11. So this is just let it play at normal speed. This is supposed to be the Earth, and that's fine. This is supposed to be the Earth floating in space. This is the outtake. That's why it said do not show the public. There's Buzz Aldrin removing part of the effect in front of the window. That's a work light. The camera has been at the back of the spacecraft the entire time. The iris is open, and you can see the real location and the very bright Earth out the window. They just faked being halfway to the moon. My critics agree that is them faking being halfway to the moon. Two NBC news directors agree that is them faking being halfway to the moon. And they were told by the federal government if they broadcast it, they would have their license pulled. So go to Sabro.com. All of these clips can be seen there for free. This is what convinced me. I gave NASA the benefit of the doubt for as long as possible. And when I saw this, they are faking halfway to the moon. So if you could really go to the moon, why would you be faking any of it? And if you're faking being halfway to the moon, it's because you can't go halfway to the moon. And what a surprise. 56 years later, they still cannot leave Earth orbit, only mannequins can. And we'll go on to why next, which is the Van Allen radiation. All right, hold on. Let's put a pause there. So, Charlie, on your trip on Apollo 16, did you guys ever turn around and take film or footage or any photos of the moon? Or I'm sorry, of the Earth when you were about halfway? I'm sure that we did. I don't remember specifically, but we were. If you were to take a video or a film of the Earth on your way to the moon, how would you do it? Well, you turn a window to the Earth and that's just right up here, which was a triangle, and a window right over here. And in zero gravity, you had to hold the camera up to the window, towards the window, and the object you had out there. Even so, you couldn't do it from any window. And it's crazy. It just depends on how you oriented the spacecraft. So, okay, so you would be able to orient the spacecraft while you're traveling to the moon to line up a window with the Earth. Okay, so roughly how big is that spacecraft? How big is the interior? Less than the rear. If I'm in my couch, I can reach out and touch in my suit, and I can reach out and touch the side of the spacecraft. Okay. John Young was off. It was Matty Lane. He was touching my shoulder, and on the other side, he was touching John's shoulder, and John was reaching out and touching the side of the spacecraft. So command module, yeah, the command and service module were coupled together, so there's actually more depth than that. Okay. Not in the spacecraft, it wasn't. The service module was hooked to the command module was set on top of the service module, and we received a lot of stuff from the service module, but the command module was a separate empty and didn't have connection. They were electrical connections and service connections, but they weren't any. So you're saying it was roughly about the size of the length of this table, maybe a little bigger. It's probably this table probably wider than a global spacecraft was. Okay, and so when you were, let's just say hypothetically, you're on your way to the moon of Apollo 16, you look back, you want to take a shot of the Earth at halfway, right? You're halfway to the moon. How would you position the camera inside the spacecraft to shoot the Earth? First off, you have to get a window looking at the Earth, right? Okay, and you could get the window, you could face the Earth. It was a triangular window here. Window here for me. What was the shape of the other window for you? I think it was sort of a triangular shape. Okay. Anyway, you could get up there with a camera and just look out, and if the spacecraft was not rotating the L position, then you could just reach out and just start taking pictures with your Hasselblad or the 16mm camera we didn't waste film though. And you would put it basically right smack dab up to the window. No. Sometimes you would. Okay. Depends on what you were trying to look at if the Earth was out there. Then you wanted to get right close so you could see the whole of the Earth. You could get back and you could still see the Earth out there, but it wasn't like you were looking through 4 foot of air in the spacecraft, so you want to get up right next to it to get next to things down. Right. And how fast was the craft moving at that point? Halfway. Very. Roughly. It took 72 hours to get to the moon. It's 200-something thousand miles, so on average, and 3,000 miles an hour, 3,000 miles an hour. Okay, so this footage is, as Art described, from Apollo 11, and they have the camera. Steve, do you have a rendering of the spacecraft? Yeah. So we downloaded a 3D render of the interior of the spacecraft, and I want to see if it's accurate first of all. This is it. So this was created by the Smithsonian, and it's supposed to be a perfect 3D render. Does that look right? That's the hatch right there. Yeah, that would be the hatch. There was a window, and on the right side, I had a window on this side. Wait a minute. I would be on the other side. So he was such Apollo mission is this rendering up. Do they have different ones for every Apollo? No, it's all the same. They're all the same. Which is the number one. Specifically Apollo 11. This was specifically Apollo 11. Okay, so this would have been the same craft they were shooting from in that video that you provided. Okay, so which window were they filming from? Based on this video, it was the number one window. So, and it appeared to be circular on camera. And like I said, another cinematographer thinks they put a device over the window with a photograph of the Earth. I don't see any circle windows at all in this. Was there a circular window? In there, that's kind of like a square. It's like a round this, right? And there might be a circular window in the hatch. I don't remember. So the hatch is missing here. So maybe that's what they were filming out of the hatch. Well, no. Well, the hatch would be open, and sometimes if you got right up close, you could see the hatch. Yeah, I think you're right. The circular window. So find a photo of the hatch for the lunar module and see if they're the lunar module for the command module. I'm sorry. Well, we already have them claiming that the camera's up against the window, and in fact, it's at the back of the spacecraft. So there's the idea of them breaking down. I mean, if you look at it where he says he's 130,000 miles out, and the second half of it, where they start fiddling with their hands in front of the window, it's the same shot. claim it's 130,000 miles out. And a moment later, you see it's the window being made up. It looks like they should fill it in space. Go back. So okay, so pause right there. So Charlie, move the guy out of the way. Out the window, so we can still see the interior of the spacecraft. So that window straight ahead, that's got like light glaring through it. So that's circular, right? So that would be the hatch, right? That's the hatch. Okay, so the camera is basically as far back as it could possibly be inside the command module. That's the lower equipment bay would be. The lower equipment bay. Okay, cool. Now play it so we can get a better idea of the camera's staying there. They're adjusting the exposure. Yeah, right there. So there you can see. So a moment ago they claimed it was 130,000 miles out there and floating in space, but it's not there and floating in space. It's the window being made to look like they're floating in space. So they're faking being halfway to the moon. So why would they fake being halfway to the moon if they really went halfway to the moon? Well, you don't have to go that far. Okay. Let's say why are they shooting it from so far back? Why wouldn't they put the camera up to the window? We did at times, but sometimes you just want to look at the inside. It's what the guy's doing. But right, but if you go back, the side of the spacecraft, understood. But if you go back, they're showing it with the entire interior blacked out. Steve, if you rewind it. Yeah, that's a good exposure. If you got the outside, if you got the windows open, not open, but uncovered, you're going to get light reflected from the Earth, light from the sun into the spacecraft. Right. So go to the beginning. Go forward a little more so it just shows you. So see, they're filming it. They claim that when they're floating. It looks like they're trying. Do you understand why Mark thinks they're trying to pull some sort of camera trick? They're trying to. It looks like right now, if you paused it right here and you showed that to me or any other dumb like me, you would think that the black is just space, right? And that's just the Earth floating in space. That's what it looks like to me. So hit play. And he's saying while they're filming it that they're 130,000 miles out, which is not true. So there's the Earth. So it's like, wow, look how small the Earth is, way floating away in outer space. And it's pretty incredible. And then this is the same, this is not cut. It's the same footage. And the camera's sort of wobbling. There's something weird in the top left corner, maybe a light. So one flight didn't be confused. So it went through like spacecraft walls. Now it's like there's something moving in between the camera lens and the window. Yeah. So it's not space. It's just the interior of the spacecraft. There's the window of the spacecraft being made to look like they're floating in space. Right. So if they are trying to pull a camera trick here, Mark, now look, you see the window's totally blown out. That's what it would look like. Right. Okay. Because our sun shining in the hatch. That's the hatch window. And then there's another triangular window. Yeah. And there was one on my side. There was another. I forgot exactly what the space was, but there was windows right here, and I could look out that window. There was on the other side. There was a docking window. You looked out when you had the dock, and it was I forgot exactly the shape. Maybe a long rectangle or something like that. And then there was a round hatch window, and then there was a window on the left. I could look out I was on the right side, and I could look out the window that was right there. And John Gilly had a window on the other side. There was a hatch window above us, and it was two windows up and beyond the lower equipment bay. So Steve, go back to where it's exposed for the interior. So right there, that's the hatch window. Yeah. Is that how? Okay, move the hand. Okay, is that? Would it be that bright? Yeah, 130,000 miles away. If that window was facing the Earth, at 130,000 miles out, is that how bright it would be? It's facing more to the sun than the Earth. Well, the video's claiming, according to the video, Neil is saying that that's the Earth. That wouldn't be the Earth. That would that's the reflection off of the earth. That's Earth show. This is kind of incredible because he's saying it's not the earth. Well, that clearly is this fake beam halfway to the moon. Well, the video is they're in Earth orbit. That's the earth. Out the window, it's filling the entire window. Right, but listen, Charlie just said at 130,000 miles out, that is not what it would look like. Okay, this video clearly is Neil Armstrong saying they're 130,000 miles out. You understand? It's a fake shot. So that's why Art believes that there's something weird going on. So if they were in Earth orbit, wouldn't you see the Earth moving by super fast, like clouds moving by? You would see land moving. It would be flying. If you look at footage by David Percy, a cinematographer, award-winning BBC cinematographer, said they took a photograph from an unmanned satellite, and they had like a positive, kind of like an X-ray, but a color print that was translucent, and they put it over the window. That's what they were removing when you see the yellow circle around the window. They're removing the photograph. So it's a photograph that's being backlit by Earth of the Earth through the Terminator line. They're shoving it in a little crisp piece of material into the window. I seriously think that they're wearing a shining night and day. So I don't understand the purpose of this conversation. So this video that we're watching right now, that you just watched, this is a video of Apollo 11. And Neil says at the beginning of the video that they are 130,000 miles away from the moon. So he said that he just said they're halfway. And you just said there's no way they're halfway. I didn't say that. Judging by the looking at how bright that window is, you said if that's the Earth, it wouldn't be. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said there could be the sun shining, man. No. But I'm saying if that window was facing the Earth at 130,000 miles, you said it wouldn't be that bright. If that was facing the Earth, you would say the Earth. You wouldn't say the Earth. This is the sun shining in. Okay, but hypothetically, if that window was facing the Earth at 130,000 miles, you said it wouldn't be that bright a minute ago, right?
Yo.
The Earth was never that bright. Okay, you look out the window, you look out the window, you see the Earth.
Yo, big dog. How are you, my man? I'm well. How'd you find out about me, big man?
Loki, there's a book that sent me this, the link to the server.
Okay, who sent it to you?
I don't remember looking at it. I might not be able to find it, but
Okay. What's your age?
I'm 21.
Okay, excellent. All right, very well. So you found out about me from Discord?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know, because I'm in a lot of places. All right, what's good with you, son?
nothing much, you.
Slanging dick like it's going out of style. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Nothing new, bro.
All right, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do?
I don't know, like, hobbies, you could say. I play, what is it called? The guitar and shit.
What do you play?
The guitar.
Oh, you play guitar? Okay, what are your favorite bands?
No, I don't use electric. Just acoustic.
Okay, but you don't have a favorite band?
No.
Do you like the Beatles?
I just play for fun. I don't know the Beatles.
You don't know the Beatles? What in
I'm
the
not from
fucking...
the US.
They're not from the U.S. either. They're from England.
Hmm?
They're not from the U.S.
I'm not from
either.
England.
They're from England.
You don't know you won't be able to know where I'm from, though.
I don't care where you're from. I want you to know who the Beatles are. You're muted.
Where I live, okay?
Okay.
There's not like we don't do a lot of shit. Like we don't know a lot of people.
Okay, but everybody knows the Beatles everywhere. They know the Beatles in China. They know.
It's easy. It's easy. Okay, China. Okay, China's a big country, isn't it?
Okay, they know the Beatles in India. They know the Beatles in Africa. They know the
Oh,
Beatles in.
hear me out. Hear me out. See, see. Where I'm from, people don't even know English, so it's not that. It's not that
Okay, okay, I can understand that.
serious, you know.
Okay, very well. So you don't have a single band that you like?
And I just play for fun.
Okay, that's cool. Do you play any
Just
video
give me a
games?
shit.
Do you play any video games?
So,
Do you play any video games?
yeah, I play Fortnite sometimes.
Have you played the
What's
Fortnite?
it called? COD.
Have you played Fortnite on the Simpsons map yet?
Yeah, it's mid. It's not the best. And it's not the worst. Again,
Yeah. So it's 6-7.
it was 6, 7. You know?
Doug, thank you. That's what everybody wants to know. I don't know. It's something that all the kids are saying. That means just it's like okay,
Yeah.
okay, and
I won't say it's the best. I won't say it's the best season. You know?
okay. Where do you like in the level? Where are good places to go in the Simpsons universe?
I lucky didn't even like. I just played it once and then I just the Simpsons thing. I just tried it and then I just stopped. Because I'm more of a like athletic, if you could say. I'm not like
Do you play FIFA?
I don't like sit. I play FIFA, yeah.
Who's your team?
Like no, I play offline.
Okay, who's your team?
Like what do I support?
What game? What team do you play as in FIFA?
Fans.
All right. Well, if we were gonna play right now, and I chose Argentina. Who would you be?
I might go with it's I might go with Brazil if you like playing World Cups and shit.
Okay. If I were England, who would you be?
If you were England, I would go with Spain.
Okay. Very well. All right. Do you play soccer in real life?
Yeah, I do.
What position do you play?
Sometimes what is it called?
Forward,
My
midfield,
I don't
defense,
know this.
goalie. Forward, defense.
Sometimes defense.
Okay. What about?
Sometimes what is it called? Hmm?
Okay. Sometimes defense. Other times what?
It changes from time to time.
I know.
So it's not like
Sometimes you play
I don't have a
defense.
fixed
I
place.
I get it. Sometimes you play defense. Other times you play what? Forward, midfield, or goalie.
Forward.
Okay. Very well. All right. Well, I stream my life 24/7. I've been doing so on YouTube for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I'm always live in this Discord. You can always connect with me in here if you ever need anything.
I invest in this.
What'd you say, Big Dog?
I said I bet that.
Okay, bet. All right, very well. All right, well,
I see.
take care, Big Dog.
You too.
Shout out to that guy.
I don't understand the purpose of this discussion. Well, they're faking me. It's the point is because he thinks this is a fake shot. He thinks that this craft right here is in low Earth orbit, and they're trying to fake it by moving the camera back and exposing from the window to make it look like Earth is really far away, and the surrounding inner spacecraft that's underexposed is just space. He thinks they're trying to make some sort of a camera trick to fake that they're not going to the moon when they're really in low Earth orbit. That's what Bart's claim is. When you're in low Earth orbit, you don't got said it might look like that from Rothschild. It depends on the location. Yeah, the Rothschild. Yeah. Okay, Steve, what were you saying? It looks like this not the. It looks like so. Because I'm also a cinematographer, and I would say that window. That's probably the color of the window. The sun is. You can see this mouse. Yeah, the sun is probably somewhere over here. Oh, that's right. You can see these rays shooting through there. It's kind of hard to tell because it's got light bounce.
Look at this athleticism. Folks, I'm going to try to put it into perspective for you all. If you don't understand athleticism, you ain't going to understand this fucking rabbi, baby, because this motherfucker is... What is the sickest? I can't be sick. Amazing. Yes.
Some hard inside of the spacecraft and bouncing back, and it's filling in the space over there. It's likely kissing the shoulders here, but you can always tell sunlight because you can just look at the brightest thing. You know, that would be that ray shooting through. So it's probably just veiling the glass, and the glass is. You can see there's a color right there. Yeah. And you can see there's a similar color right here. So this one's kind of a blue color too. It is a blue. I think it's a tint. And what you're seeing there is even back up over here. This is just a bokeh ball. A bokeh ball showing whatever the lens is seeing. And this texture is probably the cabling that you see later on. Or it could just be like imperfections of the glass. But that looks like the earth to me. That looks like it does, but it's out of focus. Obviously, it's not. It's not. That's got a perfect Terminator line too. Go to the part where they're fiddling with it in front of the window. Go back 15 seconds and play. It's misformed because it's. So, Steve, you don't think they're trying to film the earth here? I don't think so. Looking at the window, and they're definitely trying to film here. They claim it's 130,000 miles out. It's a duplicate of this. This is later on in the game. It's very confusing. That's supposed to be halfway to the moon, and now you see them breaking down the effect, removing the transparency of the photograph of the earth in front of the window. The camera was never up against the glass. It was at the back of the spacecraft. They closed the iris down so that the walls became flat, and here they are removing part of the effect in front of the window. All right, this is what convinced me and two NBC news director and an award-winning cinematographer and my critics agree it is Apollo 11 shaking being halfway to the moon. So why would they fake being halfway to the moon if they really went to the moon? And if they're faking being halfway, it's because they cannot go halfway. They cannot leave Earth orbit and will go into Y, which is the radiation belt that surrounds the Earth. Which we're going to do. We're 2 hours in. We have an hour left. But coffee is here, and I need to go to the bathroom. So we're going to take a quick break. Coffee break, bathroom break. We'll come back and talk about the radiation belts. Be right back. Okay, now we're back.
Just one moment, dog. I got a fucking Dobbin, and it sucks. It's the worst.
It's the worst. All right, dog. Let's do this. Do it, Rockefeller. You have to do it, Rockefeller. Baby, you have to do whatever the fuck I say, motherfucker. Pew, pew, pew. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. One of the most athletic things you've ever seen. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Ma'aseh.
What is athleticism?
Folks, what do you think of this debate? This guy's too old to be fucking doing everything. Bart, you know I'm your fucking backer. You should be just like rise up, wave flag. What about these shadows? What about the jumping? What about the phone?
On the Van Allen radiation belts. Well, my position is with Ron's original findings were, which is that it's 250 times the lethal dose. We have a quote from him in print that he says that if you do the math, and if you first show slide B12, before I get to D12, for people that don't know, that are listening to this is an image of the belt. So yeah, the Van Allen radiation belts are basically large toroidal donut-shaped pockets of radiation that exist about, what is that, 1,000 miles out from the Earth and extend about 30,000 miles. Extend about 30,000 miles. And every single space shuttle launch, basically every astronaut and every space shuttle launch, every walk that's ever, I'm sorry, not walk, spacewalk that's ever been done has been done below that in low Earth orbit. The only astronauts, the only manned mission that's ever been outside of the Van Allen radiation belts is the Apollo missions that have gone through. If you look at V12, you can show the audience what they look like and how every ham space mission, every Gemini, Skylab, the space shuttle is well below it. And this field of radiation starts at 1,000 miles and extends about 30,000 miles. If you go to D13, this is a press release from the Apollo mission that was given to the press. They launch from Florida to be near the equator, and they go right out through the middle. You see that right at the equator. They go through the Van Allen radiation belt. Now, if the spacecraft, like Juno said, is going 3,000 miles an hour, and they're 30,000 miles back, there would be 10 hours in the radiation to the moon, and 10 hours back. I believe maybe the spacecraft was going a little bit faster, but in any case, it was at least 2 hours in the radiation to the moon, up to 10 hours, and another 2 to 10 hours back. Now, the Orion mission sent up Geiger counters into the radiation belts in 2014, unmanned, and they registered the radiation. I called NASA as I'm a journalist. This is a non-military, taxpayer-funded scientific mission. Can I please have the Geiger counter readings? They told me that was classified. They weren't able to tell me. Now, when NASA sent probes to the sun to find out the temperature of the sun, the temperature wasn't classified. When they sent probes to Jupiter and measured the amount of helium in Jupiter's atmosphere, the amount wasn't classified. So why would the amount of radiation inside the radiation belts in a spacecraft that intending to one day send people to the moon, why would that radiation measured and be classified? See, Charlie, you know why that would be classified? Not everyone was. So I would imagine that if it was classified, we would classify it because we wouldn't want the Soviets or the Chinese to know the actual level of radiation. Like, you guys, the point that we're discussing now is Mars' position and the Van Allen radiation belts are too dangerous for human beings to pass through and survive. And he's building his case to why that is right now. But what else? You have to accelerate to 25,000 miles an hour to get out of Earth orbit. Okay, I thought you said it was 3,000 miles an hour. I'm sure it was 3,000 when they were halfway. Sorry, usually with Earth slowing you down. Okay, so the total distance of the moon is about 3,000 miles an hour. 7 times 70 is 210,000 miles. So when you go through the Van Allen belts, you know what's so fast is just through. How fast are you traveling when you guys are going through the Van Allen belts? The escape velocity is about, I don't remember exactly, 36,000 feet per second or something like that. NASA told me it was 17,000 miles an hour. That's Earth orbit. Yeah. You have to escape Earth orbit, accelerate. I don't remember exactly what it was. But it was over 20,000 miles an hour to get out of Earth orbit. And so S4B, the third stage of the Saturn rocket, you stay attached to, and that engine led and pushed you out of Earth orbit on a trajectory to the moon through the Van Allen belts. And then you separated, you turned around and retrieved the lunar module from the third stage, riding underneath the command module and the service module. So you separated, you turned around, and you came back in and you docked. And then when you got all the electrical connections made, you put the switch and it released all the balls, and you can back it out from the server we're traveling through the Van Allen belts, were you guys paying close attention to like where in the Van Allen belts you were, and also before you like when you were preparing, you guys did an unbelievable amount of prep and training for this, right? What were for the whole mission, right? What were the conversations like during training with anybody, including Von Braun, about astronaut safety when it comes to radiation and the Van Allen belt conversations like? There wasn't very much conversation about it. It wasn't any danger. You're going through so fast, you just exposed to so much radiation, but it's just pushing you through, you know. And the belts are high radiation, but you don't get very thick, so you just go right straight through them. And you don't get much radiation. I don't remember our dosimeters. We had dosimeters, several of them on our body, and some in the space right now. I don't remember. And that measures the receiving. We couldn't get outside the radiation, so we could create out the velocity. And 20,000 miles an hour, that would be an hour and a half with radiation to the moon. It would be an hour and a half to the moon for 30,000 miles would be. And then 30,000 miles spin, you're going 20,000 miles an hour. Well, he said, no failure. As you go, you start out at 25,000 miles an hour, but you slow down first. Gravity said that at the time you're traveling through the Van Allen belts, through the outer part, the thick part of the Van Allen belts, how fast would you be going? Over 20, over 20,000. And then that would be, so you need another hour. You need to have the time, or they can go according to that. That math would suggest that it's about an hour, right? Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, about an hour and a half to the moon, an hour and a half back at 20,000 miles an hour. But then there's a contradiction there. You're going 20,000 miles an hour with inertia, you'd be at the moon in a little over 10 hours rather than 3 days. The clay slowed down, right? They should say, allegedly, once they got to the moon, obviously they would have to slow down to land on the moon now. I say yes. Okay, so you leave Earth orbit. If you're in Earth orbit, you got to accelerate to leave Earth orbit. I don't remember exactly the figure, but then you accelerate to Earth, and the Earth starts slowing you down. Okay, at what point does it start slowing you down? As soon as you shut the engine off. Okay, but you're beyond that. You had enough velocity to get out of Earth orbit and go straight to the moon. Or you got shot out in front. It's like shotgun shooter. You're aiming this way, but here's the target. By the time you get there, you're in orbit. I mean, you get to there, so you can get in the orbit. Lost my train of thought now. So there was never a problem with us about being in the Van Allen belts. You go through so fast, you don't get that much resolution. So you guys never had a conversation about what trajectory to take through the Van Allen belts, because they can be thinner at the top and they're wider at the equator, right? So you guys never like decided we gotta go through this angle or that. We never had no say. Got mission control. Major trajectory. We weren't aware of it at all either. Yeah, I don't think we were doing when we were walking the Van Allen belts. So you did know when you were doing that. And I think that I don't remember exactly what we had dosimeters and the space grid. They must have read something, but I don't remember the details. We had Clever 14 of Kelly Smith of the Orion Project, which they said the radiation ratings were classified. Here's a video of a new generation of NASA astronauts. We saw one saying they intentionally destroyed the technology for the first time in world history. And here we have the young guy in his 20s saying that their belts are dangerous radiation, and the technology to go through them has not been invented yet. This is from 2004. This video, by the way, is from 2014 during the build-up to the Orion missions. Right? B-14. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. have to pass the danger zone twice. Once up and once back. Let's solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. Let's solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. Let's solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. Okay, so he said we must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. So the radiation protection is a challenge that has yet to be resolved. We must solve these challenges in the future before we send people through this region of space. So the challenges of the radiation have not been resolved, and they must do it before they send people through this region of space. So that right there, what do you make of that though? What do you make of this astronaut in 2014 saying that we have to solve the challenges of radiation before we send people to the Allen belts? What is your reaction to that? Through the man Allen belts, is that what he's saying? Does he say through? Yeah, no, he said into this region. I believe he said yellow, but he's saying through this region. Can you play it again? Can you say exactly what he says? Can they say through or grow? We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. Through this region of space is what he said. Yeah, on to the project is Orion, which intends to send people to the moon. Through this region of space, Orion, the objective of Orion is send people to the moon. That's right, it was the precursor to Artemis. So it's all about complete the objective of the Orion missions. The objective of NASA's Orion mission was to transport human crews on deep space missions, starting with a return to the moon under the Artemis program, and eventually extending to Mars. Orion is designed to provide long-duration crew support, protect astronauts from deep space radiation, and handle high-speed re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. Mars makes more sense because you're going to be out there. Well, look at article. He's talking about through this region of space, which is the Van Allen radiation challenges. We must solve the radiation challenges, which means they're not solved. And he says before we send people through this region of space, so they haven't been resolved yet. Then the Apollo astronauts didn't come through. Well, this is right there. It's definitely. I'm not saying that the astronauts never went to the moon. I'm in the middle here. But it is very weird that a guy in 2014 would say we have to solve the problem of the Van Allen belts radiation before we go there. It's odd, right? Sounds like to me it's odd, but we did it. Right. Okay. Well, that's why I'm saying you did not. Obviously, where did 200 pounds of moonrocks come from? Von Braun picked him up from Antarctica. There's a picture of that on the web. Meteorites before he went to the moon for the first time. Seems like a weird use of his time. Blue rocks and proven to be fake. And according to a contractor that I spoke to at length, he says NASA has ceramics left, which can mimic blue rocks. Now, go to link 15 as we stay on the radiation. This is an article from Reuters that says radiation prevents travel to the moon. That's slide number 15. We've been saying it for 56 years, and you're not going to make it. Nobody was, brought to trial. Just trying to each piece of evidence and trying to rationally analyze what it means to let the audience decide. And a lot of it, I realize you haven't even seen yet. Like, obviously, you haven't seen that video of that guy in 2014 saying we have to solve these issues, but it's weird. And that's the case. I think this is some of these videos that we're playing are some of the reasons that people are questioning him. So I play. You know how fast you're going when you leave Earth orbit? How fast? Yes. 20,000 how long? You said 3,000 miles. You said 20,000 miles. He said far. He did not. He said that they were going 25, I think 25 or something like that, or 30 when they were leaving Earth orbit, and then they slowed down. And there's different speeds along the pathway, along the journey. Okay, well, let's read this article heading and what's the I think it was 25,000 miles an hour. You accelerate at 25,000 miles an hour. You leave Earth orbit, and then from there on, you start slowing down. Right. Okay. spec is over an hour. You're not going that fast when you get to the well. Okay, but you said you went to the Van Allen radiation well, get to 25 pounds a month, but then you slow down. Okay, but that's not the issue. The issue is you were inside the valve because they're 30,000 on stick for over an hour. An hour and 15 minutes going to the moon, and an hour and 15 minutes coming back. Would anyone survive getting an X-ray for an hour and 15 minutes through his dog? Well, it was that silly reasons. Read this article, What's Keeping Us from Mars? Space Radiation, says expert. You want to read that? Because they're wanting me. What does it say? I can't see because of the play thing. I had that thing on the top. It says Washington Reuters by Maggie Fox. Outlet Science Matter. Cosmic with a cosmic rays are so dangerous and so poorly understood that people are unlikely to get to Mars or even back to the moon until better ways are found to protect astronauts, experts said. So if the radiation is too severe, the magnitude of radiation. Play D16 here. Here's a guy who discovered the bells. Their name is Rabbi. And read what he says about the radiation. Okay, this is from Dr. James Van Allen. He said this in 1959. Our measurements show, can you hear me, Drew? He said our measurements show that the maximum radiation levels as of 1958 is equivalent to between 10 and 100 radians per hour, depending on the still undetermined proportions of protons and electrons. Since a human being exposed for 2 days to even 10 roentgens would have only an even chance of survival, the radiation belts obviously present an obstacle to space flight. And then read the bottom part. This is 2 days. Exposed for 2 days to even 10. They were only in there for an hour, a little over an hour each way. So they should have underneath it. So if 10 to 100 roentgens per hour averages to about 10 to 100 roentgens per hour averages to 50 per hour. Okay. At the claim speed of the Apollo craft, this is not James Allen saying this. This is someone else who's saying that. Well, this is the person who wrote the article. Okay. So this person who wrote the article said that at the claim speed of the Apollo craft, this would be 2 hours in the radiation to the moon and 2 hours in the radiation back from the moon, or 200 roentgens. Since 10 roentgens over 2 days will kill you, which is 0.2 roentgens per hour, the radiation belts are 250 times the lethal dose. So that's one reason. Okay, where can we? This is on your website. Where can we find this? What's the purpose of this discussion? This is artists claiming that James Van Allen himself said that the amount of radiation that you would get traveling through the belts would kill you. He said this in 1959. How fast would it be? He's saying we're going. He doesn't say just the amount of time. He's talking about the amount of time. He's saying 2 hours. Radiation is built based on strength and time of exposure. So he's saying the Apollo astronauts, how big are the belts? 30,000 miles. The Van Allen belts, yes, 30,000 miles. Yes. Let's go. How thick are the Van Allen radiation belts? It might be more than that. I keep telling you, discovered it for years. And eventually had to the thickness. So I'm supposed to be dead. Allegedly went through the mouth. Let's check his pulse. So we didn't go through the. I was saying, according to Kelly Smith, you did not. This is all the miles. So they fluctuate, but at the maximum, 37,000 miles thick. So that means you guys would have had over 2 hours of exposure to the bills. Did James, I don't know. He say that radiation belt, well, this is global AI, it's going to be biased. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that it was a 16 president was programmed to say that. Right, it's reading wrong. Now, the next issue is anecdotal stuff. Like, we have to acknowledge that the vast majority of anyone writing about the Apollo missions or any government agency is going to say that James Whitehall didn't say this, and Google AI is pulling from this overwhelming amount of stuff that's written online. So that's one reason why they can't leave Earth orbit. And another reason is they don't have enough fuel. On page 149, here's Von Braun saying it himself. There's not enough fuel to leave Earth orbit. Let's hear it. It's commonly believed that men will fly directly from the Earth to the moon. And to do this, we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions that it would prove an economic impossibility. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we would need for the non-stop flight from Earth to the moon and return. The figures speak for themselves. 3 rockets would be necessary, and each ship would be taller than the Empire State Building, 100 stories. Apollo rocket was about 30 stories, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or 800,000 tons. Times 3. Saturn V weighed 2,500 tons. That's a difference of 30,000%. Times 3. Now go to clip 18, and you'll see that Elon Musk just said, Martin, pause. Where did you get that quote from? It's from his book. It's actually on the Red 5 on. Is there a way we can find that quote on the internet? Probably. I mean, we got brought a whole copy of this book because it was written by him and quoted by him. So that's all that is. You don't know the purpose of this discussion is we didn't go to you're allegedly if you're happy like you don't know, just prove that you're happy during the interview. So he's not the only one who said you need multiple field trips to go to the moon. Supposedly, Von Braun himself was quoted saying that the Apollo missions would need multiple fuel, 3 rockets, each one 30,000% heavier than the Saturn V rocket. And then Elon Musk said about 6 months ago, if you go to clip 18, he said the Starship, which is 3 stories taller than the Apollo rocket, and with the boosters on the side, carries twice the fuel as the Apollo rocket. He says it will take 15 launches or the equivalent of 30 Saturn V rockets in order to leave Earth orbit. We would have a video clip of Von Braun saying everything. The best rocket he can build can only leave Earth orbit. Let's play the clip of Von Braun's from the horse's mouth. Let's get what he's saying. What numbers? That was easy. That one I didn't include, but just go to Superhell.com and join the links of the I don't understand this conversation. Oh, really? I understand that's your position that you did it and you went and you walked to the moon and you brought back the moon rocks. But why would Von Braun say that it was impossible to get to the moon without multiple field trips? I never heard him say that. We got a video allegedly. Well, and when did he say that? Elon Musk. Why is it Von Braun? She was working with Von Braun. Let's stick to one that he doesn't have it. Well, I think you got to Superhell.com and then go to Moonman links. Because I mean, look for the one that looks like 1950s color. And there's one of Von Braun. I don't know what clip it is, but in the meantime, while you're doing that, you're going too far. We're here. Now where do we go? Scroll down. Scrolling. Keep going. Von Braun says the largest rocket that we can build is with Disney built. Yet only a chamber orbit. He says it word for word in a quote from my book. And now we have Elon Musk. If you go to the clip of Ace 18, he's saying the is actually E-15 starships they've executed. This is NASA. Starship taken around the the fuel. Starship cannot fly directly to the moon, but must refuel in Earth orbit before setting out for deep space. Yeah, that's what the clip of online says, and I didn't include that it can go to the moon if you have multiple trips of fuel and carry the fuel first. And now, you're going to love this next clip, clip 19. This was said less than a year ago by a rocket scientist who works with NASA. And he says it's going to take possibly more than 15 trips of fuel in order for the Earth orbiting of the moon. So we didn't do it. That's what you're saying. I don't know why. You could be surprised. You're just rubbing your head. And, you came in here and reminded me of a phone call we had 20 years ago. I said, we didn't go to the moon, but if it was good. So, my goodness, this guy. And now, we got some work in it for problems. And people are talking about how they got here. And I was like, you know what? I just want to say the thing that no one said. So that's what I decided to do. Now, so people are respecting when I was doing my research, asking these questions, and saying, be careful with this. If you say certain things, this might change your relationship with NASA forever. And I thought about it, and I decided, you know what? This is the truth. This is what I said. I did not understand until this week when I really thought I was going to embarrass myself in front of you guys, and I decided to further embarrass myself in front of you guys. I didn't realize that in order to get the human lander to the moon, we have to launch a bunch of additional rockets to take up in low Earth orbit. I didn't know that. And I'm like, wow, how many rockets do we have to have? And they're like, well, 6. And then I start, because I'm nice rocket scientist building rockets for NASA. What's his name? I don't know. That's going to be important. That guy, he's a YouTuber. He's a check out all smarter every day. Smarter every day on YouTube. So he's saying it's going to take multiple. Let's go fast by the video. I started calling people. I was like, dude, really, how many rockets? They're like, well, we lost it. Okay, so I was like, some people are like, well, it's looking like 8. So 8 rockets. We have to fire 8 rockets to fire 1 rocket. And they're like, I mean, that's a mistake, but it's probably more like 12. Really? And then I was like, you know, I'm an engineer. I know how to do this stuff. So I started doing, like nominal schedule slip and oil, and this is how many rockets it's going to take to fuel up that thing to get it to the moon. I've done the math. If you have any questions, I found the von Braun clip. It's D17. There's Steve. The von Braun says, biggest rocket you can build to reach Earth orbit, you need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon. Says it on camera, as well as a friend. All right, this will be good for Charlie to see. Charlie, watch this one. Three people just said, Von Braun said it twice, that you have to make very fuel trips to have enough fuel to leave Earth orbit. You have him say it on camera. You had Elon Musk say it, and you had a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA saying it. He also said, I just discovered this because he is taking the Apollo launches on faith. You know my thing? Webpage says that my money is backed by the faith in the United States government that kills their own presidents, kills their own soldiers, and fakes moonlight teams, right? So, Charlie, what do you make of that video on saying that you would need to refuel in Earth orbit to get all the way to the moon? He said it would take all the fuel in the rocket Saturn V lifted off, and third stage, you stay attached to the third stage, and you were on the front end with the command module, service module, the motor module. You fired out of Earth orbit, and you started waiting on the moon. So that's the end of the Saturn V. It's 4B. Okay. It opened up, valves opened up, and exposed the lunar module. You separated the command service module. And then underneath it, these flowers opened up, and they exposed the top of the lunar module. So you made a 180-degree turn, and you came back in, and you joined up with the top of the lunar module. It was the docking ring. You docked, you latched all of the latches, make sure you were connected correctly. You had a switch, and you some sort, and it released the lunar module. And then you just backed it out with your reaction control system in the command service module. And then, so that was the condition. You went to the moon in a barbecue, sometimes in a barbecue, with the lunar module attached. And we went into it to check it out, make sure there was no leaks, this and that, the other. And then we closed it back up again, and we didn't go in again until we got into lunar orbit. We got into lunar orbit, and John and I was the first one in. And I put on my spacesuit, except for my helmets and gloves, and took those with me, and we went into the lunar module, and I started powering up. And I forgot exactly how long that took, but it was several revolutions. And John came in, and when we got ready, we put on the helmets and gloves, and pressurized to make sure everything was pressurized the suits, make sure everything was okay. And when everything passed, we just, I forgot whether Mattingly hit the button or we hit it. It was Mattingly, and he just released us, and we just backed off.
Well, Von Braun, who I thought one man, he said that these numbers are mathematically irrefutable. The numbers speak for themselves. Things become more fuel efficient over time. So it's taking a tremendous amount more fuel to go to the moon now than in 1969. Von Braun said it's impossible twice. Once they're running, once on camera. Elon Musk, with a rocket that carries twice the fuel of the Apollo rocket, says that you cannot go unless you do 15 fuel trips first, which is equivalent to 30 Saturn V rockets. And we just had a rocket scientist say he may get in trouble with NASA for saying this, but it's going to take 15, 20, up to 28. I counted all of them. 28 clips to go to the ships to go to the moon. The next 3 clips I have are people like Kelly Smith and Don Pettit, modern day astronauts, and they say the farthest they can go is Earth orbit. This is clip D20, and they hope to eventually go to the moon. Play D20. I'm sorry. When it comes to UFOs, a part of this discussion, we did not go to the moon. You're telling me you're on the for every time you say this, so hard when it comes to it. Wait. So, Apollo was all fake. Well, great part, yes, it was all fake. There was a big propaganda campaign during the Cold War, and so we had 260-something pounds of moon rocks back there, all fake. I guess Mark hasn't seen them, hasn't analyzed them. Yeah, you remember word for word a telephone conversation we had 20 years ago, and at the beginning I recorded, and somehow you can't remember what we said half an hour ago. And the moon rocks are fake. We showed an article, Ron picked up hundreds of pounds in Antarctica right before the Apollo mission, and according to our contract, everything can be protection. Go to clip D20. Just let me make it. I was able to do my mission for 2 weeks. I was on the moon for 3 days. Oh, you said you had top secret clearance to just a minute. And I picked up 200. I think we picked up a couple hundred pounds of moon rocks. And we brought them back. They've been analyzed.
They were rocks. And so I don't understand the purpose of this discussion. What are we going back and saying Apollo was a fake?
Why does an Apollo astronaut have top secret clearance?
I had top secret clearance.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that.
I mean, we had nothing on Apollo that was classified. But I did have a clearance from my military guy. When I was before NASA, and I did have a top secret clearance.
Okay. B-20 is a modern-day shuttle astronaut saying the farthest they can go is Earth orbit, and they hope to eventually go to the moon.
So when it comes to the evolution of rockets and technology, it's not necessarily that the Saturn rocket would be impossible to make, like it would be physically impossible, but an argument would be that it's logistically impossible because today in 2025 we don't have the same machines, we don't have the same talents, we don't have the same trades that we had that were available in the 1960s because the world has evolved, the economy has evolved, we do things differently now, objectives have changed. Now we're focusing on building reusable rockets. So the Saturn was not a reusable rocket, right? So now we're trying to save money developing a new style of rocket. So that would be a compelling argument to why we haven't gone back to the moon is because we build rockets differently because the objectives have changed.
Well, all I know is what Elon Musk says for a rocket that can carry twice the fuel of the Saturn V Apollo rocket, it's going to take 15 launches to a fuel station first in order to have enough fuel for the Earth to go to the moon.
He said it.
The rocket scientists just said it on Bronson, on camera, on Bronson, in writing, and we're not looking at a shuttle astronaut who says the farthest they can go with the technology we have is Earth orbit, and they hope to eventually go to the moon. That's Cliff D21, which goes over.
So that's smarter every day. That's a YouTuber that's smarter every day YouTuber. He puts out of context and sounds weird about it up here. So he was, his name is Dennis, he was talking about how planned the current mission is that they planted. He was pointing out that this particular starship, HLS, which is the return rocket, this thing right here, is so heavy that their plan is going to work out. So he did the math with the current weight, and that's why he said it's not going to work out. These rockets. So here's the weight of this thing that they want to build.
This is a different rocket.
This is the one that they haven't done yet, where they want to. It's 100 tons, okay? And then the original Apollo lander was 33,000. Well, the moon lander was 33,000 pounds. 33,000
But the rocket, 2 liter.
Listen, no, he's talking about the lander. This is the lander. So to have a set rocket carrying is 35,000 pounds is nothing. That rocket cannot carry 100 tons.
So what is this? The drag and the weight of the Starship human landing system is approximately 100 tons. So they're saying that this rocket would need to carry something that's 100 tons compared to the Apollo lander, which was 33,000 pounds.
Yeah, that's if I had gotten that's an important. But for context,
Well, I don't know anyone who knows more about it than Von Braun.
Von Braun's talking about 33,000 pound lander.
With this astronaut that you just showed us talking about all the refueling,
You have to understand the context of the lander that they're talking about shooting off into the moon was 100 tons according to this.
well, no, I think they're going to be to the moon in 7 years. I would go as efficiently as humanly possible. And for the first time in history, technology was destroyed. Our modules, schematics, the original video graphics, right? Again, you don't do that unless you're covering your tracks. And we have Elon Musk saying it's going to take 15
old Jets, and that guy seems to take up to 28. And Von Braun said, okay, Von Braun was a designer of the 75 rocket. He says it's going to take multiple field trips to go to the moon. And that's what it takes today. And that's what it would take then, despite the design, because Von Braun was talking about the lunar module. He's the one who ended up designing all of that stuff. He says that equipment, well, it's going to take multiple field trips to leave it orbit, right? But again, this thing weighs up to 100 tons for trying to bring to the moon. So back then, when Charlie went to the moon, allegedly, the goal was to beat Russia, right? All they cared about was getting man on the moon to show the world that America was the world leader in technology and science, and was more superior to Russia, right? You can make the argument that the primary goal of the Apollo missions was to just show the world that we're better, and to show that we can actually physically put a human being on the moon. You're right, how is it, Joe? Yeah, right. Doesn't mean it would have been fake. What it could mean is that we just wanted to get people on the moon no matter what. We could do it with the most efficient light equipment possible. Now, if we were to go back today in 2025, we would have a different objective. We would want to get more done. It would be about putting a person on the moon and show the world and testing out to the world. It would be about something far greater, like populating the moon or something like this. So it would require different technology. It would require bringing different things to the moon. And it would also require maybe not taking such a risk, right? Like they obviously think that was a big risk going there at 69, bringing human beings there. Today you can argue that we wouldn't want to make that level of a risk. Okay, so in a writing and on camera, talking about the future Apollo rocket, the first rocket to go to the moon. That's the one he was designing. That's the one. He said it would take 3 rockets weighing 30,000% more than a 75 rocket. That's what he said on camera. The first rocket to the moon is the one they claim they used. It can only go into Earth orbit, and then it would take multiple field trips in order to go to the moon. That's the first one, not the other one, right? Then we have also Elon Musk saying multiple field trips. We have that guy saying multiple field trips. That's for, whatever spacecraft just to get there and land. It's going to take all of that fuel, multiple field trips. They said it back before the Apollo rocket, and they're saying it will return to the moon. And Dean Quinty is a space shuttle astronaut saying Earth orbit is their limit. That's why they're faking being halfway to the moon. And that clip we showed of the radiation. We must solve these challenges before we go to that reach in space. Here's an astronaut in clip 20 saying the farthest they can go with current technology is Earth orbit, and I hope to eventually go to the moon. Yeah, let's watch it. 30 seconds. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, the moon, Mars, asteroids, the moon, Mars, asteroids. There's a lot of destinations that we could go to. And we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually. Right? We didn't eventually go to the moon. Sure, and he's not the only one. There's 2 other short twins. I mean, if he's misspeaking, then we have 3 people misspeaking. The next one says this is the beginning of humans leaving Earth orbit. That's clip D21. The beginning of humans leaving Earth orbit is what this astronaut says.
We're also really pushing the boundaries in terms of where we're going forward with exploration. I think humans are naturally driven to do this, and this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
And the next clip is from about 4 months ago. An astronaut for the Artemis program said this is going to be the first time we send humans to the moon. He even says before it. You've got to pay attention. You may not like this or worse than the effect that the other guy said. Plus, he allows you to the last clip. We're going to play on this time. We're going to move to the next one. Sure. That's how we have it. Which is going to be an audience or anybody want to hit it. Anybody want to try anyway. It is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. It is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. It is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. What is that? You cut it out. What is that? Well, like when I'm talking and pass the microphone back and forth, how do you know? How do you know you didn't? How do the viewers know that you didn't say in 53 years or something? Like, you don't know. You can find it. Take your word for it, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I think they passed the microphone around, even said something to the words of the effect that's made on the audience or whatever, something like that. All right. I want to talk about the micrometeorites. What was the threat level of the micrometeorites when you were on the moon? Because from what I understand is there's a high risk of being hit by micrometeorites, right, when you're on the surface of the moon. We had, if they saw like solar flare, the only thing I remember, if we had a solar flare, we would have to get back into the lunar module and lift off and then join up like the heat shield towards the solar flare. I don't remember anything about micrometeorites. There was no discussion or no warnings about trying to mitigate my bond as well. The one that has been well responded to the moon. He says that micrometeorites would cause a catastrophic or fatal error, 50% chance every 24 hours, thousands of them hit the moon every second. He says you'd have to immediately go into a lit shelter or a cave on the moon. He said it would cause death 50% of the time every 24 hours. There's so many of them. We made it a lot longer, man. Nobody with somehow 16 tanks of oxygen in that little backpack in order to be out there for 8 hours at a time. To me, this is one of the most striking examples of why the moon landings are fake. If you look at D23, this is the shadows. I'm a filmmaker. The shadows of my job as a filmmaker is to make fake scenes look real. I use lighting to mimic the sun. All the time, other filmmakers, they thought it was sunset, but it was really light. You can prove that the moon landings are fake with this one picture, because the sun being about 1,000 times bigger in diameter than the Earth casts shadows in the same direction over the entire Earth. They're always parallel. It's mathematically and scientifically impossible for shadows to intersect in sunlight, as you can tell in the photograph on the left. The photograph on the right is allegedly from the last mission to the moon, where an astronaut shadow goes at 12 o'clock and a rock about 5 feet away goes at 9 o'clock. That's a 90-degree difference from objects 5 feet apart, indicating that at least 2 electrical lines are being used. You can even see a hot spot around the top. So, if you want to prove the moon landing is fake, you can prove it in one photograph. The photograph on the right cannot be duplicated in sunlight. It's supposed to be 20 times brighter with no atmosphere. There's no need for electrical lighting. Obviously, the one on the right was lit with electrical lighting. The shadows should be parallel. They're intersecting at 90 degrees from objects 5 feet apart. That would prove it in Florida law, as well as the footage we have of them being fake and being halfway to the moon, that they didn't go to the moon. That's all the proof you need. It's right there. People can deny it. I talked to a college professor who teaches aerospace at one of the universities, most famous one in America. He said that Neil Armstrong confessed on national TV that the moon missions were fake. He still think he walked on the moon anyway. People deny the evidence over and over again. They made a god out of it. You can change the hat on who shot JFK and why. You can change the hat on who did 9/11 and why. It's still a tragedy. This is a positive lie, and people do not want to give it up. I got an email from Carl Sagan's associate who told me privately that he believed the moon landings were fake, but he was afraid to say it publicly because of it being politically incorrect. Carl Sagan says this: one of the saddest lessons of history is this: if we've been bamboozled or lied to long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozle. We're no longer interested in finding out the truth. The bamboozle has captured us. It's simply too painful to acknowledge, even to ourselves, that we've been taken. Once you give a charlatan like the federal government power over you, you almost never forget it. That stuff that they have been for. The problem is a positive eye. This is giving candy to a child and trying